morning today, eh?
Yes, indeed.
And we are live. Sorry for the delay, people. I'm going to have to come clean. And hello to welcome to all of you. We got Mexico. We've got Aaron. We've got Okje. We've got, well, that's all now. People might have wondered if it was on Come and Bean, but I'm sure they'll be back. There's my familiar in his spot, in his familiar spot. So the reason I'm 7 minutes late is because I actually forgot to send the link to everybody. So please, hands up. The bush whisperer went whispering into the wrong bush, and it's not the green bush, I promise. I was writing a track that I was trying to get up here, and it was frustrating me. Nothing I did was able to put it up here. It's a cute little track. It's about the discussion today. And anyway, it wasn't meant to be. It's on Telegram if you want to go and check it out. I thought it was cute. But anyway, welcome to all of you. We've got an amazing discussion today. We've got some awesome people coming still. We've still got the usuals going to be coming. We got Petra maybe going to pop in. We've got the indie coming. We've got Liberlam, Connor might be popping in. We've got Ronan popping in later. We've got Moonfeather. She's going to be a bit later. We've got Gabriel popping in. So we're going to have quite a few people coming in at ad-lib times. Indy will be here in a little while. And we might even have Georges from the Third Eye Edifice popping in as well. So excitement. The discussion today is, I think, an electric one. I think it ties together a lot of our earlier roundtables. And for those of you in the chat, please let me know how my audio is coming through on YouTube or Facebook, if either of you on any of you on that. If it's at all soft or distorted or anything not right, do let me know. Welcome to you all. I hope you're all having an amazing, thank you, Mexico. I hope you're all having an amazing day. This discussion has got me so excited. I actually wrote a song about it. Never written a song about a discussion before. It's an interesting topic. I mean, interesting way to write songs about discussions. So what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking about the science of the chakras, the astral emanations, as I like to call them, or the astral reverberations of the energetic field of the mental sphere of consciousness taking form through the energizing principle of the astral, which is the chakras, pure energy, vortices of energy, and the Sephirth, which are containers that contain these vortices of energy. Hello, Aaron. The etheric spheres, as they give shape and form to the energy that is spinning through the astral. So we have this radiance of astral, we have this reverberation of form coming back, and between the form and the astral, there's this resonance between the two where the form becomes poised in movement. We call that reality, although we experience that extra dimensionally in terms of an energetic reality, and then code it through our brain. Takes about 2 to 4 seconds to become this matrix reality of physicality that we believe is true and real, which is a dream and a fantasy. And how these chakras and the Sephirth are charged with the astral substance, which is the color, which is the potency of the energy, and how the structure of form is bound in number. So we have these, it's sort of like a yang yin if you really want to get right down to it, right? You have the Sephirth and you have the chakra. And within the chakra, you have the number as its polar opposite. And within the chakra, you have the color. I mean, within the Sephirth, you have the color as its polar opposite, so that you have a dynamic polarity, which we can consider as 22, which is sort of like a rather fundamental number. I'm sure Carlisle's going to get out the 22 hammer and knock the 22 peg into place for us all. And so we're going to be looking at how these four aspects, think of them as the strong and weak nucleic forces of electrical potential and magnetic potential. The strong and weak magnetic forces and the strong and weak electrical forces, or shall we say electrical manifestations and the magnetic forces. However you want to play with the words, we have these 4 aspects. We see it in our so-called model of physics. They can't hide away from it. Brahma's face is facing in 4 directions. Many of the old Shivai faces are facing in 4 directions. The 4 elements. The magician card is sort of going to be looking at what we're discussing here and the way it comes together. And that 4 is the mystic number of 5. And when we look at the 5th, the knowledge, the impression from whence this is drawing its essence, we have to consider the 7 principles, as the 7 principles are manifesting all of this. So we're going to take a look at how Hermetic principles are connected to these 4 aspects, or 4 polar tides, if I can call them that. And without further ado, I want to introduce Dr. K. Dr. K is in the house. I want to hand over to Dr. K. Let him get out his Dr. K hammer. Obviously, his Konami codes. You must check out his Telegram, his that stag ram thing, in stag ram. Yes, the stag with an erection that rams into things. Instagram. That's how I like to remember that. It's a very sexually charged site, as far as I've noticed. It seems to be like, when you've got a stag and a ram together, what happens? So yeah, you must take a look at his wonderful numerological knowledge, as well as his awesome grimoires that he offers. Those of you that haven't had a grimoire, you might want to consider it. That's the man to find them with. He's on Telegram. You can find his book club, which is a really awesome club. And we've got the Cosmic Prankster here. Thank God Cosmic Prankster is here. I didn't send him a link, but I did put it in the link in the group for us. So, and before I give the stage to Konamic Codes, I'm going to introduce all 4 of us. We've got, and in the order that we've arrived, we've got the Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster, he's connected to the Fae. He's channeling an entire system of magic, if that's the right word, of magical law and philosophy and cosmology, putting it into perspective directly from the Fae. So there's a mediumship element working here, and he's a rationalist, very rational in his thinking. I love his sense of humor. Totally awesome. Also a very, very steady thinker. We've got Indy Sage, who's the shadow worker extraordinaire. If you haven't had your shadow work initiation or assistance with your shadow work, he's the gentleman to talk to. Also an anthropologist at heart, and a very interesting character that's been through a lot in life. So he's really got real shadow work to share with you. And there are going to be other people joining us too. We're going to have Moonfeather, Ronan, Gabriel, the Slick Distant, Moonfeather, Moonverse, and Ronan, the Ronan Experience. And we might even have a golden oldie joining us today as well, who is the 2 golden oldies. But before I get going on and on and on, I'd like to hand it over, give each person a chance to speak for themselves. My Malam, which is wanting to be a part of this conversation. So, hello, Ori. Now he's not going to stop because he's had his moments. Yep, he's going to. Ori, shh, wait. He's been fed, so I think I'm going to let him out when I hand over to Dr. K. Dr. K, by the way, those of you that haven't had the grimoires, I would recommend them. Those grimoires are something else, and he's a broad thinker. He uses all different forms of numerology and ties it into astrology as well. It's worth connecting with him. Without me going into verbal diarrhea, Dr. K, welcome to all of you. Thank you all for joining us. Dr. K, please take the stage. And after Dr. K, Indy and Cosmic, please, you guys also jump on. So much love to you.
Thank you so much, Franklin, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. Love, peace, and power to everyone within the sound of my voice. Love, peace, and power to you, Indy. I'm so happy to see you here. Thank you for joining us last night on the Ronan Experience. Truly, truly epic. Thank you, Cosmic Prankster, for joining us. I'm happy to see that picture. That picture you have, I'm not sure if it's the Cheshire Cat exactly, but I love it.
It is the Cheshire Cat. I'm a big Alice in Wonderland fan. I feel like he kind of embodies a certain aspect of my personality, a kind of like, mischievous, Like I kind of have, like sometimes I kind of take on that Cheshire Cat grin in real life. So feels like it fits my personality.
I love it. I love it. Mischievous. I love it. That is it's very, very timely with the energy going on right now. This is one of my favorite subjects, chakras. Chakras I can relate to. For anybody familiar with Mega Man, the video game, he has these things called energy tanks, right? You can see the concept across certain video games when it comes to powering up or having additional reserves or surpluses.
Yeah, they call them the sub tanks. Yeah,
exactly.
I know what you're talking about. I'm big into Mega Man.
Exactly, sub tank. You know, even Rush the dog is technically a sub tank, but this is going to another mythology. The chakras, 7 being a primary number that this matrix runs off of, at least in how it is projected, shall we say. It's going to be a very, very deep and broad topic to get into. I can't wait for it.
Wonderful. Thank you for introduction, Franklin. You're always giving the best introductions, and thank you for everybody here in the audience. Good to be with you here again, Khalil. We had a great time in the Ronin experience yesterday. Rogan experience, and it's great to have you with us today, Cosmic Prankster. It's always good to have some new faces on the show. It's going to be a really fun discussion talking about the chakras, the Sephirth, colors and numbers. I feel like equally as important as the Sephirth and the chakras is Bagawa from ancient China of the Green Emperor, where he created the trigrams. It was the invention of numbers in the first writing in ancient China. But there's a lot of parallels between the systems, and even to this day, the mysticism behind those systems has been preserved by kind of just hovering around with the mystics throughout the ages, and it's a beautiful thing. So in this day where mysticism is having kind of a resurgence for the first time since the Renaissance in 1800s, in the early 1900s. So this is going to be a really fun show, and I've had some experience with clearing chakra blockages in my throat chakra, my heart chakra, and my friends named me an indigo child after the indigo chakra, or a third eye. And I've had some out-of-body experiences that are pretty relevant to today's discussion. I might bring up at some point, and it's going to be a really fun show. So I'm looking forward to that. The Sephirth are really interesting to me. I know that I studied Kabbalah for a while, and it said that in the path of the Sephirth, one begins I believe with the crown, and then ends up at their kingdom, descending down. But I believe that there's a reciprocal tree that extends into the cosmos of astrotheological importance. And then there's also another tree that goes down, the tree of death. So we might get into that, we may not. This is a pretty awesome discussion. And we got Aaron in the chats. Looking forward to seeing Gabriel here. It'd be good to see Gabriel. He's been away for a couple of weeks, so it'd be good to see him back. And here's Franklin. What's happening, man?
Thank you. I've been playing nanny for my dogs and getting my frankincense and myrrh burning and everything going on. Well, I see the chat's alive. Welcome. Take a little trip. I see people mentioning the Ronin experience. There you go. There's going to be some giggles in the chat tonight.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys have got your seatbelts on. I've got a feeling Ronin's going to be on fire. So yeah, I mean, you were starting wonderfully there, getting into the chakras, the 7 chakras. I like to think of the 7 chakras as personifications of the 3 aspects, and that there are only 3 things in the universe. There is the past, there is the present, and there is the future. There is within us, there is what is outside of us, and then there is what defines the polarity between the inside and the outside. There is what is above, and there is what is below, and there is the construction, which is the construction, which is the conversation between above and below. There is the principle of thought. There is a principle of emotion, and there's the principle of thoughts being moved by emotion as a structure, as a movement, as a chain. And so these 3 principles, we can consider them as like the fundamental structures, Aleph, Mem, Shin of the Kabbalah, or the astral etheric, and how the astral and the etheric are emanations of the true spiritual essence, which we can only call the causal field. The causal field emanating the astral field, being bound by the etheric field to produce the 3 aspects that come together in the physicalizing field, which is a amalgamation of the 3. Hello, Moon Feather. What a blessing. Lovely to see everybody here shining and smiling. Sorry I was late, everybody. I feel like a real ding dong. And so these 3 principles we can think of as pure aspects. We can think that these 3 aspects can join. And so if you have red, yellow, and blue, as they are fundamentally understood, hence light separates itself into red, yellow, and blue. Hence color is essentially carrying these 3 profound markers. And so these 3 fundamental states or aspects combine. And so red and yellow combine to form orange, and red and blue combine to form purple. And so we have these combinations of these 7 effects of the 3 fundamental principles. And so we draw the 7 from the 3. If you have a numerological code, like a lock, let's say you've got a lock with 3 things, then you've got 7 different possible ways that it can mix. It's just mathematics. It's how it works. If you've got 1, 2, and 3, then you can have 1, 2, 3, or you can have 2 and 3, or you can have 1 and 3, or you can have 1 and 2, or you can have 1, 2, and 3. There you go. It makes 7. So these 7 chakras are reflections of these 3 principles. Now, when we look at the Sephirth tree, it seems that they've taken the numerology to heart, and they've taken these 3 principles in the supernal triad, and they've projected the supernal triad down into the astral triad, and then they've projected the astral triad down into the etheric triad. So we've got 9, the Ennead, the 9 Sephirot. And these 9 Sephirot are put together to produce this physical reality that we are seeing here. And so these 3 aspects of 3 fit together to make 10. And here's a very interesting point. When we look at these 3 Sephirotic emanations of these triads, so we have the causal triad, the astral triad, and the etheric triad, effectively. When we look at the way where they meet, where they combine, where they find a point of reference, they share points. I'll take us into looking at the Hermetic principles very, very shortly to try and illustrate what I'm saying, because I can see it. Now I need to put it into words. Imagine looking at your 7 chakras and considering the top 3 chakras: the crown chakra, the Ajna chakra, and the Visuddhi chakra. And we take these 3 chakras and we consider this to be the domain of the soul, and what we can call the causal field. And the causal field has a root. The root is Visuddhi chakra. The causal field has a center, the center of which is Ajna chakra, and the causal field has an apex, the apex of which is Sahasrara chakra. So these 3 fit together. Then when we look at the astral field, we have to repeat Visuddhi chakra, because Visuddhi chakra is the apex of the astral field, but it is shared. So there are 2 personalities of Visuddhi chakra that we need to consider. Hence, there is a band in Visuddhi chakra in yoga, very important band. And the Taoists also close this valve. And it has to do with the influx of the Shen, the heavenly energies. And so this is a shared point. So the Visuddhi, the Anahata, and the Manipura becomes the domain of the astral. And obviously the Manipura becomes the root, the seat of the astral. And the center of the astral is the Anahata, the heart chakra. Energy is really moved around by the heart. Look at your body. All the energy in the body is moved around by the heart. So the heart is the center of the energetic sphere. The Ajna is the center of the causal sphere, and the causal sphere is essentially the mental sphere, what they call the supramental mental sphere, the pure, true mental sphere. Not mental as in thoughts that have been chipped away from a rock and all the tiny little pieces of thoughts that are bouncing around. Thoughts is in a structure of thought, which is a singular monadic form of thought, a field or river of thought, if you will, to consider it in such terms. And so these 3 aspects then make up the astral field. And then when we look towards the etheric field, the apex of the etheric field is the Manipura chakra. So Manipura chakra is important because it is shared between the astral field and the etheric field in a direct conflict. I call it conflict because there has to be 2 personalities for Manipura. Mani means gem, Pura means, well, Pura is all. So think of it as the all-encompassing gem. The gem encompasses, it's the structuring, forming aspect of the universe. And so the Manipura is the apex. The Svadhisthana, cause and effect, becomes the heart of the etheric plane. And the generation becomes the root, the seat of the etheric plane, which then becomes the generation through which the cellular tissue can grow around the etheric body, or more specifically, grow within the etheric body. Because I see them as Russian dolls. The physical body existing within the etheric body, existing within the astral body, existing within the causal body. And here we have the 3 worlds of the shaman as well, well elucidated. The 3 worlds of the shaman as being the reflections of the causal, the spiritual world, and the astral being the middle world, the world of energy, the world of change and formation, and the lower world, the underworld, the etheric. So the etheric is connected to the underworld, if we want to get right down to it. We speak of the spirit. We speak of people having spirit when they have a lot of heart. If someone has a lot of heart, they have a lot of spirit. We speak of the spirit as being conducted through the heart by the sun. That the sun, soul, S-O-L, is where the soul is brought to us. We speak of meditation, the unstruck sound within the heart. The unstruck sound in the heart is Visuddhi chakra. When the heart is ascending its consciousness to look upwards towards the Visuddhi chakra, it is appreciating unstruck sound of the resonance of Aum. The Aum is the fundamental structuring unit that structures the entire universe. So it has its focus in the Ajna chakra and being the heart of the causal field that is emanating the astral field to be structured by the etheric field in order for this little bicycle wheel to turn of astral substance being encapsulated by the etheric. And because of the encapsulation of the astral by the astral gives movement and momentum to the etheric, so that this universe is a universe of change and not static. For the causal field is a static state. It is beyond time. Visuddhi chakra is the resolution of Idda, Pingala. So they've become resolved to the point of singularity, which is why Shiva has the serpent, the Sherpa, around the Visuddhi chakra, implying the root seat of the soul. And the seat of the soul, as opposed to the heart of the soul, as opposed to the apex of the soul, is an interesting concept. So now we're looking at like what survives. We spoke about this in that, what survives death conversation that we had. So we won't get too deep into that, but just to give an idea, this is how I see the Sephirth. So the chakras, the 7 chakras, have these 2 points, the Manipura and the Visuddhi, which are shared points. And the final shared point is Muladhara chakra. Muladhara chakra shares all 3 of those points. There's a reflection down into Muladhara chakra, which is the root chakra, which is why we say the root chakra is represented by the number 4, that is looking in 4 different directions, that there are the 4 aspects, the 4 faces of Brahma in the Muladhara chakra, even though Brahma has other places too. So I hope I'm not going too fast. Welcome, Quinn. Welcome to all the new arrivals. I'm going off into a little bit of a... I'll try not to get too lost. So yeah, what I've sort of tried to illustrate is how the chakras reflect the 9 principles of the Sephirth, and how those 9 principles, which is Visuddhi, having 2 aspects, one in the astral and one in the Ajna, and how the Manipura has 2 aspects, one in the physical, or one in the etheric and one in the astral. And so we've got these 2 aspects which we could say thus have 2 more personalities. So we have the usual Visuddhi chakra, but then we have something more deep within the Visuddhi chakra. And we have the usual Manipura chakra, but there's something more deep. And the Manipura is actually a reflection of Visuddhi. Now let's look at the Hermetic principles, the 7 Hermetic principles. So we have the principle of mentalism, that the universe is a pure mental construction from which there can be no differentiation, from which there can be no subtraction, from which there can be no diminishing. Nothing can be taken from it. Nothing can be added to it. It is complete. It will always be complete. It is always perfect. It is always in a state of total unity. And it is the expression of total unity that is the construction of all of this universe. It doesn't move. It doesn't change. It is perfect. The first principle of Hermes. So the first principle of Hermes, in order to take form and become creation, had to become vibration. There had to be movement, sound. So in order for movement to become a possibility, sound had to exist. For sound is the embodiment of movement. The movement is interpreted as sound in its purest form. Though, how do you take something from something that cannot be divided? How do you remove something from something that cannot be reduced? How do you create a movement from something which is complete and static within its totality? You need the principle of quantum entanglement. So the second principle of Hermes was required in order for the third principle of Hermes to come into being. So the causal field had the requirements of quantum entanglement and the requirements of sound, vibration. And so the entire universe is a vibrating, resonating machine. And the reason why the vibrating, resonating machine is able to come into being is because there is a single thing which is removed from the state of unity, which is the Sastra chakra. Why there are 1,000 petals in the Sastra chakra, but it's one flower. It's because it has these 1,000 aspect possibilities, but it's all bound in a single unity. And in order for those aspects of this unity to be able to move, it had to be able to exist in more than one place at the same time. So the quantum entanglement had to come into being for the vibration to reflect sound. So quantum entanglement was the necessity, even though sound was the goal. Visuddhi was the goal. You see, this is why Visuddhi has two personalities, because it was sound. This is why in the Bible, first it was sound. Why in the Vedic story, it's all about Om. Wherever you go and look at any occult cosmology, it's always going to come back to the sound relativity. So the sound, fundamental. Then the quantum entanglement was necessary. And when we had sound and quantum entanglement working together, we had movement. Now, movement had to be defined. The definition of movement required polarity, because polarity is the language of movement. In order for movement to come into being, there has to be a gradient. And this gradient has to be expressed in terms of energy. So the heart had to become a construction in order for the movement, vibration, to find its rhythm. Now, this is what the shaman are dedicated to. The shaman are dedicated to this principle of Hermes, which is the principle of rhythm. As the principle of rhythm is what gives the cohesiveness and the structures of life so that we can move into a causal reality. In other words, the causal had to reflect causality, and causality had to be reflected by cause and effect. But rhythm is the structure through which cause and effect can be bound, because you've got these pendulums that are swinging, and the swinging pendulums create their own rhythms. And because of that, there's collisions. Because of the collisions between these moving, swinging pendulums, you have accidents. And the accidents of collision is what we call this. this thing we're in is all these accidents of collision. So the rhythm is the structure that binds the vibrational field. And because of the rhythms of the vibrational fields, there was differentiation able to come into being. So the differentiation was the goal, and sound was the goal. In order to take form, sound was the first goal. And once sound had been achieved, differentiation was the next goal. But rhythm is the key to differentiation. And because of rhythm, the key to differentiation, there was consequence. And because of consequence, which is now we're talking about the sixth principle of Hermes, the consequence, which is cause and effect. This was able to produce a series of consequences which resulted in the repolarization. What does this mean? Below the firmament. So the polarity is the language of energy, the heart. So the heart had to take form once again. And in order for the heart, which is the structure of polarity, the polarity had to be reflected in terms of actualization. The polarity had to have a character. There had to be a male and a female. There had to be masculine and feminine principles. In order to work, they had to have a different character. One had to be taking into itself, and one had to be putting out from itself, so that the one that puts out from itself puts out into the one that takes into itself, so that there is a cycle of life. And so the cycles of the moon's cycles were able to be bound by the Muladhara chakra. Hello, Petra. Welcome to you. Welcome, Quinn. Welcome to all of the lovely, beautiful people in our chats. And I see there's 17 people that have arrived. I didn't notice. You guys, please don't be shy. Hey, this is the most open and accepting and understanding space you'll ever be in. You can say anything. You can ask any question. You can, if you want to giggle, we've got Ronan going to be in here. He's hilarious. He always cracks me up. So yeah, and these 7 principles then become the embodiment of these 7 chakras. Though when we look into the heart of this, and I'm sure Kala's going to just pick up this hammer from me, the 9 is reflected, because the 9 is the completeness of this. And so this Visuddhi and this Manipura have got to be 2 interconnecting points. And so these become the expression of the gateway to the upper and the gateway to the lower. So from the sphere of the energy world to the lower world of the shaman is the Manipura. And there's a bunt there. There's a bunt just below Manipura. You can bunt it. It's a muscle you learn to pull. It closes a valve energetically in your body. And there's a bunt in Visuddhi. And these 2 bunts basically close and open the field between the causal field and the astral field, and close and open the field between the astral field and the etheric field. And all three of these fields fit together in dreamtime, cosmic dreamtime, to form the fundamental dream of reality, which are bound in Muladhara chakra, where there's another band. So here we've got 10. We've got the 9 becoming its completion in the cycle of a reflection, as above, so below, of the 10th sphere. So you can see how the Sephirth are bound in the chakras, even though I believe their characters are very different. The reflection, even though the 7 is here, it's reflected. And when we look at the Sephirth, we've got these 3 repetitions of these 3 triads, these 3 triples. You know, you got the monad, the duad, and you got the triad, and they form the trinity. And the trinity then reflects itself down below, and this becomes the 4, the 5, and the 6. And this reflects itself yet below, becoming the 7, the 8, and the 9. And the 7, the 8, and the 9 are a maturation of the 4, the 5, and the 6. And the 4, the 5, and the 6, and the 7, the 8, and the 9 are a polarization of the 1, 2, 3. 2 different aspects of the 1, 2, 3. So the 1, 2, 3 is seen through the eyes of 2, and the 1, 2, 3 is seen through the eyes of 3, if you want to consider it in such simplistic terms. But yeah, I think I've said enough. I want Dr. K to tell me what he thinks about the number 22 as it relates to this, which is why the Etzrim has 22 paths connecting these 10 spheres, which is actually reflections of 9. But the 10th is what we are stuck in, so we consider it as the guff, the physical body, the physical form. But it is essentially 9 that we're talking about. And these containers, these 9 containers, are recycling and giving form to all of this spiraling spirale energy of the chakras. And so the Vedic system works on the astral bodies, developing the astral body. And the Kabbalistic system works on developing the etheric body. Now, when you strengthen the etheric body, the astral body becomes strengthened too, because there's a union between the two. But it's like, it's a different way of doing it, right? You could walk down the road concentrating on putting your left leg forward, right? Or you could walk down the road concentrating on putting your right leg forward. You're still going to be walking, even though your focus is on left, forward, left, forward, left, forward, left, forward. The right will follow. And if you do that with the right, the left will follow. So in the same sense, it doesn't matter whether you're working on the astral or whether you're working on the etheric. It's still going to be the same. There's not one that's better than the other, or one that's higher, or one that's lower. None of that nonsense. But that's how I understand it. But I'd love for Dr. K to respond. I might have said too much. I might have just left him like a pea soup of like of the numbers. But the 22 is being a reflection of this cosmic unity of polarity, which is binding the number 10 in a very unique way in order for this physical reality to come into being. So do please let me step out. Anybody that's got anything to add, please do jump on.
Oh, that's you said a whole mouthful, Franklin. Okay, I'll try to run through it as easy as I can. If we look at and Indy actually touched on this earlier. If you look at the Sephirth, right? If you look at the emanations from Malkuth to Kether, we're talking about 10 circles, right? Essentially, but there's one hidden, right? So we have the 10, we have the divine, we have the one hidden, but that works on both sides, right? Because we live in duality, right? Now, the core, the root word of duality is dual, right? So we're constantly at war, or so they would have you think, because we could also be constantly at peace, right? This is where sacred geometry comes in, and the idea of using both sides of the force, so to speak. So when you put that together, you understand that now you have 11 on both sides. So 11 is now the spiritual bridge, giving you 22, which is the master builder, right? Because now you can use everything within your arsenal. Now, that's going to bring us back to the chakras. The chakras are multifaceted because our world is as we are. So this is going to go from the visible planes of existence, or what people refer to as planets. It's going to go to the so-called 7 seas, which do not intermingle, right? It would reflect also in the archangels and the days of the week. We can see this reflected by their names, which are still under Norse mythology, right? So we can see the 3 planes of existence or third density, where we're talking about like Asgard, Midgard, hell, heaven, earth, hell, mind, heart, stomach, root, right? The rainbow bridge would be a reference, or the Bifrost would be a reference to the chakra system. So this goes across musical notes. It goes across scales. We know it goes across the crown, the brow, the throat, the heart, the solar, the sacral, the base, the root, right? But this is musical, right? This is why we have organs in cathedrals and churches, to literally tap in, because these were healing centers. We're talking about glands. We're talking about the adrenals, the gonads, the pancreas, the thymus, the thyroid, the pituitary, the pineal, right? And then you get the reverse when you look at the planes of existence, because we're talking about first ether, second ether, third ether, fourth ether, gas, liquid, solid, right? But then we sometimes forget we're talking about the entire color spectrum. We only supposedly see less than 5% of what there is to see, supposedly, right? But when we actually look at it, it's not just red when you start at the root, it's black until you wake it up, right? Once you begin to wake it up and get into survival mode, then you can move through the orange, the yellow, the green, and the pink, and the white of the heart. And this is talking about that 47 connection that we were kind of trying to touch on last night, because the 47 is the merger of once you get to the heart, everything's actually activated, because the heart is a crossroad, right? So it's just about realizing this, because you have no choice but to rise to the top, right? So you get to the blue, you get to the indigo, you get to the violet, but the violet is also connected to the white, because we're talking about the ultimate purity. And this is why you also see flashes of that in the heart. So I hope that somewhat answered your question.
So on the whole idea of duality, I've been thinking of it, you bring up the idea of it being a war, but I kind of think of it in the Gardnerian Wiccan sense, even though I'm not technically a Wiccan, where there's a sort of a mother and father aspect of it, where there's this and it just seems kind of, I've been thinking lately too about like in terms of like Christian conservative culture, they're always telling you like, oh, with the family, you got to have a mother and a father, and because that's what is best for raising kids, because you have that male and female dynamic. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But then I kind of extrapolate that, well, wait a minute, wouldn't that also make sense for gods too? That wouldn't there also be a mother and a father? I never understood that like dynamic of Christianity, where it's like, oh, in the household there has to be a mother and father, but when it comes to God, no, there can't be a mom. It's just got to be a dude. That's it. No, the women are just gonna screw it up, so it's just got to be a guy. I don't know. So I think that like in a lot of ways, I guess I would almost consider myself a cooperative dualist, in that I think that there's a sort of a necessary dualism, not a good versus evil or a light versus dark, but more of a masculine and feminine. And evil comes when these two things are out of balance. When that's the way I look at it. So I'll move the mic over to another person to chime in.
Well, you bring up a wonderful point. Think about what it is you're saying. If we understand that we are the dualist, right? So we've got 2 arms and 2 legs, right? But we only got one head, but even that lives in duality with the eyes, even the nose. But the mouth is singular.
Not to mention the 2 hemispheres of the brain.
So what does that mean when we merge with another person? Because if we're essentially 2 pillars coming with another 2 pillars, how else can you be the master builder?
What do you mean?
Well, the entire run I just did was not only talking about the individual, but it was talking about the idea of pairing or joining with your other half. Mm-hmm. If we like, just for lack of a better term.
All right.
Totally. I see where you're coming from there. And I see you're both you're both speaking the same language, just using different words as I see it. Because you're totally right. Because let's think about sex. Let's talk about sex, baby. Ronan's gonna love this. You can't pull out without pushing in, right? It has to be, you gotta like really, you gotta push it in, you gotta pull it out from a masculine perspective. From a woman, it's got to be like pushed in, it's got to be pulled out. So there's something of a polarity of pushing and shoving that has to happen. And in terms of the energetics, I think it's because of the opposition that there is a synergy, because of the way in which opposites tend to reflect the causal principle of cause and effect. So when you push against something, it pushes back. And that pushing back is what creates the cohesive gravitational field of the density. And then the more densities, the more dense it's pushing back, the greater the force of gravity of its push. And the greater the force of its push, the greater the pull. So the resolution between the opposites is they work together. In other words, what we're talking about from a religious perspective, and I got to go there. Come on, we mentioned God in this bloke, which is hilarious. The men in black dresses that like touching children. Sorry to any Catholics out there. I didn't mean to offend you, but that's how I remember them when I was a child. I wasn't touched by one. That was just because I said to my dad, "You don't leave me alone with this man, Dad." None of these guys. You don't leave me alone with these guys, Dad. So he respected my feelings about not being left alone with any of those guys. So, but otherwise, you never know what could have happened. Yeah. So, I mean, the track record speaks for itself. Sadly, very sadly. But there's definitely this religious notion of the masculine, which has been overly exemplified by the so-called Christian traditions, where at least the Catholics do acknowledge the Mother Mary. You got to give it to them, right? They got something right. They do recognize there has to be a divine woman. You can't play God like bloke God. It just doesn't work, because there's no potential for generation. The only way that generation can happen is if there is something to receive what is given. You can't give without receiving, because the cycle of life involves receiving what is given. In order for what is received to be given back to the giver, in order for the giver to have a surplus to give, for the receiver to be able to receive the surplus, it has to be received in such a way that it's returned to sender. So this idea of return to sender is a fundamental sort of structure, I think, of reality. And I'm sort of losing my track here, but the bottom line that I think I'm trying to get at is that the religious reality that we're in does essentially point towards a pagan tradition, right? All of the Christian traditions. It was only that a small group of people wanted to control everybody. And in order to control everybody, they had to create a division between men and women. And in order to create this network of web of control over people, they had to separate men and women in such a way that they couldn't be a team. Because when the team is working together, they're unstoppable, right? When your intelligence, your intellect of rational intelligence is working in concert with your EQ, your emotional intelligence, you're unstoppable, because now you've got intuition. So what is intuition? Intuition is when you've got both emotional intelligence and rational intelligence working side by side as a team. And so the rational intelligence is able to decode the emotional intelligence in such a way that we can learn from it. I can see Indy is vibrating.
Indeed. I had to get a little beverage, caffeine, to get me going here. Had a wild night with the lady last night. I love that you always bring in the love making, because that's very relevant to all this, the union, the sacred union of all things. And I'm glad that Cosmic Prankster kind of brought up the idea of the inconsistency of there just being a single God in organized religion. But as a lot of us know from these talks, and having heard me say this over and over again, that there was a henotheistic aspect to Judaism, where it was a pantheon. They chose one of the gods, but they acknowledged many gods and goddesses. Early on, they changed the names of those gods and goddesses only to Yahweh around 600 BC. That was done by Isaiah. But the goddess that was mentioned, her name is Asherat. And a lot of people tie her in with Ishtar. And so the thinking is that the gods of the pantheon of the henotheistic religion of Judaism tied back to Mesopotamia. And so I think that there's something to that.
Yeah. So to kind of kind of piggyback off of what Indy's sage was saying about the henotheism, for people who don't know, in ancient Mesopotamia, the idea was that there wasn't really like a single god that sort of controlled the entire world. The idea was each city or province had its own unique god, and the idea was if you actually conquered one of the cities, you basically took their god. But all those other gods were controlled by this higher god named El. And the story with Judaism is basically Yahweh's like, wait a minute, I've been El the whole time, and then that's how he sort of took precedence over all of the other gods and how he kind of rose to the top. Thought I'd add that because I think that's important.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's about like 12 different names of God, if not more, in Judaism. And the top god, if I'm not mistaken, is El Shaddai. I believe it was El Shaddai who paired up with Asherat in the sacred union of the god of the Most High and the goddess. And so that's, to me, there's some promise in that. And also I found that actually the name for the Holy Spirit actually comes from the original Aramaic name Baba, which refers to the great mother earth within us. And if you look at that, that makes a lot more sense too. I mean, obviously we have the Heavenly Father within us in our mind. I feel like it's a kind of a mental energy, and there's some heart aspect to it as well, but man, I lost my train of thought. I was going back between the heart and the mind. The goddess is in the heart and the god is in the mind. It kind of also goes back to the chakra system, where the root is like definitively like the sacred feminine, whereas the crown is like the sacred masculine. And the cycling between those with the kundalini kind of integrates the sacred union of those two opposing systems, but integrating them creates greater power.
You said a mouthful right there, Andy. I really like to add on to that, because this is why we're talking about different planes of existence and different frequencies. So this is why like certain cheat codes are very, very imperative at this point for all levels of awareness and intelligence. For example, if you want to tap into the energy of a day, you can do it very easily with color. But when we get into the mental aspects of this, the crown chakra is the etheric plane, right? The third eye would be the celestial layer. That's why you can see things when your body is a full body of light. The throat chakra is etheric, right? So it's very easy to speak things into existence. The heart chakra is astral, right? So this is the connector that kind of like allows you to go anywhere. Anybody who's familiar with like the God of War game, not Ragnarok, but the one before that, when they first switched from Greek mythology to Norse mythology, how you traveled amongst the realms, right? The idea of the Bifrost, how it was interdimensional. This is essentially what we're talking about. That's where that comes from. It's your own biology. The solar plexus is mental, right? Intellectual. The sacral is emotional, right? So this is why it's so easy to be stuck in your emotion. And then, of course, root is physical, it's survival primarily, and then urges, right? All of this has to be tempered into one etheric body. So you're going to go through different frequencies of thought until they can all be merged together. This is what you see Loki doing at the end of the series, where he's holding all the timelines together. It's not just the timelines, it's the synapses.
I see Franklin's holding Copal. That's good stuff.
Beautiful copal. It's the golden copal. and
Yeah.
it's like got that. It was Mexico that was pointing out to me that it's got a pineapple flavor. I was
Oh,
trying to put a word to it, like, what is that smell?
it
And
looks
she
like
said, like,
pineapple.
pineapple. I was like, oh,
Looks like
that's
dried
what it
pineapple.
is. It's pineapple. It reminds me of pineapples. And now every time I sniff it, I can't smell anything but pineapple. Because now my brain is associated that the terpenes that are in pineapple are the terpenes that are in copal. There's a lot of those terpenes. And those terpenes are also in pine trees. And those terpenes have a wonderful effect on the pineal gland. So there's this, pineapple, pineal. There's something to think about, the pineal gland eating pineapple.
Yeah.
Now, we talk about the glands, it gets exciting. The glands, the glandular system, the pineal and the pituitary. And I think of these two as being rather fundamental. You'll have to give me a minute. In terms of creating a polarity of structure within the two paradigms, where we have this masculine and we have this feminine. Now, I'm gonna say that it's not the same for men and women. I can't say this for a fact. Okay, so I could be wrong. So I might have to tap out. But it seems to me that the man's pineal and the woman's pineal is different, and the woman's pituitary and the man's pituitary is different, and the woman can do functions with the pituitary that the man needs to do with the pineal, and the man can do functions with the pineal. The man struggles to do certain functions with the pituitary that the woman does well with the pineal. I don't know. I'm getting confused with the tongue-tied notions of what I'm trying to express here, but I think it works differently because the polarity of the energy bodies for men and women, like when we speak about the divine masculine, it's the woman that is able to actually tap into the divine masculine, not the man, because the man is embodying it, he's expressing it, but to tap into it, that's the woman. And the man can tap into the divine feminine, but the woman, she's tapping into the divine masculine. She's going to connect with the anima in the same way that the man is going to connect with the animus. So within every man's heart, there's a woman, his woman's self. In every woman's heart, there's this man's self. So I think of the etheric system, if you will, of the sacral plexus in men as being feminine, and the etheric sacral plexus of woman as being masculine. In terms of the man's one is receptive, the woman's one is active. The woman's one is actively able to manifest and build. The man's one is able to reduce itself in order for the woman's one to build. So there's this polarity that is necessary, which is why these energies of the polarity that we were talking about might seem like a war, but it's actually, I believe, getting back to the religious point, that, okay, I want to use this word very loosely, the devil, dun, dun, dun. It's not the right word. What a show. The adversary, that's a better word. The adversary works for management. It's like management and the adversary work together. Sort of like when you've got a company. Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. Let's say you've got a company and you've got a lot of different divisions in your companies and you've got lots of warehouses everywhere. Wouldn't you want to create a adversary in your company? Somebody that's going to rock up at a warehouse or an office and do a spot check. Is this place running right? Is a restaurant? If I've got a chain of restaurants, I would have a team that go around to catch my restaurant people making mistakes so that they can improve their services. And so that would be the most optimal way to ensure that your restaurant chain works well, because you've got your own inspectors. And those inspectors come there as an adversary to challenge, but they are challenging in adversarial way in order to improve the service. So you see, the animosity is an appearance. It's an apparent animosity, but it's not really an animosity because they're actually working together for the betterment of the system. That's how I see the principle of the adversary, of the devil, as they taught us this word, and as the G, God. That word doesn't really settle for that one part, because that's like more of what encapsulates both parts. But anyway,
Does
the
God come
masculine and
from
the feminine.
the Guada, the word Guad, the river of life? I've heard that God comes from Guadalupe, or the river of wolves, or the river of life. It's a curious word, God. Yahweh is another strange word. It's not really part of the Hebrew alphabet. Is that right? Or the Hebrew lexicon?
No, that comes all the
Wasn't
way back from the beginning.
Yahweh like originally a Canaanite deity though? Like I
Maybe
thought I heard something about that.
Like Baal?
Yeah, like he wasn't necessarily like initially a Judaic deity, but he later got adopted. I think I could be wrong on that. So I know I've heard conflicting reports.
Now, if it's a
Historically.
Mesopotamian god that's got different names in different cultures, it would make sense that he would be known as different names in to the Canaanites and the Hebrews that had a original name that was the same.
No, I just thought it was explained why he might not be. It would not fit necessarily within the Hebrew language. That would explain it.
I considered that it would be Marduk or Enlil. But I know that Franklin was of the impression that it could be Enki. So it's good to keep an open mind on these things. But I feel like Marduk is a good option because Yahweh is somewhat misogynistic. And Marduk was the one who killed Tiamat and overthrew the matriarchy and became the fallen angels that started to breed with the human wives. So Marduk's a good option. I feel like Yahweh is misogynistic, but it could be that the way that we've interpreted the word of God has been corrupted.
I also think I kind of have a sort of understanding as to like from a kind of an anthropological point of view as to why, sort of feminine deities were rejected. I think a lot of it had to do with the building of cities, more agricultural based societies. I think a lot of it has to do with our relationship with nature. I think now in the modern age with our, we live in, comfortable homes, we can, access food and water relatively easy. So we can, sit back and say, oh, nature is really glorious, but you really have to think and put yourself in the shoes of someone who lived several thousand years ago, who didn't have all of these conveniences, had to deal with disease, famine, natural disaster, strife, wars. To them, I think ancient people had a much more antagonistic relationship with nature. And they thought of it as that's why they kind of, the early Christians, you see it as this very, chaotic and disorderly force. And then you also think at the same time, human beings are really starting to evolve their intellect, their mind. They could kind of tap into a sort of Platonic realm where, everything was, they could envision things as being perfect and, celestial and utopian. And I think people got so enamored with that sort of celestial, Platonic mode of being that they kind of rejected the more, animalistic, earthly mode of being, and they saw that as inferior, and they kind of rejected that because they're like, oh, nature, it's a bunch of snakes eating people and horrible diseases. Why would I want to worship that horrible thing? And so they thought like, oh, well, let's just stick with the male god and reject the sort of the mother nature aspect of that. It's not to say that I approve of that, but it's like if I put myself in the shoes of people who lived back then, I understand why they went that route, if that makes any sense.
Well, we have to say we got to make it clear, because what you're really talking about is the oppression and suppression of the feminine, because that's what changed when we're talking about this idea of being under and in a completely feminine principle, and then this idea of a patriarchy trying to come about. You can see that in the gods and Enki, like Indy said, Franklin had suggested would be correct when we're talking about these gods. if you look at the deities that are largely associated with the crown chakra, you can understand the hows and whys of where they changed in epoch and era, from Verona to Amakala to Zeus, which is talking about the synapses in the brain, to Odin. But look at the female deities. You have Inanna, right, from Sumeria. You have Nut from Kemet or Egypt or Tameri, which is all encompassing. So look at how the men have to compare. There is no comparison. That's why you get these ideas of domination and ego and submission and subjection across frequency to this very day. So it's not that nature was ugly. Nature has always been ugly. We're talking about existence in and of itself. The light is the most beautiful aspect of it. It's the merger that where the magic is. It's not just the one or the other.
Well, there was an aspect of, having living in the desert areas. They may be more desertified now than before, but it was a rough place for people. There was not many resources. So a lot of the people in Canaan and Mesopotamia, throughout the Middle East, were warring for resources constantly and raiding each other. And so, like, the early Old Testament God kind of instilled fear upon people to be punished for doing those wicked deeds of going around and stealing from your neighbors and pillaging one another and worse things and such. So I feel like there was an element of struggling in nature because they really weren't in a very abundant place. And there was a lot of needing to find spiritual principles to live by because they were desperate to survive there, but they had to find a way to be able to do it together instead of tear each other down.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking the same thing about how a lot of that sort of Judeo-Christian mythology is kind of shaped by that sort of desert aesthetic of this kind of dry, barren, vast sort of, thing, and how that the harshness of that environment sort of reflects the sort of the stringent harshness of the religion.
Absolutely. It's interesting look at when you see like the invasion of the walls of Jericho. They were wandering through the desert for a long time, just living off of what the manna was, whatever that manna was. And many people have speculated on that, whether it could have been mushrooms or maybe it was the sunlight getting vitamin D, some kind of substance from the divine, from the heavens, was given to them in their travels. But they had to tear down walls and invade an entire city, and that was after they were daunted by the fact that they were consider themselves to be like grasshoppers compared to these giants. But they came up with a plan together, and they played those horns and marched around those walls and instilled fear in those people, and they captured that city. So it's incredible, but that's just an account of right there where they just had to invade. People were struggling and starving and had to invade to take land and take a city, take power. And even to this day, we still have these struggles going on today, right now. So, this is a difficult place. There's a lot of conflict there, but being able to have the power of the divine inspiration and intervention there is very necessary in a place of conflict like that.
So actually, I just had a thought now to bring this topic and kind of correlate it back to the initial idea of color. I just kind of thought about one of the aesthetic differences between sort of the more traditional monotheistic religions and more pagan magical religions is the use of color. Like when I think about pagan religions, I think of like a rainbow of different colors and all sorts of different elements and different stuff. Whereas a lot of these monotheistic religions, they're very monochromatic. They're very much one color, one just all white or all blue or maybe in the case of Islam, all green. And there's not that multiplicity of colors. And I'm thinking it's kind of interesting.
It is interesting, like for Christmas colors with Christianity, you got green and red and white. And then with Judaism for Hanukkah, they have blue and silver. And so it doesn't seem like there's too much common ground with these colors. It's like almost like people have chosen like a certain spectrum, and some ones are taken, so they have to choose with what's left. But it's an interesting thing. I know that something about the color spectrum that I wanted to bring up. We actually have indigo in our color spectrum in science, thanks to Isaac Newton, who was an alchemist. And he studied Egyptian lore, he studied Ayurvedic wisdom, and he really liked the chakra system. And so he thought it'd be imperative to include indigo in the color spectrum. So we use that in astronomy, we use that in everything in science, and that's incredible. So it seems like science is like we're revealing things that are being discovered, but there's an aspect of science in which there's magic beneath it all. And if anybody's familiar with the workings of Rene Descartes and the meditations, when he was trying to establish what we can know about our world and reality in his meditations, he found that we can't know anything without understanding that faith in God. We can only know that there may be an evil deceiver that's deceiving in this dream or nightmare or simulation. But when we understand that there's a God, then we can all strive towards understanding the absolute truth and getting closer to that. But Einstein made a model. We're never going to get to the absolute understanding of truth, but we're constantly going to be able to make progress, working ourselves further and closer when we work together.
I have many disparaging things to say about Descartes.
Yeah,
I really think a lot of ideas are why we're in the mess we're in today in regards to spirituality and a lot of our confusion. And all of it has to do with his kind of this weird sort of dualistic proposition that he basically decided that, well, I mean, he was a Christian. He wasn't an atheist or anything. He was trying to prove God existed. But I think a lot of his epistemological standpoints are why we have atheism and materialism today. It evolved out of that. So for those not familiar, Descartes basically kind of came up with this idea that consciousness is sort of divine and sort of outside of nature, and that he genuinely believed that the mind or the soul existed sort of independent of nature, that nature itself could be explained by all these sort of purely mechanical causes, but the spiritual and the supernatural is seen outside of that. And at first that was thought to be, a strengthening for the an argument for the idea of God. But it turns out a couple hundred years later, when materialism started to take sway, they were like, oh, well, it's like, well, the world is mechanical and everything being explained. It's like, well, we don't need this God part. We don't need this soul part. We can explain everything else mechanically. So why can't we also explain this mechanically, And so I think that by creating the separation of consciousness and saying is that it's somehow separate from nature in a way to like actually prove God exists, it actually contradictorily try to like make God not exist, because he sort of sucked a narrative that sort of sucked the divine out of nature and sort of left it exclusively to this sort of ethereal, abstract, platonic realm. And I think we're seeing the repercussions in society and culture because of that, because so many people sort of just go along with it, even people who, apparently believe in the soul. And that's kind of like what with me, why the Fae work has been so important, is been really sort of trying to reintegrate consciousness and nature back together. I think that's really important. So I really feel like Descartes has really set us back, and we kind of have to undo the damage that he's done with his.
Are you sure though? Because how many people know that God is the foundation of science? Have you ever met anyone? Have you ever heard anyone say that before?
Not a lot of people know. Not a lot of people are aware that.
Right. So a lot of other people, other scientists who are accredited as being the godfathers of science, are strictly materialists, and there's no aspect of metaphysical anything.
Well, they started out as deists. That was the big thing with that deism, was the idea that, God created the world, but it's not so much that he really involves himself in the world. Basically, he just kind of wound up a clock and sort of like went to the other room to get a pot of coffee or whatever, and just sort of let the thing run on its own. And we kind of been thinking about, and I think also in addition to Descartes, a lot of this kind of models of deism came about at the same time that machines were starting to be invented, and these automatic machines, and people were enamored by machines, so everybody used the machine metaphor, which is why today, our metaphors for life and consciousness are, of course, computers and video games, based on whatever the most relevant technology at the time then becomes seen as sort of the highest, ideal of God that we can sort of aspire to.
Yeah, it's interesting to think of people looking towards machines as like considering them to have a soul, or do they have a soul? And then people considering that animals don't have a soul, and then machines might have a soul. I think people are very confused with all this stuff. I think we've been lost in materialism. Personally, I feel like Rene Descartes is our only salvation of being able to reel back to help people understand that you cannot be a materialistic scientist because you will become a materialistic relativist. According to Descartes, anybody that doesn't understand God as the foundation of all science and absolute truth that we strive towards are basically not able to agree with anything. They live in a morally relativistic and cognitively relativistic world where they can't agree about any truths. That there'll be things that don't necessarily integrate with one another. They can be non sequitur beliefs that don't necessarily line up. And so when we have God as the foundation of all knowledge and truth and scientific understanding and analysis,
you also have to consider
the
that
answer to people,
the Christian God.
I feel like personally, like if people can understand that you can't be a scientist if you don't believe in God, then people would have to start really questioning what they understand and what science is. I feel like I've had discussions where people could really start to think, wow, okay, I thought I was as a atheist or agnostic, but you can't be if you want to be a scientist.
So I wanted to kind of talk about because I think there's something that makes the Christian Judeo-Christian God sort of stand out uniquely among other conceptions of God, because it's sort of it's a strong God where it has a lot of power, but it lacks flexibility. It's not like other, if you think about like more Hindu deities where they're more abstract, they can be sort of applied to, as being personifications of gods and other religions and seen as this universal truth. But Christianity is not like that. They're like, no, this is the literal truth. God is literally Yahweh. He's not a false interpretation, and all the other gods are false. And by having that strict needing for that being that purely visceral objective truth, it became unflexible, and it couldn't really stand up next to scrutiny. And I think honestly, what I see with the rise of materialism and Descartes and that evolution, that was just, I think that emergent process was already baked into it from the start by having God being this very literal, very non-abstract thing. I think that materialism was inevitable. Maybe that's a hot take, but
I think that you're pointing your finger in the wrong place. I feel like
other gods, which are like, you think about like more from other religion, maybe more polytheistic or Hindu ones, there was more of a flexibility to it. So when an idea was challenged, it wasn't necessarily poo-pooed right away. So
well, hold on. Like we can't just philosophize like other things weren't going on. It was so rigid because we're talking about a patriarchy. We're talking about a physical representation of a dick here. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop playing games. Descartes means nothing. Jesus means nothing. We're talking about a system of control, as opposed to looking at it as this wonderful spirituality, which it was never that. It was never that. So we can have these wonderful grand ideas that it was this and that, but it was never any of that.
I guess
you got persecution going on across the world. You're talking about people in deserts and people in scarcity. We lived in abundance until oppression came, until certain powers raised up and tried to take other people's shit. So we can't forget about that, as opposed to just trying to, keep it real now.
But I think that honestly, but you're only really kind of proving my point in that I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the start of Christianity from 0 AD to, the 21st century now, I think that this was already baked into it from the start. That's my take. The idea that because it's so patriarchal, because it was so rigid, because it lacks that sort of, feminine dimension to balance out, it was inevitably going to fall at some point. It was inevitably going to collapse.
That was the point. That was the point. That they told you that throughout the entirety of the book, whether you read it backwards or forward.
The Kabbalist was already telling everybody that there's going to be a collapse coming. They tried to prevent the collapse until back in Mesopotamia, they were saying, like, you need to stop this egoism. You need to stop building this Tower of Babel. You need to stop trying to go into the clouds and join God up there. And they didn't listen. And so the Kabbalists realized that, like, they're not ready to understand. They're going to have to learn from their own mistakes. And it was said that they're going to have to go through the utmost intensity of egoism until that collapses upon itself. And so we've lived in separation, the delusion of separation, for 6,000 years, and women have been enslaved throughout that whole time. And now we're coming to a point where we're starting to realize what's going on. The collective's starting to wake up and be like, all right, we've been enslaved. This is not working anymore. The corporatocracy is controlling us, and they're just giving us poisons. We don't know how to take care of ourselves anymore. We're going to go back to the land. We know how to become sovereign again. We cannot trust our authorities a lot of times. If we can, we need to come up with a new one, or the collective needs to rise up and ask for more fairness, some more opportunity. But I feel like the answer is what Socrates said. We need to build a new system from within. I'm already on it.
I think this is all very fascinating and very much actually on point if we look at like where we're going with this, because we're looking at these. I think we became obsessed with the numerations. This is what I'm looking at. The numerations, as I understand, the numerations are a masculine expression of a feminine field. And so the masculine expression of the numerations, the numbers, they all spring from the fundamental zero, from the womb of creation. And so these numerations we can think of as the actions, the masculine active principles that spring from the divine feminine principle that encapsulates each
Can I
of
just
the masculine
add one
principles.
point, just a real quick, but I'm gonna let you go back on. I remembered something about that, like in ancient Europe, they didn't really have a concept for the number zero. It was actually like the Aztecs who invented the idea of the number zero. So I feel like, bringing that's kind of relevant to what you're talking about right now. I'll let you go back to your monologue.
Cool. I didn't know if it was the Aztecs. I know the Arabs did too.
Maybe it was the Arabs. I don't know, but I remember hearing something that like the concept of zero wasn't necessarily like contemplated right away in Western culture.
Yeah, the numbers wrong. Uses
the oldest in Western culture was Chinese, and the oldest reference for Chinese is in the West, along with Arabic and along with Algonquin. So there's a lot of references to the so-called zero, but zero is not a placeholder. That is a derogatory term. It is a divine representation of the mother, which is why it has never been given its reference and demeaned, and why the Romans, who were first the Etruscans, never revered it in any way.
And isn't it curious that that the number one, the shape of the number one is phallic, and the number zero is androcephalic?
This is very actually
no, that's the way it's supposed to be, because one is a representation of the masculine principle, and it is the firstborn. We live in an inverted world where the man only exists here. We don't exist in spirit. So of course that would be the first emanation.
Totally. I think we're like getting to the proverbial crux, and the crux is the cross, and the cross is where the numbers meet. The numbers meet in the cross, the crux, and the crux, the Rosicrucian, was studying the numerations, and it's very interesting how we were always focused on the numerations. I believe that the reason that we were studying the numerations was because it was the priestesses that were bearing the knowledge. Right now, we've got to go right back to like the beginnings of our society, of humanity, in the way that we are, and these Ephilim that came down from the spiritual kingdom. Right, we always get back to the story. You can't escape it because it's in every culture. Taking the woman as brides and teaching the woman the sciences and the knowledge, and handing the caduceus to the woman. And so what does a woman see when she looks within herself? She sees the anima. How does the anima reflect itself? The anima reflects itself through the numerations. the numerations express themselves through the Sephirth. The Sephirth are the expressions of the numerations, for the numerations are the expression of the sound, shape of sound. And the feminine is impressed by the color. See, so we've got two different things going on here. When you speak about color, we speak about a feeling, a mood, an intuitive expression of emotional EQ intelligence that doesn't have to be rational. What does the word rational means? It rations. It's small little rations of information, separate little thoughts, climbing over you like ants, little ants running through your hair, little thoughts, where the feminine mental sphere is what's being run over. The feeling of these ants running over your form, the impression of these ants, what does it stir within the deepest aspects of our heart space? Those feelings that are, okay, so it has to happen. I was mentioning the three triads, the supernal triad, the middle triad, and the astral triad, and the etheric triad. So everything has three aspects, everything. So the triple goddess is really fundamental to appreciating how this works, which is why the witchcraft is so focused upon the triple goddess. Because what is emotion is pure. Emotion is then tuned to become a feeling. We then feel the impact of the emotion. And after feeling on the astral plane, the impact of the emotion, which is a causal emanation, we then become structured by the passing of the emotion, the passing of ions that is produced, the passion. So the emotion becomes a feeling, and the feeling becomes passion. The passion causes you to become active. The feeling causes you to become sensitive, and the emotion causes you to become inspired. So we've got these very interesting three aspects of the same thing happening. And so the passions are what rule us, or what we rule. The emotions are what bring us sensitivity to what's hidden. And the feelings are what connect the emotions to the passions. See? So there's a trinity formed within the three trinities. And so this is why you have 3, 3, 3, and the final trinity that forms between the 3, 3, 3, the 12, right? The 12 apostles, the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 everything else. And when we look at the 7 is an emanation that becomes the 12. So these are the structures of the numerations. And the numerations are the activities or potencies, as they're called, of that which is in a state of movement. But that movement is bound within a substrate. And the substrate that binds it all is the divine feminine. So the divine feminine is where everything comes from. It's like the deepest, darkest womb. We talk about Eve, darkness. We're afraid of darkness. Why are we afraid of darkness? Because we don't understand darkness. Darkness is almost unfathomable. The only way to operate in darkness is with faith. And so I used to go into the dark on Table Mountain, into the darkest place in the darkest forest, to sit in the dark, and I would follow my senses to where I knew the snakes and the spiders and the scorpions were. And I'd go in there and I'd sit in the dark that you can't see your hand before your face. And I'd go into that to get scared. so that I could be forced to recognize that I was put on this universe for a reason. So if you want to take me, take me. If you don't want to take me, then let me live my life and show me the way. So faith has got a lot to do with this extremity of accepting the fact that you are within your mother. When you accept the fact that you are within the mother, that you are an emanation of the mother, of the darkness, that Eve is the substrate around you, and that everything that the masculine is creating out of the feminine is being created by the feminine will, in a sense, then we start to get an impression of why the numerations, I think, were so fundamentally appreciated, because it's very hard to understand the darkness. It's very hard to understand the emotions. It's easier to look at feelings, and even easier to understand passions. Emotions become very abstract, much more abstract than the feelings that we call. We call passions emotions in this world, and we call feelings emotions because we're not really drawing the distinction of three. And so the distinction of three is very much a masculine principle, right? It's a masculine principle that's drawing distinction, separating. Female energy, it joins everything to everything else. Masculine energy, it separates everything from everything else. Masculine energy reduces. Feminine energy completes and compounds. Masculine energy subtracts. Feminine energy adds. Masculine energy discriminates. Feminine energy consolidates. So we've got these polarities that are being expressed here. And so we were using the discriminatory intelligence in order to evolve. And somebody mentioned Rudolf Steiner, I think maybe about half an hour ago. And Rudolf Steiner, as well as Madame Blavatsky, both the Theosophists and the Anthroposophists both go into this quite deeply, into the nature of the evolution and how important understanding of evolution and evolutional cycles are in understanding humanity. Any of you looked into the old grimoires and the occult books? Hello, Ramaster. What a pleasure. Let me know if you're ready. You know where to go. There's a link floating in the link place. So grab the link if you can. Hello to Ramar's boyfriend if you're watching. I hope you're having a good day. So Ramar might not join us because the love of her life might be leaving. So he is leaving soon. So he gets her. So anyway, yeah, this idea of the consolidatory feminine presence that is so abstract. It abstracts, where the masculine, it's the opposite of abstraction. And here we have the lady in the room, Moonfeather. Welcome to Moonfeather. Moonfeather's absolutely lovely. I'm sure you all know Moonfeather. Those of you that don't, Moonfeather is she's a psychic, card reading, card slinging, astro reading, amalgamating astrological principles and tarot cards, other cards, intuition, psychic awareness, bringing them all together. She helps to guide people, finding answers, finding direction, and she's just absolutely lovely. She's a mummy. She's on it. You know, she's a single mom. She's really strong, focused, getting things done, and also very sensitive. A beautiful combination. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the dearest Moonfeather.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Oh my goodness, Franklin, all the time. Thank you so much. You honor me every time. Such a lovely, lovely introduction. I jumped in here real quick. My morning has been hectic, but I wanted to jump in here real quick to join you guys for a little while. Peace and blessings to you, Kunami. We had a wonderful night last night. My goodness, with this amazing guest here. Indigo stage. Indy, yo, we had a blast last night. I swear. It was amazing. We're still talking about it, Indy. Roni,
Heck yeah.
shout out to Ronin.
So much fun with you guys.
Yeah, we're still talking about it, which is amazing. We're so blessed. Shout out, blessings to you as well. I'm sorry, Cosmic Prankster, is that right? Cosmic Prankster. Good to see you here. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Rama, Petri, Mexico, Macheri, she was there last night. Petri was there last night. It was great. It was great. I'm so blessed to be here. Thank you so much. I love the topic. I've been trying to listen in. I kind of missed a good chunk of what you guys saw. I'm still trying to catch up, but I do absolutely love the topic, right? So we were talking about colors and numbers, and I've always thought about, well, a long time ago, I learned that colors do have energy, and I had no idea. Like, it was brought, this information was brought into my energy, and I was like, really, colors have energy attached to it? That's wild, But since I was very young, I never studied it and stuff, but it does make a lot of sense, and it really, really does. And then then you come to learn about the chakras and all of that stuff, and colors are very real, even though, because you're like, oh, what do colors really look like? Are they what we're taught here in the Matrix, what we're shown, and our dreams reveal colors too. I dream in color as well, right? But my question is, and I don't know if you guys had touched about it. I came in on the part, I tuned back in when you were exactly talking about darkness, right? Going into the darkness. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's exactly my thoughts and what I've been meditating on is, see, at least us that we are here, right? Talking and touching on this subject, right? We're talking about colors and stuff like that. Shapes are very easy. Even if you close your eyes, you could define a shape, right? Because through sense, through touch, right? And even vibration, because you feel that's, through those senses of touch. But then I think, how do you describe color to a blind person that's been born blind and never saw ever in their life, ever? Like, how can you describe a color to them? Right? So I think that's, I think the answer, I don't know, and I don't know if any of y'all really looked into that or came across any information, but that's very curious, right? And how would they dream of these, if they do dream? And how would they be able to describe what they see as far as colors when you ask them, hey, what's the color blue? Or, things like that. Because it's wild. I don't know if you guys kind of picking up on what I'm saying, but it's just a very deep thought, right? But yeah, I was just wondering what you guys really think about that.
I have something on that. I've been colorblind since birth, and my mother passed it on to me and one of my brothers. The other one didn't get it. So I've always kind of like tried to have communication with people to articulate what it's like to be colorblind. Very difficult for people to understand. A lot of people initially, if they're not familiar with colorblindness, will just assume that it's black and white is what colorblind means. Black and white seeing. But as many of you know who are familiar with colorblindness, there's different aspects of colorblindness. You can be missing a rod or cone from your eyes. And so I have blue-purple colorblindness. My brother had green-red colorblindness. It's very hard for me to see purple. It usually looks blue. For him, it was much more difficult with red-greens, much more pronounced. So what we came to do, we came to a deep philosophical discussion to see what we could achieve, trying to communicate this experience to each other. And the best we were able to achieve was we were able to come to the understanding that if you were born blind, then you can't even conceive of what darkness would be. You can't even imagine what black would be. And I think a lot of people think that if you're blind, you just see blackness or darkness. But darkness is something that you could only imagine if you were able to see. And so for being able to conceive of that, it was very hard for us to imagine not being able to understand what darkness would be. And that kind of gave us a perspective of what it would be like to not be able to understand what colors are. And like, Khalil mentioned earlier, we only see about, I think he mentioned 5% of the spectrum or less, maybe. Is that right, Khalil? Maybe you said, I think 5% about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there's a lot there that can be perceived. And so people that don't see colors could be able to perceive of different things that other people are not yet aware of. And oftentimes they'll be more perceptive of sounds or other things or touch if they've lost their sight. So that's another interesting aspect as well. And so they could feel shapes, and they might have a deeper understanding of tactile senses. They might have a deeper understanding of their auditory senses and maybe develop hyper acuity and be able to hear things and feel things that other people don't notice. So that's an interesting thing. But yeah, colors are very interesting. We've always had discussions about, like, my red could be your yellow, but we just call it a different name. And people have always wondered about that thing. But, the eyes flip everything over. We see things upside down and backwards, and the brain flips it over for us. And then we apply these colors to distinguish between things. But they don't actually necessarily exist on the stuff we're looking at. And so what we're seeing is a reflection of what everything is not when we see colors. The things are absorbing different light frequencies inside of them, which we do not see. But we see what is bouncing off of the surface, and that reflects back into our eyes. And so what we see is the reflection of what things aren't. And so if you can open your inner eye and gaze upon things, you can see them from within, and they hold much more deeper complexity than the surface of things. But it's just a mystery. We'll never really know the full answer to our different
That is
Right?
Yeah.
It's crazy because
fascinating.
Just by you saying and when you were contemplating that you can't even describe darkness to someone who was born completely blind, because at least black, that's a basis, and you could just start from there, right? But you can't even do that. So it just makes me wonder if someone who is absolutely blind, right, and we're unable to describe what colors are, so then they could understand what it is, does it take away what we know about colors to someone who does see? Does everything get trashed? It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, do we have to look at it at a different angle now because someone who's blind perceives it in an or may never or does, but does it take away from its significance or its experience because it's kind of unfair to them? You know what I'm saying? It's wild. It's just wild. It's wild.
Our words, this is mentioned in Taoism a lot. Our words are used to refer to things, and in order to, we have to dissect everything and separate them into those words. And when we separate things into words, it can diminish what we're able to see, because when we look at something, we want to try to have it fall into a category. And so we're not looking at it for what it is. We're trying to apply it. Does it fit into this model? Does it fit into that? And so we're not even seeing for what itself can be. And so a lot of times what we'll do is we'll miss out on things. We'll say, oh, that's a tree. I know what a tree is. You only know very basic things about what a tree is. You're not learning about that tree anymore. You never really understood that tree.
Yes.
It's something that somebody told you to recognize. You're not trying to understand it. And so in Burkina Faso, they don't have the name for the color green. It's considered to be part of the aspect of the color yellow. They have way more distinctions of green than anyone else in the world. They just don't have any words for it.
That's very interesting that they've got these. They don't have the color green, which is fascinating because I see the color green as being quite rather fundamental. I mean, photosynthesis speaks for itself, and the green man speaks for itself as the original face or body of Saturn, who was the reaper of corn, of green things, of the fields. Though I think this is bringing us to a very interesting point. What Moonfeather was pointing at, and yourself, is the abstraction of color. Color relies upon the pituitary. It's a hypothalamic expression, where geometry relies upon the pineal. It's the thalamic. So when we speak about thalamic, okay, now thelema. What were these guys talking about?
Yes.
This telemetic art of magic is to do with manipulating the geometry of time space, using our thoughts to manipulate geometry of time space. But color is okay. I would differentiate between invocation and evocation, and I would use the Vedic terminology of yoga and tantra as an expressions of these two versions. Where yoga is to yoke, is to invoke, is to take charge, to focus my desire and my will to yoke something. Tantra is to the feminine path, to embrace what's already there. And invocation is to invoke what I desire. And desires are the passions. So when I was speaking about passions earlier, probably a better word is desire, because desire is the etheric face of emotions, feeling. So the feeling is the color, because color and feeling are very connected. We've noticed how we feel different when we look at colors. We feel the effects of the colors that we're wearing. We feel the impact of the vibratory resonant field through color. So through color, it's the connection between emotion, feeling, to become desire. And desire is to sire. Sire is to be a parent. So desire is got to do with your ability to create, manifest, and focus your energy towards what you want to achieve. So your desires are what you're going to manifest, or what you're going to work towards manifesting if you can crack the code. So this color, I think, is rather fundamental to understand as the language of the hypothalamus. In the same way that numbers, so here now we're getting to numbers and colors. So numbers is what we were taught to think in, because numerations became alphabets. So the numbers became letters. We did this in episode, was it 3, 4? I lose track. But in one of the episodes, earlier episodes, language and numbers, we focused on first the numbers and how the numbers became language. So the numerations and the alphabets are connected. Though the color is more to do with the interpretation, where numeration is to do with specific meanings applied to things. Color is more about how things affect us, if you see where I'm coming from. The one is used by us as a masculine expression, and the one is a feminine receptivity through our feelings of what our emotions are being told by the energy, which is the vibratory tone, recipe, frequency of the color. And so there's definitely a relationship between color and sound. And there's also a relationship between sound and number.
I kind of want
Now, if
to
we-
jump in on that, if you don't mind, Bush Whisperer. So I've kind of come to the conclusion as, I think.
Am I
Quinn
going to
mentioned-
lose my place, though?
Oh, sorry. I'll let you finish.
I think I might totally lose the whole thread of everything I'm saying. Can you hold on to that for a moment?
Oh,
Is that
no.
okay? So, because I've sort of been derailed here a little, trying to figure out where I was. The idea of the color being an expression of one side of sound and number being an expression of another side of sound. And I'm going to make this quick so that you don't forget your thread. The sound is geometry. And this is the father of music notation who basically came up with the musical scales as we know it is based on geometry, based on numbers. And so the geometry is the shape of the sound. Sound has a shape on one aspect of being. It has a shape. The sound wave produces resonant fields, and we've seen this in the way in which acoustics can be used, the way that sound can reanimate matter, right? There's quite a lot of research on this. The other side of sound is the feminine side of the emotional feeling. So when a voice travels, it creates a substantial shape, which is the number, but there's also a feeling, an impression that the tone of voice gives, which has got nothing to do with the numeration. So sound is polar. Now, we were talking about how the Visuddhi chakra has got two characteristics. I think here's where we're seeing the divisions of the two characteristics that are one. In Shashumna, they become one, but the two characteristics, the one is color and the other one is shape. And shape becomes number, number becomes alphabet. Color becomes substance in a different way. And so there's these fundamental differences between emotion and the rational thinking, the etheric, the Sephirth are structured shapes. The chakras are spinning rates of color. And I'll leave it at that because I'll be able to pick up the thread from that. So, Cosmic, what was it that you wanted to say? Sorry,
So
I had to.
I wanted to
finish
say
otherwise
that
we
I
lost
wanted
it.
to actually answer Moonfeather's initial question and gave in my sort of input. I think that the only real way that could ever make sense to describe color to somebody who doesn't experience it is to explain it via another sense. Now, I think Quinn or somebody else in the chat mentioned they have synesthesia, but I am someone who also experiences sound, color, and color sound synesthesia. And the conclusion that I've kind of come to is that colors and notes are literally the same thing experienced through different sensory apparatuses. So, for example, for me, the note middle C evokes the feeling of the color orange. And looking at the color orange, it evokes the emotional feeling of hearing the note of middle C. So when you think of it like that, and you think of colors, smells, and sounds as all being sort of a similar kind of energy qualia that's sort of picked through different receptors and sort of projected into the mind in a different way, it gives you a much more holistic understanding of color. And I don't know, maybe somebody else could try this. When you look at a certain color and you see what emotion or sort of feeling it evokes, and see if there's a musical note that doesn't evoke a similar feeling. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if it's something only people with. I think there's also a form called ideasthesia where it's not automatic and you can just kind of build associations in your mind and still have that sort of synesthetic experience. I think the only thing that really makes synesthesia is that it's automatic and you can't control it. Like, I can't, if the number 3 is yellow, that's not me arbitrarily, choosing that. Like, my mind is permanently fixated on that association, regardless of how I think about it or look at it. And so to kind of wrap up everything I said to make a conclusion, the idea of looking at color and sound as being the same phenomenon. I'll stop there.
I think that's very interesting because I've got another thing as well. And I've noticed there's some few people that have this. It's very hard to put into perspective. When I hear a word, I feel it. like it's an object. Like when I hear a word, it feels like it's a solid thing that's got a shape on the one hand. And on the other hand, it sounds like it's a color. And I think there's these two different parts of the brain that work. And I do think that it's a natural thing that we develop or that we have more as when we're children, which is why your feelings can be hurt by words. It's like they're like they can be physical objects that can like bounce off your skin. Sounds can like be objects that are bouncing off your proverbial skin of your mind. If that makes sense. This is a weird way of
Makes perfect sense.
describing it. Yeah.
I was just gonna say it makes perfect sense.
And then the other side of that sense is the inner revelation. So the words bounce off the outside of me like objects, but then inside there's a color response to sound. And I completely get where you're coming from with that whole. I mean, it's a fascinating world on how sound is so complete. It carries everything in it. The whole universe is sound. And so the Sephirth are those objects that bounce against us. Sephirtic energy or Sephirtic forms, thought forms. And the energy that drives those thought forms are the color that's within it, the seed. So I like to think of color as a seed. How's that for an idea? Color
That's a
is
really
a
cool
seed
idea.
of shape.
You know, you brought up an interesting point, Franklin, because I've been thinking about this idea that the Fae have been sort of teaching me that. So when, in terms of their ontological understanding, they don't make a distinction between the mind and the body. They see it all as sort of one continuous process. And so when you mention the idea of, you know, like feeling words as almost if they're objects, you know, entering into you, that actually correlates with this this mind body kind of symbiosis thing. Very interesting. And I think to bring it back to Descartes, by sort of, you know, when you do that, his idea, I think, therefore I am, society sort of ontologically identified with their brains and sort of disconnected from their bodies. So it's all mental phenomenon, all sort of spiritual astral phenomena gets, you know, becomes exclusive to the skull until you sort of, you know, open yourself up and maybe do some, you know, yoga and spiritual work or whatever, so that your mind then becomes integrated with the entire body. And I don't know where else to go. I had a thought, but I'll let somebody else take over.
Very interesting, because when I think of the word mind, I think of what we have mined. I literally picture a thing like digging a hole and mining, you know,
Oh.
and then I own it. It's mine. Now it's mine because I mined it, right? And if you don't mine it, it doesn't matter. So what is mined? I think we're mining color. We mine color, and when we mine color, the color that we've mined, we possess it. And the moment we possess it, the word possess, is to also position. To possess is to position. A supposition of possession is possessive. So to suppose that something has position is to put it into a relative context. And the possessing of it, which gives it position, gives shape to color. So color is primordial and shape is a consequence of color, but they work in tandem because they're not really separate. It's our distinctions of these two lobes that we've got, the one lobe that's dealing with color and the other lobe that's dealing with shape. And so we're dealing with shape and color, and the color becomes the shape, but the it's not really that the color becomes the shape, it's that it seems like the color becomes a shape because the color radiates from inside and the shape impresses towards the color, in the same way that the chakras are spinning vortices of energy radiating, and the Sephirth are whirling spheres containing the radiation. And so the containment of radiation is the way in which we mine. And that's the way in which we possess something. And that's the way in which it's positioned. And the moment we've possessed it, it's positioned. It's possessed by us. It's part of our reality. It becomes part of the structure of our reality because we've mined it from within. So that reality is an expression of the inner spiritual domain. And this consciousness field is the process of expression from the inner to the outer. And in the process of the expression from the inner to the outer, and I want you to imagine that this whole thing is inverted. So when we're speaking about what's on the inside, we're actually talking about what's on the outside. We talk about the thoughts inside our minds. Come on, are there really thoughts inside our heads? Or is our head an electrical highway which is carrying impulses? But is there a field around your head, which is an electromagnetic field? And is that electromagnetic field doing stuff? So where are we experiencing this mind?
Here's
Is the
a
mind
thought
inside our head, or
experiment
is it around our heads?
that you guys can try. It's actually pretty, in terms of like believing where your thoughts are. If you think of your try like visualizing like any kind of object, but do it within two different frameworks. First, you visualize an object and believe that your thoughts exist inside your head, and then you try visualizing it with the concept that the object is not within your head, and notice that you'll experience the imagery differently depending upon how you believe where you think the image actually takes place. And it's quite striking.
I think we should pause with this for a moment. I think this is a very interesting exercise for people to do. Those of you that are interested, I think this is a really fascinating exercise to be considering a thought and then imagining the thought within your head as inside your head, and then imagining that thought as being a reverberation around your head that's causing your brain to replicate it, as opposed to the other meditation where you are imagining the thought as emerging from inside your head and escaping from inside your head out into the world. It's a very interesting concept. And I think that men and women possibly have more of a propensity towards thinking in a different way when it comes to these things. I think it's more of a feminine way of thinking to think from the outside inward. I think it's more of a masculine thing to think from the inside outward. But it's a very interesting way to connect the divine feminine and the divine masculine. I just thought I'd add that. It's a great exercise. I really recommend it. Lovely. I like the way you put that out there, Cosmic. It's beautiful. Somebody was wanting to say something. Was it Kalal? I saw a thing flash a minute ago.
I love the idea of the simulation within the simulation, or the dream within the dream, because that's essentially what we're talking about. I wanted to mention or try to answer Moonfeather's question about trying to explain color to someone who was blind. When we look at autistic children, or children that we call autistic, the original terms for these were crystal, rainbow, indigo. There's nothing wrong with these children. The more I study them, the more I see how off children that we call normal actually are, right? Due to cultural machinations. We feel color. We hear color. We have this idea that one thing is different from the next, and it is all a reflection of you. All. So you don't just describe, or like Indy said it perfectly, with all these different distinctions this one region had, as opposed to having just this bland label, right? That covers the entire gamut. It's like saying nature. You know, nature sounds very beautiful to some people, but you know, crocodiles eat birds in nature, right? That's a very ugly thing, but it's a part of nature. So you have to take it all. You have to take the sunshine with the rain and the thunderstorm and the hurricane and the earthquake, right? Holistic. So I love the example of the Wizard of Oz. Watch a child who is perhaps blind listen to the Wizard of Oz, because the music, you will see the reaction in their face, though they may not be able to see it. And the same is true with someone who may be able to see and not be able to hear, because it's a frequency. You can't get away from it. And remember also that if we lack in one sense, your other senses are heightened to such a degree that most of us can't even fathom. And this is again where the idea of cosmic pranksters simulation, or I like to call it inception or dream within a dream, makes so much sense. And you see it in video games.
Thank you for bringing it back, Kiki. It's very interesting. I'm listening to what you guys are saying, and of course, listen. All of this information is amazing. It's amazing, and it's so true. Um, as Franklin had touched on before, color becomes a shape. Color is a feeling. I absolutely believe that, right? Since I love science and I like to prove theories, in nature, that's just how I am. You know, just hey, you know, something is brought to my attention, I'm always gonna try to play a little bit of the chaotic devil's advocate, right? So we could teach. We could teach I could see how we could teach a blind person that a color is a shape, right? Because we already know that under certain frequencies, they make particular shapes, right? So that shape could be cut out or whatever, and then they could touch it and feel it. Hey, this is what pink is. This is the shape of pink, right? And then they could also associate the feeling that comes along with the color pink, right? Because they could feel happy, sad, mad, whatever it is, right? So my question is, we know for a fact that color is a shape, color is a feeling. So if we are to show this and go this far and teach someone who is blind, let's say pink, right? This is the shape and this is the feeling. Do you think that, first, let me talk about the physical, right? When you do like the whole aura, I forgot that test that they check your aura and then it shows like, hey, you know, this is the aura of your body, and then the colors are profound depending, you know, on what your aura looks like, stuff and like that. But anyway, do you think that there'll be that on a blind person that will still show up on a, you know, on one of those tests, and then because you said that we don't perceive colors in our mind because our mind is here in the physical. So in the spiritual, do you think that the color will still appear to them? They will still see it in a spiritual sense. Do you? I don't know if I'm made myself. I don't know if I made my point, but yeah.
I'm going to say yes. If you look at people, especially children who have certain loss of senses or are born certain ways, who have near-death experiences, they tend to experience a lot of color in the realms and places that they go to. And they come back, the words and phrases that they use tend to tie into a certain frequency, which represents color. So, like, for example, if you were to look at gematria and look at certain words like, or even better, look at crystals. Crystals will be a wonderful way because crystals denote color and frequency in such a way. The frequency, when you break the word down in gematria, would actually give you that color as number.
Oh, so you're saying that through these death experience, they actually did see these. You were talking about people who were blind had near death experiences. Is that right, or did I miss that part?
No, yes, yes, exactly. Because remember, like when people have that kind of experience, when you cross over, when you disconnect from the physical, there is no loss. There is no sense that you don't have.
Right. So they were. So when they came back here into the physical, were they able to describe like the name of that color and actually say, "Hey, I finally saw yellow," or "Hey, I finally saw pink," or do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. In some instances, yes. In most instances, they didn't know what they were talking about because they had experienced something they had never seen before, or heard before, or felt before.
Yes, right, right. Because we have to also think people there are deaf and blind as well. So that's throw that into the equation as well. You know, you can't hear, you've never been able to see. You know what I'm saying? So the only sense that you've been able to understand is touch. So that makes the equation even crazier. But I would see that. I would see that. There's this really amazing movie with Val Kilmer. I don't know if you guys have ever watched it. It's called At First Sight. I absolutely love that movie. It came out in 1999. And it was that movie that has always kept that question in my mind. Like, how do you describe color to someone who is blind? So the movie is great. You guys gotta watch it. It's really,
What's it called?
it's called At First Sight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's so good.
I love Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
That is a wonderful movie, and you bring it to a wonderful point because right back to what Indy said again, this is the power, or rather the loss or shackling of energy when we label something, right? So, imagine being blind and reading a book with Braille, right? And we're saying that's what it feels like to read, but feeling is so much deeper than just that. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well, you're
Indy,
gonna love that movie. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
I wanted
Oh,
I
go ahead.
wanted to ask you about the shadow work, if I might, for a moment.
Yeah.
The colors or color of shadow. It's not really a very well phrased question, I'm afraid. But what is the color of shadow?
Yeah, the color of shadow. I think a lot of folks associate it with kind of like dark and ominous things, but really, when you get down to doing the work, it can seem like you got like demons inside at first, but as you start to unravel everything, you start to reveal it's just your child at heart that has been there, caged up, and wants to come out and play. And so it's really just a beautiful thing within. You realize that it's light within you, but a lot of people associate with dark and shadows because it's kept in the dark, but it's light within the dark.
So the
So
shadow is quite colorful.
the shadow is quite colorful, indeed. It's not a dark and dreary thing. The dark and dreary part is the fact that it was caged and you turned your back on it. But it's there, and if you look at it and you'll see it again, you'll think, "Oh, that's not such a bad thing. That's my lost beauty inside. That's amazing. It can make me whole again." So, but that the from the outside looking in, it's very dark and dismal. But when you get inside and start to free that energy, all the light starts to come to the surface, and it really illuminates your life in a lot of ways. So things become brighter in your world. That's a beautiful thing.
I've also been thinking, you need darkness to sort of make separations within the white light to make color in the first place. If you think about it.
Absolutely. And a lot of people say there's only light and love. And if there was, we would not even acknowledge or understand love, because there would be no opposite for us to have conscious and awareness of it. And if there was only light, we would all be blinded by it. So we need that balance of things. That's very important, to have the balance of things. And it's easy for us to think overgeneralizingly. In our minds, it just makes it easy to have one overarching rule.
And darkness isn't even always like sinister in every context.
There's always a paradox in which darkness has elements of good within it, and light has elements of bad.
Like I'll give you one example. Think about like a really hot sunny day where the sun is blaring and it's burning your skin, and just think how benevolent in that moment being in a dark, cool place is, so that you can see that darkness also has a positive side. And or you think about like being in a womb or being in a comfortable bed when the lights are off and you can sleep. So
there's value to everything in its right place. And we forget that. And so people think of something as bad and demonize it, like we demonize negative emotions and call them negative. And so there's places where those emotions have very strong power, and they can enhance our lives. They can help us grow. And bottling up emotions is not really a good thing to do in general, but it is purposeful. We want to use those emotions in the right time and place. So, emotionally reacting might not necessarily be in anyone's best interest when it's with anger or with anxiety or with sadness. But when we can use that emotion and we can carry it and have a place to feel that and have a place to release that, that's what the ultimate goal of shadow work is to be able to experience those feelings, be able to release those feelings. And I had a wise teacher in a tarot class that said, the the Dead Sea, rather, is dead because a lot of water comes in from a lot of different places, but there's nowhere where it ever goes out. And it's just coming in, and it has no escape. It has no release. And that's what becomes within us. If our hearts are consumed with this inner turmoil and it's been bottled up for so long and it's not able to be released, it starts to pour out with negativity and pushing that on the world around us. So when we can look inside and bring the light into the darkness, that's when things start to really become clear. But I wanted to bring something else to the table. I'm going to bring a little shift to this conversation, and this might be able to bring some light. I kind of wanted to ask a question mostly here in this sense. But I feel like our consciousness could be like a puppet. It's a puppet consciousness, whereas I feel like other animals don't have to live in a puppet consciousness. They're in the fullest consciousness with the inner eye awake. And I feel like that's the case because it's been revealed to me that we are now in a place where we cannot use our instincts from our previous habitat, and we're developing new instincts to learn how to thrive in our current environment. But I feel like, we're not aware of how our brain regulates our autonomic functioning. That seems to happen on its own. But if you look at the nervous system, the neurons hold 10 times as many mitochondria as any other cells. And so it appears that the mitochondria are facilitating our consciousness and the communication throughout the body, throughout the electrical circuits throughout body. There's signals are being conveyed by the mitochondria. They are able to take the information that we're gathering from our senses and then recreate a simulation in our mind and then paint colors onto it. And they show us what they're showing us as a simulation of the world they're sensing. They're giving us a puppet consciousness of what we're perceiving. Now, when we use thought, we're stepping into the past. We're looking at what we had seen and we're analyzing something. But when we're fully being there in the moment, it's way transcendent of thought. And we're like almost in the future where people don't really go. Relatively, it could be conceived of, because when we're constantly thinking of our analysis of something and interpreting something, not in the moment. That happens as a reflection of the moment, and we're in subtle aspects of the past. When we're able to fully be there, then we can see things that would transcend the limitations of words. Like if you're able to filter something into one understanding that this is what a tree is, that happens in the past. But when you're fully there with that tree in the moment, you're able to perceive more aspects of that tree than there are words for, and you could come up with new words to be able to describe that. But I feel like there's an aspect of our higher consciousness is really there in the present moment, whereas our consciousness is kind of an aspect of just slightly in the past of that present moment, where things have been taken in, and then our world that we've been given with the colors painted on happens after everything has already happened and passed. So I feel like there might be an aspect of that going on. Now, something that's really caught my attention really lately is the fact that I feel like humans are the only species that seems to have a sense of humor or laughter. And it seems to me that it might be that laughter could be from maybe from 40,000 genetic disorders that we have and inbreeding so many times throughout so many generations that we've become brain damaged. What do you guys think laughter is? I mean, it feels great, but I feel like it's not rational. Maybe it's better than rational.
I want to respond to that
Yeah,
just before we move on, because I've experienced the opposite of that.
that's what I'm looking for.
I've seen elephants that want to get drunk,
Yeah,
inebriated,
I've heard of
like
that.
when I lived in the jungles.
Mhm.
And I've had monkeys laugh at me. And it's not a joke.
Okay.
I'm not making this up. I've been standing and I'm getting wet. I'm like, and I look up and he's laughing at me. I'm like,
Oh man.
and the other one next to me. And then I noticed that the first one's peeing on me,
Oh god.
literally urinating on me. And I'm like, that what you little shit. And they're laughing at me, and all the little monkeys literally sitting in the tree laughing at me while they're pissing on me.
That's a good point.
I swear to God. And you know what? I've told this story to other people, and other people have said, yeah, they've also heard this. So it's not just, I think this is something that happens with monkeys, for example.
I think you're right.
And so I think that humor is like,
It's a primate.
it's a reflection of rationalism.
Yeah.
And if an animal can rationalize, they can be experiencing humor. And I think elephants can rationalize. I think some animals do, but the instinct point that you bring up is very, very interesting, because this is why the shaman, which is the oldest of the disciplines, tethers to rhythm in the Manipura, in the principle of rhythm, the fifth principle, because rhythm takes you back to instinct in a sense. And like when you get into rhythm and you dance, there is only instinct, right? You love dancing. You can't think like, okay, put your hand up, put your leg out, da, 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 da. But you can, but it's going to be ridiculous. What you got to do is just not think, get into the rhythm, and just let it all happen, man. And then it just all happens. And then you're like, hey, that happened. That's cool. Oh, look what happened there. Wow. And it's all happening. And you're like, so I do think that you've got a very big point about us living in the past, because neuroscience has proved it. Neuroscience has basically put down the brass tacks, done the tests, and recognized that there is between 2 and 4 seconds of time lapse between our construction of what we experience as reality and our senses experiencing the reality. So there's definitely a 2 to 4 seconds. Even when we're experiencing reality, we're in the past. And then when we think about it, we're even more in the past. So there's definitely this disassociation. And so this mitochondrial, which you say, I'm inclined to think that's a very interesting concept, because it does account for the fact that why are we living in a matrix? Now, we did a whole discussion on the matrix, so we don't want to get too into it, but it is what we're discussing here. This matrix is a reaction to reality, and reality isn't what we think it is, but we construct in our heads that this is a solid table where my laptop is on, instead of recognizing that it's a different frequency of vibration, and that the laptop's a different frequency of vibration, that my body is a different frequency of vibration, and that my words are a different frequency of vibration, and the colors that I'm perceiving are a different frequency of vibration, the sounds I'm hearing are a different frequency of vibration, and the thoughts that I'm thinking are a different frequency of vibration, but it's just one big field of vibration, or we can say a field of consciousness. And the word conscious, conch is a sound, right? The conch makes the vibration, the sound. So conscious is the rational construction of sound into a dynamic system. And this dynamic system is too much for us to bear, so we give it structure in our minds with our thoughts. And there's something driving that construction in our minds. And you say the mitochondrion, and it does sort of, it seems to hold some kind of reverberation that speaks to the heart, doesn't it? There must be something to this. And so I think that this is something that we very seldomly realize, that we are between 2 and 4 seconds in the past. So here's a hypothetical situation. You're walking and you trip and you fall, right? But at the moment that you experience the bang on your leg, it's 2 to 4 seconds after you actually banged your leg. Is that something to digest or what?
Yeah.
So what's happening between that 2 seconds or 4 seconds, and you actually, to you it feels instantaneous, right? But what is going on in those 2 to 4 seconds on the consciousness field? And I think that what animals are experiencing is more of that. And so we call that intuition, we call that the psychic, we call that the astral etheric emanations. I think reality is an astral etheric emanation. And that this other matrix that we imply upon it through our mitochondrial interactions and the neurological systems and the hormones tying the knots, so to speak, is the false reality that we're living in. Even though the false reality is a perfect recreation of the reality in a different formatting of information. So it's the thalamus that recodes all of the information from the senses except for smell. So smell, now we're getting somewhere. Smell is a more real sense. Smell is a more less temporarily distracted sense, where all the other senses, and I'm including the mental sense as a sense, so the mental sense, the sight sense, the hearing sense, the touch sense, the taste sense, all of those senses are recoded by the thalamus. So it's a filtration system, and it restructures the information, and it processes all of the data before it gives it to the cerebral cortex, and the cerebral cortex then gives it to the parietal lobes, right, which is where the structure of reality is formatted in our brains. And then we create this idea of sensation of color and form and the interaction between the two, and density, and that becomes our so-called reality. But it's all in the mind. And this ties back perfectly to what Cosmic was saying as well, about reality being a mental phenomenon, and that we think that we're in this physical reality, but we think it. That's why we experience it.
So I actually wanted to also reply to Indy Sage's inquiry here. So I've been playing with this idea in regards to consciousness, and that it's actually a sort of a binary process, a kind of dialectical synthesis between awareness and being. Being sort of that pure instinctual, embodied kind of, animalistic, purely physical kind of like sort of experience versus awareness, which is that purely mental, purely abstract, purely kind of spiritual aspect of existence. I'm thinking just now of like think about the difference between an animal and an elemental spirit. Both of these kind of beings are essentially kind of, just, well, I guess everybody has different definitions of whether, but let's just say for the sake of this particular argument that these things don't have individual awareness. I know some people say, animals have individual awareness and maybe elementals, maybe they do. I don't know. But that's not the point. They see the idea is that when both of these sort of elements are combined, that pure being aspect and that pure awareness aspect sort of merge together, that's where you get that true individualistic human self-reflective consciousness, by having those two things sort of put together. And I had another thought, but it's slipping away from me. And in terms of, what was it? I had one more thing I wanted to bring up about in regards to this, in regards to awareness and being. A plus B equals C, kind of like almost like the Pythagorean theorem in a way. And so to go back to that, if you think about like an artificial intelligence, that's where I was going with. You think about this new AI, it has awareness, but the reason that it's not like a human is that it lacks being. It doesn't have a body. It only has one dimension of sort of that kind of continuous sort of like universal mind. So it's like, it's not one mind, it's like one little tendril of universal mind. Whereas something like an animal, the reason it doesn't have a sort of, the same self-awareness concept, because it only has being, it only has instinct. And so it's just, one kind of little part of the sort of universal natural mind. So that's why, like, if you think about like, human consciousness and what makes someone self-aware, I always think about like tornadoes. So the idea of a tornado is that when a hot stream of air coincides with a cold stream of air, it forms a cyclone or a whirlpool. And I think that when you have both a sort of a stream of being intersecting with a stream of awareness, that's when you actually create a self-aware individual that is able to self-reflect and understand the world. So that's my take on the idea of like where, instinct kind of came from. It's because it's almost like we're these animals, and then all of a sudden we got uploaded with this weird alien souled sort of software, and human history is sort of our attempt to integrate this new form of perception. That's my 2 cents.
So I wanted to answer Indy's question. Kalal had unmiked himself before, but go ahead, Kalal, jump in.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So so Indy, the only thing that I could relate to when you say isn't laughter like, kind of I forgot, I'm paraphrasing now because I forgot exactly how you phrased the question, but like there's, like laughter is a bit I'm sorry, Indy, how did you paraphrase? I want to say it right. How did you say it?
Maybe laughter is from like brain damage throughout like generations of time from
Okay. So the only thing that I could think of when it comes, oh, sorry, I muted myself. The only thing I could think of when it comes to that is, have you guys ever seen videos, or maybe with your own baby, you've experienced, how when they just, you do something really small and silly and they just start cracking the hell up, and they just keep on, and they keep on cracking up to the point where they lose breath. So that, in that instance, people don't know, but when that baby gets stuck in that cycle, that's a seizure. And they said, like, don't, like, when the baby starts laughing back, back to back, especially after losing so much breath, you're not supposed to continue to make them laugh because people think it's really cute, but that's a seizure. I'm just saying. Right. So Anyway, that's the only way I could relate that question to, and how I see laughter as being something, you know, not
That's
so
amazing.
Yeah.
I just kind of channeled something just now. I feel like maybe what laughter is like programming like a new understanding, because oftentimes what makes us laugh is like telling us something that doesn't seem to line up, but
Right.
there's cross-mogenation of ideas. It's like, wait, that's not what that is. Oh, wait, but I see what you're talking about. It could be seen like that. So I feel like it's like when we come to a new perspective and we're able to like wrap our mind around a new understanding, or hear or see something like a new facial expression that we didn't expect,
Mm-hmm.
and we could program that into our mind, then maybe we get this really good feeling like, oh, that's funny. And but what's really going on is like, okay, we're growing right now. Our brain tree is growing right now, and it
Mm-hmm.
gives you a good feeling. Maybe that's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Which takes me to my next point.
Yeah.
Is you know, this you have now in this past week this huge news with Cat Williams, and which she's a comedian, came out with you know, an interview, and it's been like the tea for the entire week, right? But then when you think about comedians, right? And I had said this to Kalal, when you think about comedians, their material, their performance, and the material is based on their own trauma and their own pain, and they turn it into laughter. So that's another way where I could kind of perceive laughter as being, hey, not really that great, but it actually is medicine. The same way tears are medicine, laughter is medicine. Um, Anything that helps to release a particular emotion is medicine, right? So, but then when, you know, going back to the babies, what I've always noticed is, as long as the baby is a normal baby, had like a normal birth, has in a, you know, somewhat, you know, decent family, whether it's single or whether it's a couple, whatever the case is, but for the most part, baby's natural emotion is to always smile. So that's like that happiness, that joy, right? Whether they hear the mama's voice or the daddy's voice, they always tend to smile. And I was like, that's always caught my attention, you know? Like babies, like naturally are just, they're happy, and they display laughter, and they display smiling. So I just thought that that was definitely something to add on to this, as far as laughter and that emotion. But I also, before Indy had asked the question, I was going to chime in with what you guys were talking about before, how darkness is, and I'm sorry for switching gears, but how darkness is always seen to be as ominous, you know, and I think that was done intentionally, you know, because honestly, if you want to be a true badass, you'd wear black. And why is that? Because black harnesses all of the energy from everywhere, even colors that we don't see, right? But people can't handle that, right? And white is actually the opposite. White repels all type of energy, all type of colors, right? So it, you know, it's it's funny, because then this is where you get the expression, oh, or we learn, right? Or I've heard that, oh, now if you see the white light, don't go towards the white light, because now there's this thing that, oh, you know, it's a trick, right? That's, you know, to get you back recycled here again. And this is stuff that I've heard. But as I said, people, I feel that if you want to really harness the power of a particular color, it's always suggested to do it according to your zodiac's color. If you want to do that, that's always great. But, you know, but people who are true badasses and can harness, and they're not wusses, they will definitely wear all black, because they're able to take on that energy and alchemize it, and, you know, and just use that the power of whatever color in the spectrum.
That's
those are all powerful thoughts. Oh, go on. Is that clear?
No, go ahead, Andy.
Okay, those are all powerful thoughts. It just kind of made me think of something I just want to mention briefly, and I'll let Khalil say what he had to say. But I feel like it's possible that humor is really important to combat anxiety and fear. And I feel like without having anxiety and fear for the fearless, I feel like humor is not relevant. It's not important. It doesn't seem to be meaningful. It seems maybe what I'm coming from is like a place where humor is a place where you can transcend the critical mind and enter into the feeling mind. And so it might not be tethered to rational thoughts as much. I'm overly analytical Virgo, so it might be difficult for me to step out of my intellectual mind and step into my feeling mind. That might be an aspect there. But I feel like people that don't have anxiety have to pretend to laugh because they don't really feel the value in it. There's not many people like that, though. My girlfriend and I are both fearless and brutally honest.
I want to respond to that, but I think Kalil, Dr. K, had some things he wanted to say, and I want to afterwards. I want to bring it back to that laughter. I think it's fascinating. But Dr. K,
Before
what was it?
anything, I just want to do. I got to go because I got to do some stuff today. But I just want to say thank you, Franklin, for inviting me to your roundtable. See you later, Kalil, Moonfeather, Indy, and pretty much anyone else in the chat that I forgot to mention. So see you guys later. I'll probably be see if I can come for the next roundtable session next week. So take care.
Thank you so much for being here. Take care. You have a great day.
Yep, you too.
Oh, Gabe's here.
Somebody sneaked in when nobody was looking, and we have the slick dissident. I'm just going to give him a quick introduction. Welcome, Slick. This is Gabriel, the man with the gab. He's an Ennead man. He's got the ancient Greek roots, which I think is the same as the Kabbalah, different flavor, savor. And he's very deeply versed in the mythologies, as well as various different forms of the occult therapeutics, because we never really walk one path, do we? What a beautiful brother. What a wonderful, inspired thinker, downloader, and inspired speaker. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back. Happy 2024, everybody. Yeah, you know, I've been working on some of my technological upgrades, and it's been a little trying. So I'm sorry I'm late to the party, but I've been listening, and I don't think I can stay very long. I want to just slide some of the fun on the conversation around laughter. That was such rich weaving going on in here. I love this topic, you know. I was because I was having this conversation with my family over the New Year when I guess it was a Christmas. It was our Christmas dinner, and you know, I'm always the guy that's talking about weird, thought-provoking things. And I read last year that a study on dogs panting, and that the panting of a dog is a call to another dog as an invitation to play. And when I read that, it really rings true, because my own dog, he pants it as soon as he sees another creature. He starts to pant, and I can tell it's him imagining what playing with this other animal might be like. And it's instant. It's just instant. And so I realized that humans speak that exact dynamic when we laugh, and that human laughter is best perceived as an invitation to play in the exact context of how dogs use it. And I think that is so profound, that laughing is actually speaking dog, which is so funny because the dog's tongue comes out when they pant, which is, it's just weird because we're actually displaying the inside of our mouth. And a lot of people laugh, you know, and cover their mouth self-consciously. So there's even a a layer of that where we know that we're in a conniption of vulnerability. And I love that you guys were talking about it as like oh, how did you say it? That it's a seizure. Was that what you guys were saying? It's like having a seizure.
Yeah, the babies.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that you're saying panting, because I'm remembering cartoons where you see a female, let's say a female dog coming by, and then instantly the male dog starts panting. So it's kind of what guys do when they see women that they like, they pant.
And we call it pant. Like pants are part of the mating ritual. I'm trying to get your pants out of you. Right? When I'm seducing a woman, it's all, there's a strange thing going on. And so we call it cat calling, but isn't it funny that we're just we're 1 degree away from the appropriate animal? It might be dog calling. And
I love that.
yes. And I think it's, we've kind of we make it sound dirty when we make an animal association, it becomes dirty automatically, not just because of our, well, yeah, we do have a bias about animals, but I just want to say this. Animals have 4 limbs on the ground. They're touching the ground on 4 body parts. So when we say that animals are dirty, I just want to, it's not like we have a cultural bias against animals. No, it's that animals are literally in the earth more than we are. And, when I shapeshift in my dreams, I don't, it's a very intense engagement with the earth, because I become a cheetah and I'm literally digging deep into the earth when I run. And I have like a visceral relationship with what it is to be on all 4s as an animal. And I just wanted to put all of this in the context of how our sense of humor and laughter and dirty jokes, we literally call the jokes dirty. This has a lot to do with going down on all 4s. Now think of yourself laughing and having a conniption or a spasm of laughter that is so debilitating that you double over and you fall on the ground and you go down on all 4s. I don't know if you guys have laughed as hard as I have, but I have gone on and on and on. And you reflect back and you're like, what is my body doing right now? I'm out of control. It's so fun.
That happens to people on LSD a lot. You'll laugh until you hurt, and it's painful sometimes. It's fun, but gosh.
It's interesting what you say, because it's exactly where I wanted to go, Gibbs, when you came in with the panting. Yes. What I wanted to say about laughter is my appreciation of laughter is like this. The breath is the totality of the experience. Life force is coming into our consciousness field, and we are bringing that into manifestation through the breath. And so as they are explaining through the yogas, the rhythm of the breath carries the rhythm of your heartbeat, carries the rhythm of your thoughts, carries the rhythm of your passions and your emotions. So you can literally, by changing the way you breathe, you can change the way your mind processes information, change the way your emotions are affecting you and how you are feeling that energy of the emotions, change the way in which your passions are becoming desires. So like you say, start panting and you're going to get aroused. Panting produces arousal. And so when I think of laughter, I think, and Indy, you really nailed it earlier when you said it's like when you've got one thought going this way and another thought going this way, and they overlap. And that is exactly what it is. You have one neural pathway constructing reality and another neural pathway constructing reality. And you go, hey, these are 2 different realities constructing in one point. And so your body says, hold on, I need to change the frequency of my life force. I need to pant. I need to breathe. I need to change the rhythm of my breathing in order to change the oxygen CO2 balance in my blood so that my consciousness can shift to the point where my brain is able to adapt and take in this new pattern of two separate thoughts that are contradictory in a sense, or different in a sense, becoming a merge of new thought. In other words, this neural recepting pathway and this pathway are merging to become one greater set of pathways. And I think that the active laughter is the way that we construct a web, a tree of neural pathways that are all part of a single structure of a cohesive web frame network of pathways that can operate not independently of each other, but simultaneously with each other. And so it's a step towards whole brain function. And the same thing happens when we cry. This is what I've noticed. When we cry, our breathing also changes, our passions and it's basically the same thing. It's just the one is the shadow, the dark, the feminine. The one is the light. But they take you to the same point, because when you're crying, you have these breakthroughs of realization. And when you're laughing, you also have these breakthroughs of realization. Haven't you ever just laughed and realized something when you've laughed so much that things just make sense afterwards? Things that, and when you have that eureka moment of like figuring something out, it's often accompanied with laughter. It's almost like this change in the rhythm of your breathing produces the laughter, produces the thought, produces the realization. So I think there's something to be said about spiritual realization and awakening with tears and laughter.
Yeah, man. I've got a lot to reinforce that. Some of these things I'm going to say will touch on triggers, but in tragedies, but shed a light that turn them into comedies. And I think that's a redeeming skill. So Benjamin Franklin, whatever that guy was, he says to emulate either Socrates or Jesus, and you'll be fine in life. This is his good advice. I actually integrated that very young in my years, and in doing so, I've come across other similar sayings that are out there in the ether. One of which is Socrates never cried and Jesus never laughed. And I found that so profound, and it really serves to that worldview of emulating either one or the other, but it also lands them squarely in the Enneagram in a fascinating way. In the symposium, the fourth and the fifth speaker are, there's a comedian and a tragedian sitting next to each other. So the symbol of the comedy tragedy mask is actually birthed out of the touchstone that is the symposium. And so that 4 and the 5 seat personality types, I've learned a lot about what is the difference between tragedy and comedy. And at the end of the symposium, after everybody's passed out, the only people who survived the night is Socrates, one of the people that Benjamin Franklin was telling us to emulate, and the master of tragedy and comedy, Agathon and Aristophanes. They were the only survivors through the night. And the eyewitness account tells us that Socrates' last endeavors in that symposium conversation, as everybody else has passed out, he's a glutton. He can't get enough. His last conversation was trying to convince comedy and tragedy masters that they are serving the same muse. And that's profound to me. That actually collapses. I would have to knock out an entire wall in my Alexandrian lighthouse of my mind and converge 2 departments of thought into the same school. In the muses, Melpomene, who is the tragedian, and Thalia, who is the muse of comedy. These 2 muses actually have to start getting along a little more. And it's really profound to think about what that means, that comedy and tragedy were once considered separate and treated completely separately, but from a certain light, from a Socratic removed, emotionally removed scientific perspective, you have to kind of think like Franklin was just saying. They really do kind of rely on each other. And in a weird way, like one person's tragedy is another person's comedy. And sometimes when you see it from a removed space, you can actually laugh and appreciate both sides of that. But yeah, I totally agree about that idea that they overlap, that there's a cognitive double bind of some sort that you're spiritually resolving, and that there's and that laughter is kind of or tears are the extremes of that. And then one more thought is that there are other philosophers. There's Heraclitus is called the laughing. No, is the crying, the weeping philosopher. And then Democritus is the laughing or the mocking philosopher. So there's even philosophers who wear symbols in their title that signify laughter and tears as interdependent with each other yet again. So this dynamic of tears and laughter, it's like they're indelibly bound, and they have been for a very long time. And that relationship is, it's all throughout thousands of years. It's kind of an enigma of its own right. So I just wanted to say, I think they are separate, but they are also interdependent.
Who was the male Greek figure of tragedy that was to be paired with Democritus? Who was the other one you mentioned? What was his name?
To pair with Democritus, the other one is Heraclitus.
Heraclitus. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, in the symposium, the tragedian was Agathon. He was the one sitting in the symposium representing Melpomene, speaking for the art of tragedy. And he was the host of the party because he had just had a big success that night. So they were in his house. They were in the house of the tragedian. And so that kind of sets the stage. And the comedian was a guest in that party. But yeah, it really is. And at first, they're not sitting by each other. I should say this too. At first, the tragedian is sitting in the 5 spot. In the comedian doesn't sit next to him. He sits one person in between. He's in the 3 spot. But then the comedian catches a case of the hiccups, which is very comical. And he is forced to seek remedy and move closer to his counterpart. And so the writer of the symposium was very intentional in moving the comedy and the tragedy into each other. And then at the end of the production, Socrates is literally addressing that relationship and trying to knock out the divide and say it's the same genius that informs comedy and tragedy. But technically, those are 2 separate muses with similar but different symbols.
I would love to address a couple of the things that were said. I want to say welcome to Slick. That was a lot. I want to try to put some things into its proper context because there is no separation from the whole. The idea that we can is part of the ignorance that we have to fight. It's raining here, which is reminding me of Glynis Johns, the actress from Mary Poppins, who was 100. She just passed on Thursday. Interestingly enough, Thursday also equals 100 in gematria, right? This idea of laughter, all animals laugh. It's not just it's called a cat call because it comes from a cat, not a dog. The dog is one aspect of it. It should be able to be seen and reflected in all aspects. We have to understand that, cats will put their tongue out and close their eyes and laugh. Manatee will do this. Stingrays will do this. Dolphins will do this especially, right? What they call orca or killer whales. And what is dirty to an animal? You know what I mean? Like animals are not just on all fours. What is dirty in the water, right? That doesn't even exist. That's an idea. It's a concept. What is darkness to a child in the womb, right? What is fear? this is ultimately what we're talking about when we talk about things being inverted, right? We have to see things in every area of relation. Jesus is said to, or Issa rather, is said to have laughed with children and maidens. So he definitely was a laugher. But look at the idea of crocodiles and alligators. They laugh the most when they do their death spins, right? That's what we call dark humor, right? So there's every area of relation. It's just seeing it in its proper context, because certain things can be taught. For example, I think circuses are dirty. I think zoos are dirty, right? This is why Free Willy was such a big thing in the 90s. I think that was the early 90s, right? So what is dirty is conceptual to the individual, also to the culture, also to the continent, i.e., back to this talk of chakras and frequencies, much like a radio station, right? You're going to listen to what is most pleasing. But what is pleasing to you, I can't tell you this should be. That would be horrible. That would be pushing my opinion. Whatever is pleasing to you is what you should listen to. Give the radio as opposed to the station.
I've had personal experiences when tears have led me to like a new state of mind and great epiphanies. For me, I feel like there might be a blockage for laughter. I don't know. I've always noticed that women really appreciate laughter and that it helps combat their anxiety. As somebody that doesn't really resonate with anxiety, I don't really notice it. I don't understand it. I don't really see the value of laughter so much in my life. Like, doesn't really appeal to me. I don't know. There's times where laughter makes me angry. Like, I feel like a lot of humor is from ridicule, ostracizing people, laughing at them making mistakes or hurting themselves. To me, that's pretty dark humor. It's not considered to be dark. It's considered to be jestful and fun. But I don't know. I think a lot of people have been bullied from that form of humor. But to me, happiness is the most corruptible emotion. It's responsible for a lot of the evil in the world. People do it because it makes them happy. But to me, sadness is the most uncorruptible emotion. I mean, people don't necessarily use sadness itself in a bad way, but they can feign sadness. If you pretend to be sad, that can be used in a corrupt way. But I feel like sadness to me is the most I don't know. It makes me feel so amazing. Like it makes me feel like I've released whatever conflict was being held inside. It takes that weight off my chest. And I think there's an element of laughter that does that. It's freeing. It kind of takes a weight off your chest. It kind of gives people that good light spirit feel. But I feel like that's, to me, that might be a distraction, running away from rationality, and it's easier to escape and distract oneself, but I'm not sure. But I've always struggled to understand it. But I know that people that have brain damage have a twisted sense of humor. Go on, Gabe.
I got a thought on this. Something's really like hitting a chord with my read with the. Do you think that, kind of reflecting back on your words, do you think that people who are laughing at something, are playfully letting it go?
Yeah.
And somebody who is crying about something is kind of secretly holding it in for their own process. Does that sound maybe like a way to word it?
I think so. I think there's definitely an element to that. Playfully letting it go. I think there's an element to that, because I feel like for me, I don't let things go. I like to constantly struggle with them until I come to an understanding and can control them.
Yeah. So
that stuff go sometimes.
So what I just worded is like a rewording of what you said is in the Enneagram, between the 4 and the 5, their shadows are so similar that the difference and the subtlety of their difference, I think, is what Socrates was pinpointing in that conversation when he was thinking that they're the same thing. He's touching this offsetting between the 4 and the 5. It's a sacred location on the Enneagram. But the shadow of the individual number 4 personality, their shadow is envy. That's the word that's used. There's lots of good synonyms for that too. And then the number 5, there is the observer. Their shadow is said to be greed, but I use a different synonym for greed because I find jealousy to be another fractal expression of the idea of greed. It's less money oriented. It's more universal to say jealousy. Greed is a kind of finance. It's industrialized. But jealousy can be energetic and not even material. So jealousy versus envy is a fascinating difference. And I think it's in what you just said, Indy, about how happiness and laughter is like letting it go, playfully dismissing it. And whereas sadness is holding it in for a process, retaining it. Well, envy is desirous of what others have, and jealousy is covetedness of what you already own to yourself. So there's envy has this projection to other or externalizing, and jealousy has an internalizing, private, keeping within. And I think this is really profound, this dynamic psychologically on all of us, because somewhere in between the comedy and the tragedy, I think we might be looking at introversion and extroversion and coping mechanisms around. Are you going to laugh at this off, or are you going to hold this in and process for later, turn this kind of thing into a poem or a work of art for your future endeavors? Or are we just going to giggle about this now and move on? And we can do both. We also can do both. But I think there's something there about the difference between jealousy and envy, and laughter and sadness.
Yeah, I think so too. I love the idea of crying being like a process where you're trying to hold on to it, but I feel like it's a process in which you're transmuting the feelings associated with the memories. So it's like, okay, I thought that was a bad thing, but now I see it was a blessing in disguise. I can be thankful that happened to me, and you still have it, and it's there with you. And now it takes on new meaning. So I've experienced that. That's powerful. I might be guarded against letting things go and losing track of them. Maybe I had done that too much and forgotten about my inner turmoil, my woes. And so I've got to be guarded against that. But now I'm in a good place where I've come back to the forefront and I've been able to process that. So maybe I can laugh again.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And the way that these two muses, the way that they dress, I think would really substantiate what we're dealing with here. Like Thalia is light. She's the flourishing one. She often has like ribbons draping off of her. And those ribbons sometimes have like funny words or sayings on them. And she's carrying a comedy mask. But another symbol for Thalia is a hooked, like a shepherd's crook. And I think there's some insidious jokes and some symbols going over our maturity level, even still today, around that. But we know about like she has a crooked smile. We'll just say that having a crooked smile is like you can see a glint in her eye that she's mocking you. She's also called the mocking one. But she's dressed lightly and she's light spirited. She's kind of flitting about. And then Melpomene, her sister, the tragedian, is like kind of the exact opposite in so many ways. Her mascara is often running. She's got the sad mask. And then the other hand, she often has a dagger. And artists will hide the dagger. You'll think that hand is empty on the first look. You have to look close. The artists will often hide this dagger in very cunning ways. So Heidegger, I think, is nodding at Melpomene. She has her symbolism is in a lot of places. But one last thing, her dress, she is known as she of the sumptuous dress. And so she, unlike her sister, has she's taking on layers. She's acquiring layers, like metaphors, like a babushka doll kind of thing. But also in trauma, I think this is what happens to the aura. We store things in our auric field, and these become wrinkles, these become flowing accessories. We have emotional accessories, and we wear them in our aura, and that is the excessive garment of Melpomene.
She sounds like Harley Quinn to me.
Yeah.
I love that. I think you're right.
Yeah, she sounds like Harley Quinn, and of course, the exact opposite of that is the Joker. You know, so it's like they perceive being a prankster, right, or a clown, which kind of it's very true. It's deceitful, you know, because then what they do is they're actually enjoying other people's pain and tears and stuff like that. So it's kind of when Indy said like people kind of use that happiness, or sorry, you said laughter, it can be used to deceive. Deceive people, right? You said laughter could be used to deceive people. That's why you say you trust more in sadness, which is absolutely respectable, you know. But of course, it depends on everyone's perspective, right? Because me, if I can't be with a partner if he's not funny. I can't, and you know that a majority of women love a funny guy. Like, right, he could do all of these wonderful things and be chivalrous and stuff like that. But if you ain't got a sense of humor, honey, come on. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just a matter of what we've experienced within ourselves as far as what these emotions are and how we relate to them and what's more important to us as far as when it comes to our love language, when it comes to our communication language, things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been I feel like there's a new leaf of me turning over. And when I was on the show yesterday on the Ronin show, I was doing a little freestyling. It was the first time in a long time. Just doing a little poetry off the top of my head. It felt good. And I felt like, you know, I need to do more of this in my life.
That's right. That's right. So you see how when you're in a good space, the perspective changes, and then those emotions come out in ways they haven't really come out in a long time, and it feels good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like art, right? Because we're talking about color, we're talking about vibration. Art comes through joy, art comes through pain, and then that's how we see it visually, right? Or that this is how the artist sees it, because right, you can see, I mean, you could see like 1,000 paintings, right, or artwork, and some you'll get, some you won't, right? But does that still change what the artist is perceiving in that artwork? No, it doesn't, because it's what the artist feels. It's his interpretation, you know. And if you happen to vibe with it, then you vibe with it, and if not, then next. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that explains a lot. I've always known that one of the main reasons I've always been kind of isolated and single, never had a girlfriend, was because I never saw the value in humor.
Go ahead, Kalau. Go ahead.
I want something I give you, Indy. It's actually Moonfeather kind of triggered it. Talking about the color black and inversion. If you think about Star Wars, right? One of my favorites is the Phantom Menace. I want you to think about that name. That's episode 1, right? There's a no. You know what? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. There's a scene where Anakin goes to visit Chancellor Palpatine, and he's at an opera. What you see there is what essentially I would recommend you do. And this is again, it's a complex layer within the realm of chakra work, right? You're going to tune into a certain frequency, right? It's like they're observing this sonic ball of energy. It kind of looks like a star, right? And he tells Anakin this story of Darth Bane, Darth Plagueis, and kind of like his own origin of Immaculate Conception. But what's being conveyed there is the idea of tuning into a frequency to understand it. So, the idea of funny is ultimately just based on the ego, right? Because it's how we perceive things ultimately. So there's always something funny to us. Most comedians, from George Carlin to Dean Martin to Richard Pryor to Eddie Murphy to Dave Chappelle, have said the same thing. Great comedy comes from a dark place. To be able to laugh at oneself, to be able to laugh at tragedy, it denotes a certain level of healing, because essentially everybody wants to cry and break down and shut down at first. So to get to a point of even being able to laugh at something is very, very telling.
Yeah, I guess that takes a good form of resilience, to be able to see it in a new light and just laugh and let it go.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I kind of identify with the character Zarathustra in Nietzsche's novel Thus Spoke Zarathustra, in the sense that my grandfather was a self-taught rocket scientist, and so I feel like engineer-minded people tend to not really have much of a sense of humor and not be very good with women. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but that's kind of a thing. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that people that are engineer-minded tend to mostly focus on their critical thinking and analysis, which dampens the emotional mind. And so if you're constantly thinking critically, it can kind of get you stuck in that line of thinking and make it hard for you to break out of that and go into humor and thinking of things intuitively or creatively.
Mm-hmm.
It's be detrimental to engineers because they won't be able to think outside the box, but that's usually not their place a lot of times to be able to create what they want to.
Yeah.
Although, oftentimes they can do that. But one of the things that I've thought about from this is that the idea is that maybe we could all become more balanced, and so people that have struggle with the ability to open their right brain may be able to benefit from trying to engage in more laughter-based activities and things, and be able to free up some of the energy that they hold on to that's kind of tearing them up inside.
Yep, exactly. That's all release. And thank you, Indy, for being open and vulnerable and sharing that very personal space of yours. And I know it's not easy, especially for the divine masculine, because they're more logical, of course, right? Just like you said. But there are times that they could be way too much on that side and they really cannot connect. So like I said, women do love, a funny guy, not a ridiculous clown either. Do you understand? There has to be balance. You know what I'm saying? So too much of something is not good, or too much of anything is not good, right? So it's a moderation. And but yeah, I think as you continue on this wonderful journey of this new relationship of yours, because I saw how you were the way you smile and how you came on and you start freaking vibing and freestyling, you just saw it in your face. It glowed, and it's great, and you enjoy that for as long as it lasts. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah, that's the beautiful thing. That probably is what it is. That's the crux of the whole thing. I feel like I was in turmoil.
Yeah.
I found that self-love, but I was ready to connect that love with another person where I could
exactly.
plug it in, make it work. So I feel like now that that's there, there's an old aspect of me that had been lost for so long that's coming back, and it's just the love now. I feel like I was really angry for decades, just because humanity, and I was blaming somebody else. I would call men like I would say women only appeal to phony gesture clowns a lot of times in my privilege. Because I was kind of jealous that they're getting all the attention.
Oh, you see? And, you know, reflect.
Same time, like I felt like if I had that attention, I wouldn't have tricked them and exploited them like those guys. But I wasn't there to know if I would have. So who knows?
Yeah, exactly. But do you see, now reflecting back on yesterday's show and the cards that I pulled for you, that is you as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? We like the hands, like the leaf within the hands, that's what you're doing for each other. Not only you for her, but her for yourself as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like both experience that type of loss, whether it's loss of a relationship or loss of a connection within yourself. And now with care and love, just as you do with a seedling, with a seed, it'll flourish, and then everything will align for sure with the both of you for as long as it lasts.
Yeah, it's really powerful. We're both able to like be ourselves for the first time in our lives. We always thought we could never be ourselves because ourselves was like not what people want.
Yeah.
But you know, and you know, it's agree we're pretty you know, on the far spectrum of like what, you know, not common amongst people, kind of rare breeds.
Right.
So, you know, it's good to be able to find each other and be able to understand each other and be ourselves and embrace our authenticity with each other. And that helps us open up tremendously. She's like, I was never really able to be myself until I was with you.
That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. And everything is going to be like so leveled up right now. We're talking about colors. We're talking about vibration. Now you're going to see things in a deeper sense spiritually. You know what I'm saying? Because now these doors are going to start unlocking certain doors that have been closed. And now all of this is going to start giving new meaning and new perspective to things. You know what I'm saying? So that's cool. You're on a great vibe for sure, guys.
Yes. And like my libido's a little crazy because I did too much Kundalini practice. So it's like through the roof, out of control, insane. So like she's able to meet me there. I've never been able to like get my needs met with women my age or younger. But older women seem to be like the ones that are able to handle it. So I'm lucky.
Listen, let me tell you something about them older women. Okay, they're not older, they're bolder.
Yeah. I like that. That's true.
They're not older, they're just bolder. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have time for that bullshit. You know?
Say all that stuff we want to hear when we was younger, but we never got to.
Yeah, exactly.
We're finally coming out and just saying stuff like, let me know what's going on.
Right. But the connection has to be true. Do you understand what I'm saying? The vibe is true. It's real. There's no ulterior motives to anything. Then that's when we could actually be ourselves. That's why she's saying what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? But sorry to take it off on and go into a relationship topic, but it's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. It's really powerful.
I love what you guys have all been getting on it. I was listening in the kitchen while I was making myself a sandwich and a hot chocolate, and I was giggling and I was thinking, I'm really lucky in a sense because I've laughed my butt off a lot in my life, and I've cried myself to sleep so much, and I enjoy crying as much as I love laughing. And I cry very often in the mornings when I'm looking at the sunrise. I mean, I'm one of those people that cries when I see something beautiful. Like I don't need an excuse to cry. Most of the time when I'm crying, I don't even know why am I crying. I don't know. And so my crying can turn to laughter quite easily, and my laughter can turn to tears quite easily. And there seems to be a smooth transition. And I think it's because I've spent a lot of my life laughing and a lot of my life crying. And when I ask myself why, it starts when I was in high school. I decided I'm not opening that textbook again. When I was like young, when I was like 14, like 15, like you won't get me to open that textbook again. You won't get me to open that one again. You won't get me to. And I started making choices. And I think this is why I think the more we follow our own imperative, truly, the more we get introduced to our laughter and our tears. And like, I decided when I was in school that I'm not going to go and study tertiary university. I'm not going to waste my time with that nonsense. I'm not going to waste my time with this and that. And so I followed my life So when I say to people like, so what did you do with your life? Well, I went traveling. And then I traveled for another decade. And then I traveled for another decade, you know? And so my life was very uprooted, and I was always uprooted. And I think when you're uprooted, you're vulnerable, right? You're moving around, you're uprooted. When you're rooted, you've got your like stability base around you. You're uprooted, you're moving this way, that way, anything could happen. And it pushes you towards your limits of like, and because you're on your vulnerable elements, the laughter and the tears are always close, it seems. So I think that's what I would say to people that want to engage more with their laughter and their tears. Do what makes you more vulnerable. I think follow your impulse, because your impulse will lead you to your vulnerability. I think it's inevitable, because when we are being true to ourselves and following what we feel like following instead of what we should follow or what we're told to follow or how we think we're supposed to behave. I've often been someone that I just never really gave a damn about what other people thought about me as much as what the other people did, it seemed to me, because I just really didn't care, because my attitude was like we're in this crazy, ridiculous situation. So like, who cares? You know, like this whole world. And people used to say to me, I didn't take life seriously. You need to be serious. You don't take life seriously. You're just like, you know, I think there's something to that. I think that we tend to become very serious about what we think is important. And I think it's our priorities that actually stop us from reaching into that place, which I consider the sacred. Like, okay, from the Islamic perspective, the Sufis, and in the Vedics, it speaks about tears. And I just really discovered crying in meditation. So when I was young, I was laughing. I was always laughing. I was always like a fool. I was always playing the fool, having a giggle on the crack. Not crack, cocaine. On the crack, Irish crack, you know. Irish don't do cocaine crack. They're a different kind of crack. And yeah. So I was always sort of playing the fool. And then I started like really getting into meditation. And the meditation started revealing my tears. So I can relate to what you're saying about the sadness and the sorrow bringing you to a state of equanimity, which is where you're holding the space. I've got a funny story. Once I met a guy in a bookshop. Mexico, you'll know the bookshop. There used to be a bookshop in Weinberg called Wizards. I don't know if you remember it. It was an occult bookshop, and they had a lot of gaming stuff there as well. But it was occult books, a lot of esoteric and new age stuff, and gaming stuff as well. And I remember meeting this guy. We stared at each other. We started laughing. The woman actually asked us to leave the shop in the end. We were like almost falling over. Like the stranger, not a word was said. I looked at him, I started laughing. He looked at me, started laughing. So we stood there laughing at each other in the aisles. And we laughed and we laughed. And I'm not even exaggerating. We laughed for about 5 minutes. And we were like rolling over. Like we were almost not able to stand up. We were like halfway laying on the floor. We were laughing so much. And in the end, like I tried to say hello to him, but I couldn't. Like, you know, every time we tried to say something, we'd end up laughing more and more and more. And the lady in the bookshop was actually getting wound up by this, because we must have stood there laughing like flat out for like 10 minutes, to the point where we like try to like stay on our feet, try not to fall on the floor. And so she was like, you know, would you guys mind like, you know, going to laugh somewhere else? Which of course made us laugh even harder. Because it was just too ridiculous. Like we're being asked to leave because we're laughing. And like, the world was just ridiculous. So anyway, I got to know this guy. And we had the weirdest relationship. I've never had a relationship like this with anyone before in my life. We would literally get together and laugh. And laugh. and laugh. And people around us had all different sorts of reactions. Some people would join us in the laughter and become part, and they'd be laughing and be like, I don't know why I'm laughing. Like, join the club. Every time we got together, if we got together in an afternoon, we would spend 3 out of 4 hours, 5 hours laughing, to the point where your stomach's sore. You're like your face is like pulsing, your skin feels hot, your eyes feel like they're bulging out of your head, like laughing your butt off. And some people would get offended by our laughter. It's really interesting if you find someone that triggers your laughter in such a way, because it's a really interesting place to go. And we really didn't talk much at all. We had this weird relationship that we would just hang out and laugh. Everywhere we went, there was funny stuff happening. We were laughing. We didn't know why, but like it was obviously a past life connection. And so that's an interesting point. Then I've had connections with other people where when we're in each other's presence, there's tears, which is rather interesting. My ex-wife used to laugh, cry until she laughed, and then laugh until she was crying. So, because when she was crying, I would sort of, maybe I made her laugh a little bit, or I would like start showing her the funny side of her tears. And then she would end up laughing in spite of herself and then crying because she's laughing. So it's really funny how close we can get to that threshold between laughter and tears. And I think it's like what you were saying earlier as well about the Greek tragedies, right? And the characters and the way the characters had to come closer toward each other. I think that's a metaphor for the psyche. I think when we bring our laughter and our tears close toward each other, we're getting closer to a state of equanimity within ourselves. Now, the Buddha speaks about sorrow quite at length, and about how the noble path is the path of sorrow, and that sorrow is the path of enlightenment. And I've always spoken of sorrow as being the fuel. Like you fill up your tank, your fuel tank for enlightenment, you fill it up with sorrow. Because the sorrow is actually quite funny. Now, that might sound weird, but if you think about sorrow, it's quite funny. Because the things that make us laugh and things that make us cry are normally ridiculous if we really think about them. So I don't know. I just thought I'd put that out there. The idea of meditating on what I used to do, and it used to work really like a charm. I'd sit down and I'd start meditating, and I'd start becoming aware of things further away from me. And then I'd start noticing there's people suffering, and I'd go further out, and there's people suffering, and I'd go further out. And then I'd be getting all sorts of impressions that there's some people that are hungry, and there's some people that are being like hurt, and I'd go further out. And the further I went out from myself, the more I would like, now I'm experiencing 50 people, now 100,000. And there'd be more and more and more people out there that are in a state of unhappiness and sorrow. And by expanding our consciousness out beyond ourselves to experience the sorrow in the world, we truly start to resonate with the sorrow. And the moment we start to resonate with the sorrow, we start to experience it, and it becomes like a very deep, resonant field. And this is true shadow work, I would say. Shadow work and going into the sorrow and into your tears is a way to process those emotions, and they sort of move through you. And I used to literally end up sitting in a puddle of tears where my whole t-shirt, my whole top would be wet, my scrotum soaked, everything soaked, and I'm sitting in literally a puddle of tears that I have to get up and I have to wipe the ground because it's wet. And that would be from just 2 hours of meditation or 3 hours of meditation, the first few hours, and I'm already wet the ground. I might want to move to go and sit in a dry spot. Yeah. And because it could get muddy if you're sitting on the sand. You end up sitting in a puddle of mud. But I think there's something about expanding and it seems that when we contract the into ourselves, we see the funny side of things, if that makes sense. It's like when we go and so we expand and we see the sorrow, and then we contract in and we see how ridiculous the sorrow is. I don't know if that makes sense. because everything is really quite crazy. If you think about this world, everything's ridiculous. And if you really think about whatever it is that's bringing you sorrow, you can always see the other side of it, and it's going to be funny, even if it's dark humor. So I think there's this powerful relationship between what makes us laugh is sorrowful things, and what makes us cry are truly inspiring things. Like the idea that the human spirit, that people can live through suffering and still live and still find joy in their lives and still find, there's an interesting balance between these two that become the four. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that.
I feel like there's something too that when you can release sadness and you can see it in a different light, you might think like, why did that make me sad? Now you don't really remember why it made you sad now, because you've been able to let it go, and then you can see like, oh, I can laugh at it now. Since it was a silly thing looking back on it. But if you were never able to release it, it wouldn't be as funny, I don't think. But it's the power of being able to let that go that lets you shift and shift from sadness to happiness on the same vibe, like on the same issue. And you can cry tears of joy, and you can have nervous laughter. There's an intermingling of things there.
Yeah, man. While you were flowing, Franklin, I realized that the word sorry in reverse is the word eros. And it's pronounced so perfectly as the Greeks would pronounce it. It's even a better way to spell it, maybe, is Y-R-R-O-S, Yeros. That's how they would say it. And, if one of the things about if you are sorry, if you do have remorse, if there is something in the past that is drawing you backwards, that's kind of part of the tragedy, is it keeps you in the past. Comedy is eager to get to the future. It's like, get this out of the way, let's move on. Laughter, right? But sadness is like holding on to the past in a certain way, not exclusively, but it has that flow. But if you have sorrow over something, it proves that there is love in you. It proves that you care. It shows that you care more. You care enough to hold on to this for a while. But if you're going to laugh about it and just move on and get to getting, it actually is a dismissiveness. It doesn't. I'm just saying these are two different flavors of honoring an event. I'll just say it that way. And I could see these two sisters. I can see why they would not get along in a family dynamic. That the one sister who takes everything too serious would accuse the comedian sister of not caring, of not giving a shit. And then the comedian sister would look at Melpomene and be like, you care way too much. And somewhere in between is the compromise that we all have to find in our own life, But it is such a valuable soft spot, a sensitivity, a vulnerability in between. Is my friend going to hear my story and laugh in my face about it? Are we good, or is he going to take a minute to cry with me and then laugh in my face about it after we, after we give it its appropriate, sad, whatever acknowledgement? Yeah.
Do you know how many times I've actually fallen off chairs laughing? I've literally fallen off chairs. So I think there's something quite powerfully grounding about laughter. It brings you down to the ground. If you really laugh, it will put you on the ground. It will put you on your ass, literally. You will literally end up on your butt because you can't stand up anymore. And there's something quite powerful as well about when you're crying. You see, tears make me take posture. When I'm crying, I seem to take posture. When I cry, my face seems to go neutral. When I'm crying, my body seems to go into alignment. When I laugh, my body goes into a weird contortion, it seems. Which is probably trying to get to the position of laying down. It's probably what it's trying to do. Laughing, I think, makes you want to lay on your back and just lay down. laugh your butt, like literally laugh your butt off. And tears make you want to stand up and take responsibility. So I think there's something to do about taking responsibility and crying, because to take responsibility is quite it's a sorrowful thing. Or am I wrong? You have to take responsibility. You got to, it always involves this negative connotation, not even if it's not bad, even if it's a good thing,
Yeah.
But it involves a sacrifice. I think that's what it is. Taking responsibility always involves some kind of a sacrifice, something you've got to give up, something you've got to lose, You're a parent, good example. Taking responsibility means I can't just do what I want to do. I got to think about that person now all the time. And that's got to be my focus.
Yeah.
Like I don't really matter that much. Where laughter is sort of quite selfish. Shellfish.
Aha. Aha. There's that individual.
It puts on a shell. Now, laughter, I've often suggested to people for psychic self-defense. I think this is quite interesting since we're talking about the chakras, the Sephirth, psychic attacks, laughter, and psychic attacks. There's something quite powerful about putting up laughter wards. If somebody tries to project negative energy at you, the evil eye, the best thing to do is to look at them, find out what it is that's funny, and laugh your butt off at it. And that will negate whatever energy is coming, because you'll literally laugh it out of you. And then they'll be stuck with it, whatever they've thrown at you. Sort of like laughter puts on a shell, I think. Puts your shell on the outside, where tears gives you a backbone.
I got a story to share, and I think it kind of plays into this sacrifice, exchange, making things right again idea with laughter and comedy. Growing up, we called it the slaughterhouse. It was a place where they would process pork, and it had been running for generations before I even lived in my hometown. And it had been shut down. And when I got to high school, there was an annual rite of infiltrating this dilapidated, rundown old slaughterhouse and going in with your friends and then daring each other to turn off your flashlight and walk through the slaughterhouse with no flashlight. And the crazy thing is that multiple groups of teenagers would show up on Halloween night, and it would almost be like small camping entourages. And when I showed up the one year and it was my turn to go through without a flashlight, there were 3 other groups of teenagers already in the slaughterhouse going through their own version of this ritual. So it's you got to jump a fence. It's totally off the books. You're not paying tickets to go do this, but it is a standard operating teenager rite in my location. So this place has so much karma, so much. I mean, it's called Slaughter House. We know this, and sure enough, the satanic wannabe whatever kids in the area, they have put the pentagrams on the walls. They've gone in with the candles. They've been doing this stuff for years, and the pentagrams are still all on the walls. So this is a legitimately haunted house that is not set up by it's all organic. It's an organic haunted house is what I'm saying. So that was a fun ritual, and that was many years ago, lifetimes ago, from my perspective. About 15 years ago, they demolished the entire building, and they turned the whole property into a beautiful dog park. And now people bring their animals there, and it's actually a place to for people to meet up and have a picnic and playful endeavors in the light of day, out in commune with the nature around it. And there's a complete inversion going on here, but there's something else behind the scenes that people without a mystical worldview are not picking up on. And that is that when you pull the word S off of the word slaughter, it becomes laughter. And laughter is what the hyena or the jackal or Anubis, that is what Anubis does. Laughter, taking the S off of slaughter and turning it into laughter, is a joke that Anubis would make. That is the type of joke that Anubis would make. And now that property is a dog park. Anubis is a dog-headed god. The slaughterhouse has lost its tragic air and is now kind of a running gag. And it's an inside joke only to those who can hear the laughter that is going on karmically behind the scenes in that location. So for the slaughterhouse to become a dog park is a wildly Anubis-based inside joke. And now I went and I did the research because I was seeing some mystical fingerprints here. Turns out the owner of the dog park is a veterinarian and would totally have access to some of the chemicals that they were using at the slaughterhouse in its heydays are probably still on his books in his still running veterinarian practice. But that's as far as I went. As soon as I found out there's a vet still up and running, making money in the area, who might know what a wonderfully mystical joke he's made out of that place, I kind of backed off. It kind of creeped me out. But I just wanted to tell that story because it's kind of neat how all that dark satanic pig slaughter turned into a beautiful sunlit park where dogs go to, poop.
We used to have a place called Donker Pape, and it means dark pipe. And we used to walk underground through sewage canals where there was like little pavements on the side. It was the first time in my life that I saw rats the size of small dogs. Bloody hell, you get some big rats. And we used to dare each other to walk through the dark. And it was about a half a kilometer or maybe 2/3 of a kilometer long. It's like a 15-minute walk through the dark. And you don't want to, there's a couple of places where you have to jump across a canal in the dark. Yeah, because it's like canals. You've got to jump across them all. You don't want to fall in there, man. No. People did fall in there. Became a joke. But you got to walk through the rest like covered in crap. Oh, my God. But yeah, I completely get that. Isn't it funny how as children we do this? It's like a normal, sorry. Isn't it funny how when we were normal children, we used to do this? I don't think kids do this anymore. And that to me is quite disturbing. Now that that sobers me up. It's very sobering. Will my son get to do that? Or will he have to do it alone? Or will dad have to go and do it with him? But because I'm not a spring chicken anymore to be crawling around in the sewers and like walking long distances on the ground. But anyway, there's something quite powerful about the rite of passage because once again, fear. I think fear and laughter are very close. Which was pointed out. I think it was Indy that was talking about it. And that's why I think it's a powerful psychic self-defensive technique. Like if you've ever had a entity try and mess with you and you laugh your ass off in its face, it ends up feeling silly. It doesn't know what to do with itself. Because you're like, I'm not going to take you seriously. Sorry. You come here looking like this. Seriously. Like, what are you playing at? Like, and yeah, I think there's something to be said about what is it? The ability for humor to be scathing.
So,
Ronan experience is back. Yeah, humor can be quite scathing. So that the scathing effects of humor, I think we should look at this, because when we look at humor and we look at tears, I think that when you become emotional, you get tears. And so tears relate to color. And laughter, it seems, relates to numbers and shapes and words. I don't know. I'd like to put that out there for you guys, since we're on this topic where the Sephirth and the chakras. So laughter is of the chakra. No, sorry. Laughter is of the Sephirth, and it's about form. And it's laughing off the forms. And tears are from the chakras, and it's about the emotion, the mood of the color taking you, whether it's positive tears or negative tears. And by tears, it doesn't have to be negative. Like, you could be watching a sunrise. That's often when I cry these days, when I'm watching a sunrise, and it's just, it's beautiful. And you think to yourself, my God, how lucky I am to like get to watch the sunrise. And that makes you think how many people are missing the sunrise. And like, then you think about what's going on in the world, and you think, my God, if everybody just woke up and watched the sunrise, can you imagine what a better world we'd be living in? And so there's a nostalgic kind of tears that comes, which makes you feel grateful that you get to be the one watching the sunrise. I don't know if that makes sense.
To touch on what you were talking about, Franklin, that you said that laughter is very close to fear. So the only time I've heard of those two relating together is this one girl that she told me, because she used to trip on acid, and she told me this one story where her friend was having a bad trip, and you told her, all you have to do is just laugh. If you laugh, that fear and that trip, just it changes, and then you're able to go, through the experience of the acid trip and all of that stuff. So I could see how that's related. But at the same time, everything is a matter of perspective, right? We're giving our perspectives as far as emotions and stuff like that. I think that everyone's relationship with particular emotions depends on their experiences and what they've gone through, right? And sometimes what we think is being, let's say, empathetic towards someone because we want to understand them, right? Or we want to be able to, accompany their feelings and their situation that we go through. It's the way we perceive it may not be exactly what they want, right? So communication and real empathy, I think, is necessary. Why? And I'll tell you why, right? So when I was in Puerto Rico and I went through Hurricane Maria, mind you, I'm with very young children, 3 young children, and then I had my mom and then my 2 older twins that they were like in 18, 19, around there. So of course everything fell on me, right? So what, and I've never been through an experience like that. So we're talking about a category 5, absolute destruction. And so I had to keep my family abroad. I had to sustain, some type of normal living situation, right? And it was about survival. And what made me be able to take on that persona is it was fear. It was absolute fear, because I was like, oh my gosh, we could run out of food at any moment. And when I tell you, we went through 3 months of no light, no water, right? So this affects everyone. And it's not only just me, it's everyone abroad, right? And everyone cannot process. They're not processing the same emotions that you're processing. Some can't even take it. Some died of heart attacks because they just couldn't deal with the stress, right? Others got sick, emotionally sick, because they couldn't deal with the situation, right? And in a situation like that, for me, it was go time. Like I had no space for crying. I don't want to know nothing about crying, at least me per se, right? I don't want to know nothing about crying. I just need to know, okay, where are we going to get fresh water for tomorrow? We got it for today. Where are we going to get it for tomorrow? Where are we going to get food for tomorrow? Things like that, right? So one day as I'm out, just looking for stuff, getting supplies, whatever, um, uh, through the radio station, I heard that Mark Anthony, like you have all of these wonderful stars, right? That they're putting on a concert, a charity fund, right? For people from Puerto Rico that suffered and all of that stuff from the hurricane. They want to raise money, so they made a song. They all made a song, a specific song, and you would think that that's a beautiful gesture, right? You would think that that's a beautiful gesture. Hey, they're trying to raise money. Oh my gosh, J-Lo made a song, this and that, whatever. That's the last shit I want to hear from anyone. Bitch, I don't want a song from you. Get over here and I need you to help me. That's what we need. Do you understand? You got millions and millions and millions of dollars, and you're telling me the best thing that you got for me is a song, which, by the way, let me tell you, a lot of the money that they raised never made it to the people from Puerto Rico. Okay? Even Red Cross. I had to see many people turn down, all right, help funding from Red Cross just because they didn't have a piece of paper to prove, well, this property belonged to me or this and that. What papers do you expect anyone to have after Hurricane 5, a Category 5 hurricane, right? So you see the real ugly part about it, right? You see, I saw the real ugliness of this type of situation. This is why being extremely empathetic is very important, to be able to relate to someone going through whatever emotion they're trying to process. And that's if you care. That's what I'm saying. Because a lot of times, like, people just, whatever, right? But if you truly want to connect with someone, right, it's all about, I had mentioned before, moderation, right? So there are some times where people during funerals, they laugh. I think that's, people process emotions differently, right? But I think that there's a time and a place for everything, right? So just because one person thinks it's funny to laugh at a funeral because that's the way they process it, nobody's taking anything away from them. But then at the same time, there's other people as well that are not processing that way, which may take it as an insult. And I think people will take in more laughter at a funeral, more of an insult than say, hey, that's okay, it's normal, let's all join. You know what I'm saying? In that case, laughter is not contagious, because laughter is contagious, right? Because they do social experiments where people are just laughing and then people around them just join in. But I just think it depends the situation that you're in. It depends your perspective, right? As far as processing any type of laughter or, sadness, tears, things. I think it's a matter of one's perspective and how they perceive it to be. So when I'm saying, let's say Indy sharing right now about him not finding laughter to be useful, saying then who am I to say, oh, he's wrong, oh, he's just being over dramatic or whatever? No. He has every right to feel that way, and I can't tell him or otherwise, so I could never be one to say, well, listen, this is what this looks like, this is what this emotion looks like, and this is what it should feel like, and this is what it's connected to. And I just think it's, everyone perceives it differently. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Somebody in the chats, they mentioned that the same thing happened with Haiti when they had their tragedy, that hurricane that went through. And for a second, while I was listening, I had a friend who went down to New Orleans after Katrina, and he was at, the Ninth Ward. He did a huge personal donation drive and went down there with a bunch of supplies. And there, in tragic situations, when it is explicitly tragic, it becomes dangerous for somebody to try to make light of the situation at all. I'll tell this story, and I think this will kind of parallel with that. The musician trying to do a drive, and then the money, who knows where that goes. My buddy, the reason why he did his personal drive, he literally got he set up donation stations at all the shops, all through multiple towns, and did collections. Then he recruited his homies to do collections on these donation stations, and then he loaded up a moving van, and it wasn't big enough. He had to get the bigger moving van to drive all these supplies down to Katrina. Not just one man, just one team of homies in Colorado supplying Katrina, with like real needy diapers, waters, bicycles, scooters, all kinds of things in this moving van. It was so glorious. But the thing that made him get off his ass to start it all was he was sitting around a dinner table with some very affluent members of the community in Boulder, Colorado there. And the conversation of Katrina was trying to be a passing trend at the dinner table, and he could not let it go. Somebody at the dinner table said, just like you do with all the topics at Twitter, Facebook, whatever that people are into, they said, oh, did you hear about yada yada? Somebody else said, oh yeah, that's horrible. Somebody else tries to make a light of it, and somebody else says, well, at least maybe property value will be cheap next year. Some joke to try to make light of it, just like you do to be at dinner so you can move on and have food. And my friend took it all to heart. He couldn't believe how quickly everybody agreed at this community of really people who were part of his family. They all agreed to make this small talk and to just move on and go to work tomorrow. He couldn't do it. And it ruined the dinner. He actually had to dismiss himself from the table and go down by the creek and kind of sit with himself like, what is this culture that I'm in, that we can just expect another tragedy next week and we'll do the same thing over a dinner table and it'll just pass on and nobody did shit? Do we even have a right to talk about it if we're not doing shit, and if we're just doing the job of belittling it to make it a joke and we all giggle and move on, like that number 4 personality type? He's getting caught up in this number 5 on the tragedy of it. His wife, to be at the time, she came out and she caught him up and she's like, look, man, you can sit by this river all fucking night and ruin the dinner, or you can come back in, put on a smile, and tomorrow I give you permission to man the fuck up on this topic and take it to the next level. And that's exactly what he did. He put on that smile. He went into that dinner table with all his friends and he played like, yeah, whatever, Katrina is no big deal. But in his heart of hearts, he had a project burning in his soul. Now, I want to say this about comedy and about that mask he had to put on to get through the rest of dinner. That is Thalia. That's the comedy mask. There is a darkness behind her that people don't appreciate enough, I believe. There is a level of insult that a certain degree of intelligence and information gives a person. That level of ability to be insulted comes with being well-informed. And the more well-informed you are, the more available you are to sick jokes. And Thalia, some of her symbols, like the hook that she has, is a symbol of like a crooked, twisted sense of humor. It goes really deep, but I just want to say this. I believe that democracy in general is a joke. The word democ is komed, and in reverse. And Democritus, the laughing philosopher, I think, and also known as the mocking philosopher, I think that democracy is a very sick joke. And that's why my friend couldn't come to that table until he put on a false mask. To be in a community of people who have agreed democratically, we all said, hey, are we going to worry about Katrina? Nah, we're going to make jokes and have dinner. He had to go and put on this mask to be in a democratic situation so that they could all act civilly and go through whatever, dinner, no big deal. But he had to wear this false persona to get through it. And that joke that I just told you about, I think is the nature of democracy that, strangely enough, is one of the sickest jokes there are. And I don't want to black pill too much, but I think there's a lot to that. And Indy, I think you pick up on it with your relationship with humor. I think you're picking up on it, that it's like, oh yeah, we're all just gonna, because democracy doesn't have a process for that which is untenable, that is that is undigestible, that leaves a bad taste in our mouths. Democracy doesn't deal with that shit. They put those people in prison if you bring up stuff that they can't process. They got to get on with they got to move forward. So there's a sick joke to humor that is intrinsic to democracy. I'm telling you, it is a really important topic. But my friend, he dealt with it in a real powerful way. And I love that it was born out of a hurricane. It was born out of a natural disaster that he had to face this cultural mechanism, this cultural apparatus between how we deal with tragedy and comedy and how we move on with our lives when something so overbearing is happening to our fellow loved ones and human beings elsewhere.
I'd like to respond, and I'm seeing what you're saying, and I'm seeing what Moonfeather's saying, and I'm seeing a midpoint between it that reaches into the occult, really deep into the occult. And it's all about that mask and why the mask is used. So, okay, from a shamanic perspective, let's get into the shamanic. Why do shamans use masks? Whether it's a physical mask or whether it's a mask that you pull. You can pull faces. You've seen the mask of Mahakali. She's pulling a face. Why are these masks? What are they about? They're supposed to scare off evil spirits. Okay, so that's one of the roles of these masks. So what is the story of scaring off this evil spirit? Okay, so here we are at a dinner table, and we're all talking about Hurricane Katrina, hypothetical situation, or any hurricane. Subconsciously, we're all becoming afraid that it could happen to us. Our loved ones could be dying. Our possessions could be washed away. We could be left homeless, stranded, without anything to eat. This is how powerful the world is, how powerful nature is. On a deep level, we are afraid because we're talking about this topic. This topic actually inspires fear in us, but we're trying to pretend bravado that we're not afraid. So, what is the story of the mask? The mask in the comedies, I feel, is the same as the mask of the shaman. Wearing the mask to chase away the unhealthy entities so that you can bring the proper guidance from the correct inner entity into focus, right? This is why we would wear a mask in a ritual. So the idea of superstition, and I use that word quite loosely, but to consider that nature is alive, that the powers of nature are living beings, the force of the wind and the rains and the storms, these are all living consciousness. So the idea of a rain dance is possible. You can dance and affect the weather through your consciousness field because it's a living chain of life that connects you through yourself to the deeper, smaller aspects of yourself, to the bigger aspects outside of yourself, to the big forces of nature, the principles of magic. So when we are talking about something like a horrid circumstance, there is a chance of us pulling the spirit of that act near to us. And this is a superstitious thing, but it's also, there's more to it than just superstition. And so it's a natural instinct to want to make light of it, to put on a mask so that that thing, that force of nature, that intelligence and entity cannot recognize me and single me out as a target. So these people doing these things is part of very ancient rituals that would have been done in the ancient times in order to ward off the evil spirits of drought, storms, you know. So there's more to this than just our own personification of events and our own judgments, our own, like, I live according to my ideas, and I think there's always more than what we can personally perceive in our surroundings, which is constructing our universe into us. And so that's why I personally, if people are laughing at a funeral, I understand why they're laughing at a funeral. And those people that are laughing at the funeral might be chasing away the spirit of death that might have touched somebody if they weren't there laughing. So in India, they have traditions. If there's a funeral, or if there's a new first-year-old, the first-year birthday of a child is very sacred. So they will always bring in a eunuch. And the eunuchs of India, if you've studied this, is quite a phenomenon. The eunuchs are quite a head trip. They are like clowns. They dress like clowns a bit. They paint, they act like clowns. They do what they want. They act bizarre. And their place is to come and attract the evil spirit and to take them and push them away from you and your child and everybody else around there. So there's something to be said about those brave souls that have the courage to laugh at a funeral, from my perspective, because they are playing an occult role, whether the other people that are there understand it or not. They're playing a role in the same way that I might be disdaining towards the military. I might not like the police because of my activist days and that, but they actually do protect some people. Okay. I've seen racism, I've seen all sorts of nonsense, but that's my judgments, if that makes sense. There are some people that actually get their lives saved by the benefits of the police, and the same could be said by soldiers and military, even though I'm against war. They do actually sometimes protect some of the people that would have been victimized in certain circumstances. So I just think that when it comes to these things, it's really important for us to always keep two windows open. See the one side and see the other side. And this is where I think the balance between laughter and tears come into play. Because tears and laughter together can balance the two scales. Now, you mentioned a crook, right? A crook and a hook. I like that. The hook brings things towards you, and the crook pushes things away from you. And the crook made me think of Lamet. And the hook made me think of Tzadi. And Tzadi is Aquarius, and Lamet is Libra. Aquarius, Tzadi, is the star of the tarot, and Lamet is justice. So the staff that pushes it away from you is justice. So justice is required when exercising humor. And the star, inspiration, is required when exercising sorrow. So there's these balancing forces between the hook and the crook. And we say to obtain something by hook or crook, right? It's an old saying, like our parents and grandparents might still say it, like, I'll get it by hook or by crook, you know? And when they say, people think they're talking about crook as in dishonesty. No, hook or crook has got to do with the hook and the crook. And the crook is the staff, the quarterstaff. So I think that that's something to consider. Those two symbols are really powerful. And then, of course, the symbol of the mask, and how the mask is a ritual object that is used to create a barrier so that the spiritual side of the fence can't affect me or infect my consciousness and my moods. And I've noticed, like, because I've done a lot of like, I swam out to sea to be with killer whale, to the point that I couldn't see the land. I didn't know which way was the land. The way I knew where the land was by remembering where the sun was. Because if you swim more than a kilometer, let's say you swim a kilometer or a kilometer and a half out to sea, you can't see the land. I don't know if you know that. You literally cannot see the land. Because it's like your head's so low to the water. It's scary as hell, man. And then these killer whales kept going further out to sea. So to get closer to them, you got to follow them. And like, it's an extra 300 meters, extra 400 meters, extra 200 meters. You swim for like another half an hour just to get close to them. So took like about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours swim out to sea. My ex-wife was just about to go and get the sea rescue. She was like, that was it. She's done now. Like, swam out and is gone. Not coming back. 2.5 hours later, sitting there waiting at the and like, but laughter was my friend through that experience. Because I laughed to myself, was okay, what have I got to fear? Death. Let's do this, because there's a bravado. In the act of laughing off death, you're actually laughing away the spirits that could manifest that around you, in creating a safe space around yourself. Does that make sense? In the same way that wearing that mask and the crook would do that. So there's something quite powerful to be said about this laughter being used to negate certain activities. Obviously, love is the key, the most powerful force in the universe. Though you can't be expected to get into a car and be traveling at 100 miles an hour, because that's not the real world. You got to get into a car. You first got to release the handbrake. You got to start the engine. You got to get it going. You got to move. You've got a lot of things to do before you actually get into second gear, third gear, fourth gear. And you got to be watching, is it appropriate to go faster, until you can actually get to the point where you're on the freeway and you're doing, 120, maybe not 100 miles, maybe 80 miles an hour. But anyway, my point is, it takes a while to get to that speed, right? And so love could be considered as that terminal velocity, if that makes sense. But when you're afraid and fear comes to you, the fastest form of defense is humor. Tears is also a very powerful form of defense. It works in a similar way. Tears will resolve it, but humor will also create a very quick bubble. I don't know if am I making sense? I hope I am.
Well, thank you for that, Franklin. That was amazing. So it's funny that you mentioned hook and crook, because last week I had a dream with my brother, right? And if nobody knows, he's my only brother who's older than me, and he passed away in 21 of cancer. So I had a dream that he appeared to me, and it's a very, very weird thing. So we were about to be like demolished by zombies, right? Okay. So, but they were in a sleep state, these zombies, and he had to give me a message, and he said these zombies are gonna come in and they're gonna kill us, right? But what you need to do is, and he takes his right hand and he puts it over his chest, and he touches his left shoulder across, right? And he says, this is the material. And then I automatically responded, and I took my left hand and I crossed it over my body to touch my right shoulder. And I said, this is the spiritual, right? So I said, I told this dream to Kalal, right? So what my mind quickly went to is Osiris with the hook and the crook, right? Because that's the picture that we see. And Osiris is, well, very significant, right? So so just last night, or I think it was last night, Kalal, that we were talking about the left hand and the right hand path. Yes, last night or the day before.
Yesterday, yes, ma'am.
Yesterday, right? I had no idea. I've heard about left hand, right hand. I had no idea. I never looked into it. I've heard of it, but Kalal, we're not talking about my dream, nothing at all, right? We just so happen to talk about the left hand and right hand path, and Kalal told me that the right hand path is material, the physical world, right? And that the left hand is spiritual. And I was like, "What? Are you serious?" And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "I never knew that." And then we went back and we spoke about my dream, right? But anyway, the reason why I brought that up is because right, because we're talking about perspective and the way we perceive certain emotions and things like that. So I was like, if anybody was to come to my brother's funeral, I don't care who you are, if you were to laugh, you die. I'll kill you. Because that's not like the place for it, right? For me, regardless what your emotions are, what your experiences are, or anything. I think that, and then somebody had just mentioned not too long ago that laughter is ego, or ego is laughter, right? Did someone say it, right? So that would be egotistical to assume that it's okay to laugh at someone's funeral when it's usually not a normal reaction, even if your intentions are well, right? So this is really going back to empathy, being very empathetic to other people's experiences and their feelings, right? So uh, Gabriel was talking about Dalia, right? And we're talking about the mask. So your friend, which is a great story. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's amazing. I truly felt that, and I saw what he saw, and I felt what he felt. And it's amazing. So he had to put on that mask. So we're talking about a mask, right? You have to go into that, because that's what masks do. They hide. You have to go into that dark place to not show your feelings, your emotions, right? So I'm just thinking right now, me, that very thin line between laughter and fear, because he has to go up and like, kind of like, suck it up and kind of laugh, ha ha ha, with his friends and stuff like that, right? So that very thin line between laughter and fear is that dark place, darkness, blackness, okay, where is the birth of everything. Just as you said, your friend had to go into that darkness, into that place, and that's where he was motivated, right, to elevate himself spiritually, emotionally, to be able to be empathetic to the loss of all of these people that went through this tragedy, right? So this is great, because before we were talking about how Black has always been given a very ominous, you know um um feeling to it, or it's like it's bad, oh my gosh, it's horrible, Dark Night is so, oh, it's horrible, no. And then, so I'm going back to colors. Black attracts every color. It represents it. It brings in every color. When white repels energy, black is actually the opposite. And that's just as Khalil said. What does a baby know when he's in the womb? All he knows is darkness, but he feels the love of his mother. That's where that's where this baby is feeling safe and wonderful and happy. And because we've seen the sonograms, right? Even babies in the womb laughing, right? Or at least making these gestures. So yeah, I just wanted to give just thinking of everything that we're talking about. I just came to this conclusion within myself, and it's amazing. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much for that, and beautiful sharing, and lovely dream that you have. Quite ominous, but in a positive omen way. But the positive omen that you're getting this self-love, the hug. I want to invite. Yeah, I wanted to welcome, not invite. Sorry, my tongue's getting tired. It's getting late. I want to welcome Soraya. Soraya is a poetess, and she's a laugher. She giggles a lot. I can imagine Soraya laughing at least 30 times per day. Tell me if I'm wrong, Soraya. If I'm wrong, forgive. Oh gosh, we've got two comedians coming into the house
Something like
both
that.
at the same time.
I always lose count.
Beautiful, lovely Soraya, very integrous, very strong, very firm, very clear in her boundaries, very direct, very organized, great organizer, and also beautiful poetry. If you haven't seen her page, do please, Soraya, link your page into the group chat. I'd like to put it across the screen for a while, if that's okay, into the group chat, because I can just click it and it will bounce on. And do please take the stage after I've welcomed the mystic Ronan. Welcome, Ronan. Ronan is a decoder as well, and he's also shamanically inspired, and he's perfect place. He's a giggler, so we can talk about the giggles here some more. The Sephirth. So I think we can classify ourselves into people that are more Sephirth and number orientated, or people that are more color and chakra oriented, depending on laughter and tears, which is an interesting concept. And Ronan is also a financially wise person, understands the crypto ins and outs, how to utilize, how to make it work for you, and how to move your money around in the clever way that you're not being tracked or controlled. And also just a really lovely brother, very down to earth, and always a breath of fresh air. Please, between you guys, Soraya, if you could introduce yourself, and then Ronan, if you could please as well.
Welcome, y'all. Soraya, you here with us? Hope she's on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Soraya,
Right.
you're up.
Say hello.
She's being so Raya right now. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Don't forget to tip your waitresses and waiters on the way out. We have an incredible lineup today that Franklin the Bush Whisperer put together. Massive love, peace, and harmony. I just want to chime in real quick on what Moonfeather was saying. And I have a lot to say, but I'll just there's intentions behind laughter. You know what I mean? There's a difference between who's laughing at what and why. You know what I mean? There's love in laughter. You can like Franklin was sharing earlier, there's massive love and connection when you can tear laugh and belly laugh with someone. Then there's laughter at someone else's pain and misery, and people think they're cute by that. There's different.
Funny.
Let's not bundle it all in one
No,
in one group.
laughing at someone else's expense, that's just pathetic.
Right. So as you know, I last year or 2 years ago, a friend of mine, he's in the hospital, heart condition. He's an overweight guy. You know what I mean? Childhood friend. And I come in and I immediately just start making fun of him. You know what I mean? And we laughed. It was very dark humor for some. For us, it was hilarious. And he had so much gratitude because everyone else came in somber, right? Oh my gosh, hope everything's gonna be all right. And I knew that going in, so I came in calling him a you know what I mean, overweight, but you know what I mean. Let me get your, what are you gonna do with that? Who are you giving your Xbox to, or whatever? Just being silly, and he loved it. He loved it. So there's a comedian is also one of the most brilliant people around when done correctly, and well timed. And that razor edge, there is a razor edge. You know what I mean? There's a samurai. You got to be a bit of a surgeon with your word magic when you're doing comedy. And yeah. What's up, everybody? What's up, Slick? Indy, long time no see, brother. Franklin, I've been listening and driving, and of course, Kalel is my bro, and Mooney's my sis. What's up, everyone? Cosmic Prankster.
Welcome, my dude.
What's up to the chat?
What's up, Ronnie? But that's thank you for sharing that, Ronan. And it's exactly what I was just touching on. It's you have a good connection with your friends, so you knew the approach. That you were being empathetic towards, not towards yourself. You were being empathetic towards him, right? But if he was your friend and that's not his type of humor, then you would approach him according to how you've connected with him, right? So none of that was ego-based. It was you being very empathetic towards him because you understand who he was as an individual. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And yes. And he and I have literally done open mics together. He was an actual comedian, way better than me. So I knew what he needed. I knew what was needed. Imagine going to, now this, I would recommend this for everyone, including myself, to get a real gratitude. Go to like a children's terminally ill hospital, and even if it's just for an hour. And trust me, they need laughter. They don't need your pity party. You know what I mean? They're good on that. They're stronger than you are. And then you leave there and you'll get so much gratitude. And then you can laugh at stuff, at the small stuff, first world problems stuff. And getting that place of gratitude is a real good foundation for comedy. If you notice, a lot of people are uptight. They're so spun up. Oh my gosh, I gotta pay this bill. Oh, and all the priorities are so misaligned. You know what I mean? You're like, well, when you zoom out and look at it, man, you're like, man, none of this stuff matters. Life is beautiful. Stuff is hilarious.
Exactly.
Even if as long as nothing
humor
hardcore.
is the one that is free, loose, not giving a shit, and just pity.
Dude, I remember we were getting, when you're in a literal foxhole with someone, you want someone that can laugh at danger. Is it a defense mechanism? Absolutely, it is. You're terrified, dude. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, but you don't want to be in there with someone like, oh my God, we're gonna die. No, you want to be with someone like, oh my gosh, did I leave on the oven? Or did I leave the oven on at the house before I left? You just want, like, that is the person you want with you in this experience, man.
Yeah, I think we just found something here. Between my example of my friend who was in a situation where everybody wants to laugh, but he wants to have attached to the tragedy of it, that so much that he felt he needed to leave and be away from the environment. And then Ronan, your example, dude, you gave me chills. That is such a great story of coming into the opposite, where everybody wants it to be morose. And what is actually needed, what is actually appropriate, is just for one person to bring a spark of levity, of healing optimism into all of that. What everybody else is in a sad mode. Like we have,
Slick. I felt sad too. My friend was sick. You know what I mean? Right. I had that. Yeah. But I was like, I think this is what I need to. I think this is what I need to do.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. I think, like, I have this mapped out. I'm kind of cheating. I'm like behind the phone. I have my Enneagram on the wall. So I'm like literally looking at a map with our conversation. So like, while everything we're doing is verbal, I also have a cheap, like an emotional rainbow of the human experience that I'm looking at. In between the 4 and the 5, between the individual and the observer, between Thalia and Melpomene, between tragedy and comedy, that gap between it's like the 4.5 spot. I think it is the pit. And I think what we're looking at is pity. We're looking at how people deal with a pitiful situation and how they don't fall into the pit by being too pitiful. Is some people will cry and some people will laugh. And I just love how, Ronan, your example was a perfect reflection of inverting the same dynamic of having of how we respond to pity. And this pit is a very, very amazing thing to meditate and ponder. If anybody gets into Nietzsche, he goes to next levels around what pity means in society. But this pit, the pit, it is the pit of nihilism. It is the pit of despair. It is the pit of beyond tragedy and comedy. And what I think it also signifies, and everybody wants to run away from it. It's hard to deal with. It's an uncomfortability in the human experience. I think there is another metaphor for the pit, and that is I think the pit is looking eye to eye with your fellow human being. I think the pit is our iris, and seeing another person's experience and locking in with their eyes for long enough to literally be sharing the energy for a prolonged period, not just a fleeting glance of like, okay, yeah, I see you, you see me, let's move on. But like really digging in intimately and looking into the eyes of somebody to connect and have a not just an exchange, to hold a conduit of potential that you might come back to later. You might come back to this held place with this other person. And that is when you lock eyes with the person intentionally. And so like, it's just so funny how tears are intrinsic to both tragedy and comedy. And in fact, I think we're dancing around what it is for a situation to be pitiful and what is appropriate, what is appropriate to teach, or no, how is the appropriate behavior around conducting yourself in a piteous scenario. Yeah.
I like that, Gabe. That's understanding and wisdom right there. That's what Bina and oh my goodness, what's the other one? What's the Chokma? Am I saying it right? Yeah, understanding and wisdom.
Nice.
And you know, Slick, and forget, Mooney, did I cut you off? I just wanted to say something.
No,
Forgive me if I cut you off.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, when I say like a comedian is brilliant, you got to have encoded. You want to actually be a teacher. You want to convey a very layered message so that people walk away subconsciously. Now, if you're a real words and you have your delivery right and your words are like, what many don't know is like those professional comedians craft every syllable. They'll count their syllables. They'll count. So they are actual wordsmiths, and then the delivery, and then the really great ones are teaching at the same time. Like, imagine I bet if you think back, maybe you have grade school teachers and you think, oh, that was the cool teacher. They probably had a delivery was a bit colorful. These are colorful, and I like polymathing's levity. Getting lighter. This is all. So there's brilliance in comedy. It's not just now. Also, farts are never gonna not be funny. You know what I mean? So there's levels to this. But yeah, you guys get it. Thanks for the. I can't. Thank you for the chat, by the way. I can't respond in the chat.
You're absolutely right, Ronan. Delivery is very, very important, right? You got to know when to come in with any particular emotion, right? It's all about delivery, and including farts as well. So, but I hate to end the conversation on gas, but guys, I'm gonna go. This has been amazing. Guys, I love it. I love how you guys really do, just fire my brain synapses and really get me thinking and thinking out the box and all the way around and everywhere. It's amazing. I love it. So much love to all of you. Massive love. Sending out so many hugs to everyone. Franklin, thank you. Thank you for holding this space. It's always so wonderful. I know I probably say it all the time, but it really is. I love everyone's dynamic and energy that come in here, and we're such an amazing group. And I'm extremely grateful for each and every one of you guys. And shout out to everyone in the chat. You guys blow up the chat. Like, what the heck? I love it, guys. But listen, have an amazing Saturn day. And I love you guys so much. We'll
Much
talk.
love.
Thank you for honoring us with your presence, my dear, and bringing your beautiful thoughts and your feelings and your dreams.
Oh,
And I hope you have a wonderful evening.
absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Big
Om
hug.
Shanti.
Love, Moon Feather.
Hey.
I think I should probably get sliding too. I got some installments I got to put together on the Slick Dissident channel here. And here pretty soon we're going to do another Marvelous Demystifiers over on Interverse. I think that might be on Monday. We're starting up season 2 of the Loki series. And our analysis is so very in-depth. And it's been very educational for me. At first, I've said this before, I didn't really want to do the project, but then something clicked in the symbolic realm of engaging that film. And now I'm almost, I'm committed to seeing it through. So yeah, we go long. If anybody's available on Monday night, bring your popcorn, because we go 3 to 4 hours, and we try not to miss any details. So yeah, I'll just mention that now and see my way out. Thank you so much for having me today. It's great to see everybody.
Thank you.
And Slick, I mean, talk about a character, Loki, in such a layer, so many layers to that character in relation also to comedy. He's a trickster and all that, but he is one of the most effective realm changing characters out there, Yeah. He's like a blessing and a curse. People love him and hate him all at the same time. Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us, brother, and bless you, and good luck with the Loki. Do you know that I can't watch that series here in South Africa? It's blocked.
What?
Wow.
Can't seem to find it. It's not on Netflix. It's not on Amazon.
Maybe that's where the real time variance police are located.
You've got these 4 quadrants on the planet, and it's got to do with rights.
Isn't
So,
it on
like, you might get
Disney?
a film that the rights have been sold in that place, but the rights aren't allowed in this place because of God knows how it works. I mean, I specifically don't use Google because I just don't ever want to give any money to Google on principle. Don't ever want to do that. I don't mind. I'd rather buy a DVD, but I don't even see that, Anyway, so much love to you, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Pruning. They think South Africa.
Wisdom.
Great having you with us today, Gabe. Always great.
Absolutely. Big love, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks for all your weaves.
Big love.
Big love.
Peace, Slick.
Yeah, it's great to have Slick back again. He's always got the most interesting perspectives on things. I love it. Keeps it
Well,
interesting.
there's been some beautiful sharing here, some beautiful insights, some beautiful ideas. And hello, Polymathing. I hope you're good, brother. Brother Louis, I sent you a PM, by the way, in case you are still about. And Mystic Ronan has popped back in. So we've been getting into the humor side of things, which is quite interesting, and the tears. So tears is like tearing open yourself, and humoring is like homing in on something, moving towards something, and bringing something in a sense. if that makes sense. So
You're
there's
bringing more of a hue to your face. Hue,
Yeah.
more hue, color. Think about, like, getting rosy red cheek like Santa Claus.
Welcome back, brother Dr. K. Yeah, I like that. Hue more. That's very beautiful, because the whole idea of human is a man, human of light. So humor is more light. And sorrow is, well, sorry, eros, sorrow, wasor, which is interesting. Woe, sore, sorrow, woe, sore. So it's quite interesting, the difference between sorrow and sorry. Sorry is an act, and sorrow is something that you're subjected to. But I do think that humor has become somewhat contrived these days, it seems, because we've become so woke. And for me, this is an issue. The wokeness of humor, the way that everybody wants to imply their social rules towards other people. Like, oh, but this is how you have to behave for other people. And for me, the whole point of humor is to collapse that nonsense, if that makes sense. The whole point of humor is humor is honesty. When you're really, really, really honest from your core, that's funny. If you're not being really, really honest from the core, then it's just not funny with humor. So humor only
the whole
really
woke
happens.
thing is all about being dishonest. It's all about, think about taking on different identities that aren't your own, and believing in, like, and conforming to a certain ideology. I mean, that's kind of like the thing that because if you think about what humor actually does as a mechanism, is it often sort of like, I don't think it was not touched on, is the liberating aspect of humor. Like, if you ever, like, believed in something that you really didn't want to be true, and then when you find out it's, complete and total nonsense, you start to, like, laugh at how ridiculous it is, and that ridiculous is like, oh my God. It's kind of like the same feeling when you wake up from a nightmare. You're like, oh, it's just a nightmare, thank goodness. And I think laughter can be like that, or serve a similar purpose.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at earlier, in where it comes from ritualistically, is from wearing the mask and repelling negative entity, negative energy, fear, all the negativity that you can repel is repelled by humor. And so it actually literally makes sense that it would have the words hue and more, or bringing in more hue, more light. And so there's definitely a powerful psychic defensive mechanism behind humor, which is why I think that people that laugh a lot tend to be more free as people. And if you've noticed, people who laugh a lot are people that can wake up in the morning and say, what the heck? I'm going there. No, they're not inhibited, because they don't need to have a structure or a plan, or they can just flow with it. It's very much close to dancing, I believe, which is ironic, because when I used to dance, I often used to cry. Laugh sometimes, but cry often when I dance, which is quite funny if you think about it. At least I find it funny. Dancing to the best tune you've ever heard and crying your heart out while you dance, and then laughing yourself silly afterwards at how you cried while dancing. So for me, I think that the humor is definitely a big part of the occult mastery, is to do with learning to master humor. Because if you can master humor, and by mastering humor, I mean, because I think of the humors as the passions and the desire body that's been twisted into particular points can be untwisted by the humors. So there's definitely some kind of power that flows from within the core of one's being, the center of one's constellation of forces and aspects of oneself, that can actually bring about the harmony and the peace and the balance, which is the fundamental point which will take you toward the curve of love. So humor can clear the stage of all the negativity that will prevent you from being in tune with love. And once you've cleared the stage with all the negativity that can prevent you from experiencing love, what have you left but to experience the fundamental state of love, which will bring you back to a state of union? And that union will then become a pathway towards nostalgia, which will take you through tears of awakening back to the humor. And so it's like bicycle pedals. That's how I see it. Consciousness. What I think is also something for us to look at here is the way in which our chakras, when we laugh, we do tend to laugh off energy, right? We tend to laugh off energy deeply. Crying is very much a pathway to the underworld. The word cry has got resonance with crow. The word cry literally means crow in Dutch. Yeah. So, for example, Germanic languages, a cry is a Dutch word for, I think it is in Dutch as well. Is that not right, Sarah? Or maybe
Pardon me?
cry. A
Cry
cry.
is a crow.
Yeah, it's a crow, yes?
Yeah, blackbird.
Yeah. Symbol of the
And
underworld.
a raven is a raaf.
Yeah, of death. So there's something about entering into the underworld of the etheric with tears. And there's something about being released from the sphere of the astral with the hue, the light of humor. So personally, I ascribe to the ancient tradition. In the ancient times when somebody died, people didn't get all sad and cry. It wasn't allowed to be sad and crying at funerals in ancient times. There was a practice of good humor around the dead, because it was thought that if you were feeling sorry for yourself and sad and crying, you would actually affect the ability for the soul to transit. So in order for the soul to transit, you would have to have a party. It's an old tradition. The Norse did it. The Celts did it. It seems like it's a very ancient universal tradition around death. So people used to celebrate death rather than sit and go like, oh my God, I've lost my brother or my uncle or my mother. I lost my brother when he was 18. And it was pretty hard because he was so young. And for me, it's sort of, I was only able to get through it by looking at the humorous side of it and realizing, like in good humor, that the funny times that there had been, if that makes sense. It's sometimes by remembering the funny times, it can bring you through a sad moment. And that brought me to the realization that he actually had to die. It was his time. And recognizing that he needed to die because if he didn't, he might have walked a path that would have actually caused him more spiritual harm had he not left. Then you could see that it was a grace and an act of kindness for him to be taken out of the world, to be given another chance in another pattern where he could make better decisions. So I think that there's an interesting parallel there when we look at the underworld. When we apply the underworld, when we apply the astral medicine to the underworld, we're bringing the light and the hue into the passing of those that have gone before us. And when we apply the medicine of the underworld to the upper world of the spirit, the tears, they tend to be a very purifying salt. For example, I noticed that when I cry a lot, I start to see auras more and more and more. The more I cry, the more layers of aura I can see. So for those of you that want to see more auras, crying, because it literally changes the way that your eyes process light chemically. Fascinating that. The way in which the etheric vision and the astral vision start to blend. And one starts to see the forms and the auras and the colors much more vividly. So that's something which I think is of note and to be considered quite deeply, because it's something quite profound that we haven't really considered. the way in which humor affects our senses and the way in which tears and sorrow affect our senses, and why it is that the Buddhists speak about sorrow being this path towards the gateway of enlightenment, and why it is that humor is so dangerous. And humor is so dangerous, it's also the medicine for fear. There's an interesting little connection going on there between humor being dangerous and being the medicine for fear. Because fear, the humor is the only way to deal with fear. And like Ronan was saying, I completely agree with what Ronan was saying, that you want to have people with a good sense of humor around you. Yeah. Because if you're doing something dangerous, like camaraderie is formed by laughter. Do you think that soldiers go out to war, like a platoon of them, whatever, and they're like crying and they're like, oh my God, we're going to die? Can you imagine? What are the odds of dying in a situation like that? Like 20 of you go out, like none of you come back. But if you go out there with an attitude of humor and see the funny side of life, there's much more chance of more of them actually coming home. So there's an interesting survival tactic within humor. I don't know. I put that across to you guys. What do you think about the survival tactics of humor?
I just kind of want to point it out that, like, when it comes to people, I don't trust someone that doesn't have a sense of humor. If someone doesn't have a sense of humor, I'm like, ooh, look out for this person. There's something wrong with them.
Yeah, I feel like there's something to that. Stress kills. And so when you're in stress, you're not functioning your best. If you can release some of that, you're going to be able to function at a higher capacity. So I feel like there's definitely an element of, in chaos and in like traumatizing situations of war, I feel like humor can be very essential for people that carry stress. People like myself who are a thrill seeker that seek danger, I feel like we wouldn't necessarily need humor, but we need the people on our team who carry fear to be able to use it and have it. So it's an interesting dynamic. I'd want to be personally with a team of fearless people, but if I couldn't, I'd make sure that they had humor in their side.
Yeah, I mean, also, where does the most funny people come from is usually in some of the toughest neighborhoods and areas in the world, the poorest, I should say, financially. You don't get there's not a lot of great comedy happening and jokes and that says a lot. That's a good symptom in like rich neighborhoods or wealthy places.
True.
Everyone has poles stuck up their butts. But when you're in hard situations, war and stuff and danger is, that's the extremes. But even just on the day to day, you go into the rougher spots of this realm, and it's usually you're going to find way more humor there because stuff's more serious. Stuff's more serious, so you got to balance that seriousness out, that day to day seriousness with levity for sure. And yeah, man. Now, of course, like the war, like I said, the facing real danger to one's physical, that's an extreme. And and I can tell you, yes, special forces and all those types they're some of the funniest people I've ever heard in my life, dude. You know what I mean? Like you're in the shower, you're taking a communal shower in Afghanistan, and it is nothing but let's just say they'd be canceled on Twitter if these jokes were to get out. The worst of the worst and the funniest. And these guys are the toughest, So yeah, man.
Yeah, I think in a situation like combat, humor can be very motivational, whereas fear is very amotivational. People will like pull inside and try to escape or like try to hide or just do stupid things with fear. But if you can use humor to combat that, you can get your team together and doing the right things.
And I've done a lot of like climbing, just for fun, just bouldering, I guess is the term that people use. And dude, I've frozen up before, Indy. Like all I need to do is jump like 3 feet, which we all can do, but it's like my legs lock up. You know what I mean? And I'm like, and I have to break that tension somehow in myself, even if I'm by myself.
Yep.
Just little things. You get frozen, bro. Your performance gets frozen if you're fear. And this all goes back to just knowing thyself. You know what I mean? Priorities, knowing thyself is part of all this. You take this whole, this whole thing is one big comedy show. The world is a stage. This is all comedy. I bet at the end of all this, is just an ethereal comedy club they're watching us right now. Like, look at these people. They think look how dumb these people are, man. They're so, you know what I mean? That'll be us too.
I've got a really funny story. It's about my son, Joshua Eli. Oh my God. He made me fall off my chair the other day. So his mother was telling him about the tooth fairy. And he came to me and he was like, the tooth fairy, and like took money out of under his pillow. And I was like, so how much did the tooth fairy give you? I was like, no, no, mate. It's not right. He was like, oh, it's not a good amount. No. Your tooth's worth much more than that. I would have given you 5 times that amount for your tooth, 10 times that amount for your tooth. And so he, like, his eyebrows raised. He was like, well, like, is the tooth fairy real? I was like, of course the tooth fairy's not real. So he was not very impressed because I promised him I'm never going to lie to him.
Oh, man.
So he, being fessed up with his mother about trying to say, he said, oh, so he goes to his mother, he says, so you were playing the fool with me, Mom? You're taking me for a fool. He's 7 years old. So he says, okay. She says, no, I was trying to preserve your childhood. He goes, oh, okay. So next day he comes out within the kitchen. He says, Mom, I want to tell you about the butt fairy. It's his little idea of a joke. He was telling his mom about the butt fairy that goes around cleaning your butt while you're sleeping. Cleans your butt. And he's thinking like, you want to play a joke? Come here. I'll show you a joke. Because he knew his mother would not like the idea of a butt fairy, especially not at breakfast. And he's 7 years old. He's going through this phase. I fell off my chair. It cracked me up. Because he came up with this idea of the butt fairy. Like, okay, Mom, no, I don't believe in a tooth fairy. I'm going to believe in the butt fairy to preserve my childhood.
Dude, that's brilliant. And it's original material.
So he's gonna be one hilarious character when he grows up. And I think there's something to this, like what you say about, like, for example, when he falls, he's very tough. He's one of the toughest kids I've ever seen in my life. Like, he will literally run and he will fall hard. He'll be like blood, skin ripped, and he'll get up and he'll like wince. He'll pull a little face like, yeah. And that'll be it. Then he's very embarrassed. He doesn't want people to see that he's been hurt. But he doesn't like get hurt, which is really interesting. You know, the pain doesn't get to him. So he's really got like an extremely high pain threshold. And he's not afraid of blood, which is interesting, you know, for 7 years old. So he's obviously going to be quite, like, you talk about the other side. I can see his mother can't see it yet. When I was 15, I used to hitchhike into a place called Guguletu at age 15. Now, let me tell you about Guguletu at 15. The reason I used to hitchhike into Googs to go and fetch my cannabis was A, because I could get high quality fresh cannabis from the Rastas, B, because it was cheap, and C, because the police weren't allowed into Guguletu. I want to give you an idea of the place that I used to go to when I was 15, hitchhiking. No white people went there, not even in cars, let alone hitchhiking. And the police, if they came too close to Guguletu, they get petrol bombed in those days. So, like, it was a proper dangerous place. The first time I came into certain parts of Guguletu, I had people coming at me with machetes. And I was like, okay, let's do this. let's go, you know? Because I was quite wild as a teenager. And so my point is, I used to go to places where like, you wouldn't expect a child from my background to go to Guguletu and survive, because there was so much bad stuff going on in South Africa at that time. There was like heavy apartheid, there was heavy crap, and I was a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old boy, and I was like, doesn't affect me. I've got nothing to do with this politics nonsense. I don't care. I get on well with Africans. I get on well with the Rastas. You know, I find the white people got sticks up their asses. That's how I thought. And my father taught me to, you know, protect myself when I was young, and my martial arts had been a prolific part of my life. So I felt confident I could handle myself in any situation. So I used to go into places which would risk my life. So I can see my son is going to do stuff that's going to be, his mother has no idea of what she's facing. And I think that's quite an interesting point. I think we kill the human in our kids when we don't allow them to experience danger. I don't know. I'd love to put that across to you guys. Allowing children to experience danger in a natural, organic way inspires them to become humorful. How's that as a notion?
That makes a lot of sense, Franklin. And I may be biased, having done your grandma, but I know you in particular have no fear in you, right? So when children fall, when children hurt themselves, you know, why do we fall? To get back up, right? So the first thing they do before they even attempt to get up is they look at the parent, right? If you are going to reflect positivity and a smile, then they will too. They won't see anything wrong. But if you're, oh my baby, you're hurting, they will absorb that too. Now there's no necessary right and wrong, but what are we trying to cultivate here? So of course he falls and he looks at his father, and I know you smile. I've seen him do it in the videos. You know what I'm saying? He looks right at you and he'll smile and get right back up and not even think twice about it. So we have to reflect what we want to be. That can be very hard in children. It's hard not to pass on the sins of the father and the sins of the mother. What being aware truly is. It's this idea of alchemy. You know, we talk about power and fear. You can't have one without the other. The magic is in the middle. So I love the analogy or the idea of taking someone's pain and writing a love song and making people dance to it. I mean, really think about that, because that's ultimately what we're talking about here, just across the spectrum.
That's such a beautifully poetic way of looking at it. Writing a love song out of people's pain. I suppose that's where love songs come from, if we consider it. And I'm having a hard time reading the screen. This light is so bright, man. Oh. If I turn it off, maybe people can still see me okay. No. I look like I'm like neon, don't I?
Yeah.
Need to have some kind of light here. But yeah, I do think that there's something to be said about that. You know, I never really considered that it might be different when he's with his mom. That's interesting. Maybe that's why boys need to spend time with their dads when they get to a certain age.
Oh yeah, and real quick, shout out to the chat and to Christ brings the sword. You know, we can feel the absolute love coming through your comments. Go ahead, Franklin. Yes, sorry to interject.
No, beautiful. Keep going, brother.
You know, it's just so much love. We're coming in here talking about love and comedy and vibes. You're all gonna burn. You're all gonna burn. Oh, so much love from this one person. Christ brings a sword. But no, you were going somewhere good, Franklin, with the children at a certain age. I think the boys definitely need to at a certain age leave mom and go hang out with the guys, right? The fathers, the uncles, the cousins, and learn from them, you know. And you know, when the guys are out working traditionally, you know, the farm, the whatever, biologically is what we're used to. You know, the fellas are going to get raunchy, and the boy is gonna learn something. And get both balance. And yeah, totally. But maybe not at, at a certain age for sure. But I mean, your son already is coming with the fire. He's coming up with original material, transmuting, old myths into making up his own myths. That's so powerful, man. I love it. The child, I love the inner child. Never be an adult. Don't ever quote unquote grow up, man. This is not funny. This is so serious. Shut up. Be a child. Go play. You know what I mean? This is what we're about. And I mean, sheesh, if we were all hanging out, whoever this group, all of us in the chat, we would have so much fun. Or it could be so somber. We could only talk about serious things. It's like, who do you want? Get out of here. Because we're still dropping knowledge, and we're walking away feeling better. Mind, body, and soul. We walk away. I walk away from you guys. First of all, I'm still, whether we're talking or not, I'm still with you guys. I feel a connection to all you, the fine, beautiful beings here. And I always learn something mentally, intellectually. I learn something, and I also feel something. I feel better, right? And then spiritually, all that adds up into my spirit getting lighter and. I'm not alone, right? It's not all, we share each other's burdens. You have a hard time, Franklin, one day. Yeah, we're going to rally around you. And then when you dust off from falling down, you get back up, and then we laugh about it later. Maybe not at that moment, right? But that's what we're for. You know what I mean? But we don't want to carry
maybe at that moment.
Yeah, we don't. Go ahead. Say that again.
Maybe at that moment. I don't mind a bit of giggling.
Depends.
Some people, if they fall on their ass, they don't like being laughed at. Me, if I fall on my ass and people laugh at me, I'm probably going to laugh with them.
Dude, you ever remember when you were a kid and a friend fell or something and the other boys are laughing and he's like, that kid's like, or maybe that kid was you and it's just like, stop laughing, I'm gonna kick all your asses, and they just laugh harder. Then eventually you get up and maybe you tackle them, you know what I mean? And it's like horse, it's man, what is this life about, man? You know what I mean? What's this life about except for enjoying oneself? Yes, we have tasks and things, but even in those tasks, right? That's why I love, some of the kung fu theater movies. They go about their tasks with everything is kung fu. It's not just martial arts. So all this alchemy and everything is transmuting energy. And I mentioned the other day, if you're doing laundry, it's a perfect time to practice your breath work at the same time. And then, it's constant, always ready to laugh, easy to laugh, easy crowd, not a tough crowd. Who wants to be around that? And like attracts like. So who wants to then attract that? No, man, I want to attract people that are doing stuff, have a good perspective, working on themselves, and also we can laugh. That's what's more fun than laughing, Franklin? You know what I'm saying? What feels better than that, dude? And if it feels good, then it's good. It's so funny to have to explain this. I feel like most of this is self-evident, but the disconnect from nature is so palpable that we have to talk about these. Your 7-year-old kid, son gets it because it's natural. Here we are, people in their 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s lost that. They got their wise dumb. They got wise and dumb at the same, dumber as they go. When your 7-year-old is has more spiritual intelligence than that, so we can't lose that. We can never lose that. If we have lost it, we have to get it back. Right.
That's very interesting because he's very astrally based. He's very in connection with the astral, with color, with mood, with emotion. And I was worried about him a little while ago because he seemed like he's growing up too fast. And I think it's because of some of the dynamics at home are not right. His mom can be, She can shout a lot. She can shout at him. She can try and shout at me. Then he witnesses me just blanking her. I ignore her. Look, we're not partners, right? We haven't been partners for 5 years. She didn't have anywhere to go, so she lives here. She's got her wing of the house on the other side of the house. I'm here. There's like 30, 40 feet between us. 40 feet plus between us. She's on that far side. I'm here. And we're housemates because that's just how that is. And it's for him as well, and for her because, she didn't have anywhere to go. So where's she going to go? So, and what's money? It's not what drives the world. So he witnesses a lot of his mom, and she shouts at him. And sometimes I have to step in. Now, I try not to talk to her, which seems cruel and seems harsh, but I don't want to get in arguments. If someone's going to be like just pessimistic the whole time, I'm just going to okay, rear view. I don't have time for this. I'm working all the time as well. I've got my clients. I work 7 days a week. I'm always working. I'm always focusing on my clients. I can't have someone who's trying to create drama in my space. I hope that makes sense. It might sound cold or selfish of me, but I've got to do what's right for my son, for myself, for my clients, for my animals. And when I get to engage with conversations with her, it turns weird and nasty. And then I end up saying stuff to her I don't want to say. I don't want to be the one to say that stuff to her. Someone's going to say it to her. I hope it's someone else. So I just don't talk to her, if that makes sense. So he witnesses me just ignoring her, basically. I have my slogan is email me. Email me. Email me. As if let's keep the communication between us in writing, because that way I don't have to deal with her drama. And so then she doesn't have anyone to take out her things on, so she starts with him. Then I'll hear them arguing and fighting, shouting at each other like little kids. Then I have to come and intervene, like the parent in the room, like, hey, you two, stop this now. Which I then end up laughing because I can't help finding it funny, because she's on his level having an argument with him like they're 2 7-year-olds. And I'm like reprimanding her, saying, you're a bloody adult. Just take action. If he's misbehaving, then I have to reprimand him. Don't talk to your mother like that. Do you know what I mean? So things get tense, and she's constantly been trying to overprotect him and trying to keep him in a box his whole life. She wants him to stay she doesn't want him to break out of her little box that she's got for him. She won't even let him sleep in his own bed. She's so obsessed with she's keeping him in her bed, sleeping in her bed with him. And, I was like, he wants to actually sleep in his own bed, but mom has such a drama that he said to me, you know what? I'll sleep in mom's bed because it's easier. I can't do the drama. And I respect that. I'm like, okay. But it's very adult of him. And I noticed we had these big fires a while ago, and his mom was all excited. Wow, look at the fires. Look at the fires, videoing the fires and photos of the fires. And here's me all sad thinking, wow, those tortoises and the creatures and, the mountains, basically there's a lot of destruction, and some people's houses might be in danger. There might be some people in valid danger. It turned out a lot of people had to be evacuated. Some buildings, some houses were damaged by fire. That's a big deal, people's livelihoods and stuff. And of course, all the animals displaced. Many of the animals obviously burnt, died. Birds, eggs, nests. Where do the birds go? A lot of birds up there have got their little nests, So I'm looking at it from that level, and his mom was looking at it from it's fun. And Joshua, interestingly enough, was looking at it from a very adult perspective. As a 7-year-old, he was asking questions so what happens to the animals, Dad? And he was making me a bit sad. I was like, yeah, some of them will escape. And he was, yeah, but what about the tortoises? He had me thinking about tortoises the whole week. He kept on my case. So where the tortoises, because we always see these tortoises, and I always pick up the tortoises and I show him the tortoises and teach him to treat them with respect, because they're little creatures and everything. And Then he was concerned about, what about those people's houses on the top of the mountain? What's going to happen because of the fire? Then he started worrying, what if the fire comes and starts jumping across those little streets and comes down towards our house? So he was thinking very adult thoughts at 7 years old, when his mom was thinking like a 7-year-old. Does that make sense? Which was disturbing for me to see. So some part of me worries that because of the way the world is now, a lot of adults might be becoming losing their maturity because of wokeness, because of brainwashing. I'll give you an example about an issue that I have with, we don't see eye to eye over what's happening in Israel. She keeps playing this blooming propaganda in front of my child about these bad Palestinians and these poor Israelis. Oh my God. Don't even get me started. And then she tries to talk her nonsense to me. And of course, Ronan, and I'm sure you guys can understand, I shoot it down. I shoot it down straight up. I was in Israel. I did go through the Gaza. I hitchhiked through the Gaza. I know very damn well what's going on in Israel, and I don't approve. And it's definitely not those bad Palestinians, right? Like, let's call it what it is, right? The Israeli government is doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, right? So, you know, he's having to learn to put up shields from his mother's, because she's been inducted into different kinds of thinking processes, and it's tricky for him as a little boy. And I think children these days are being forced to grow up really, really fast. So they're leaving their astral selves behind. They're leaving that natural astral expansiveness in their past and contracting towards the etheric, contracting towards numerating everything, numbers, language, numerating it all, and leaving the colors behind. And the colors are obviously what bring us into alignment to be able to appreciate the light and the dark, the hard and the soft, and all these aspects of the world. I don't know. How do you find it?
I think that's very much true. Children are essentially being exposed to much more, especially with the internet and devices and parental controls with the lack of thereof. People will respond to the energy that they choose to be aware of. So, you know, anyone who wants to live on the surface, that's going to be very apparent. You know, anytime we can blame, as an example, Palestinians, who are essentially prisoners in their own quote unquote country, right? But if someone only wants to believe the surface or the mainstream media, you know, you only have to really read a couple of books to begin to see the contrast and the stark differences, or perhaps even talk to someone, right? You know, Gaza, Palestine, and Israel are far more open when it comes to the internet and their news supply than, say, China. So anyone can get, you know, the reports from either side. But if we're choosing one or the other, that's essentially the issue that we're dealing with, and that's a lack of maturity.
Yeah, so I worry about my son a little bit, and that the wokeness in the world is draining all the humor out of the world. And what kind of a world are our kids going to inherit? So it sort of does leave a sorrowful mark upon my eyes, in a sense. I mean, I feel lucky that he's here with his dad. That's why I've stayed with him and his mom, so that he's exposed to me, so that he's exposed to some good humor, so that his mom can't handle me because I'm always making silly little jokes. She just doesn't get it.
Hi, I'm Alex. Friends of
What do you guys think? I feel like if people are affluent, they're raised by people with money, they might not be exposed to as much danger or challenges, and so they don't build resilience. And they don't have that humor to integrate with people. You guys think that's a thing? I grew up with money.
I just want to shout out to the chat again. I'm having a blast. Speaking of comedy and transmuting energy, there's nothing that makes me laugh harder than dogma. Dogma at this point, sure, it can be dangerous, but at this point, it cracks me up. I just want to throw that out there.
Robert Anton Wilson called them Catma.
I'm sorry?
Robert Anton Wilson called dogmas Catmas. I remember that.
Catmas. Yeah. We got dogmas and Catmas out here. Yeah. It's funny, like, all right, so there's this person, Christ brings a sword, who's going to F all y'all up. All y'all heathens.
Dad's going to get us, guys.
Y'all heathens better go to church.
My dad's going to beat you up.
Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I know Cosmic Prankster and I are having a good time in the chat. Shout out to Louie. It's funny when someone walks into a chat room full of free-minded, highly spiritual beings who have done tens of thousands of hours of research and work in connecting with spirit, and they come in not knowing that's who's surrounding them, the spiritual special forces, and they come in like, oh my gosh, you're all going to hell in a handbasket. And then it's like, I'm just here with, your archons, bro, not our archons. Okay, not mine anyway. I don't speak for anyone. So enjoy your archon, but this is an open-minded dogma, Catma free zone, in my opinion. But you're welcome to perhaps listen. Listening is fun too. But anyway, massive love, and the Christ brings a sword. I mean, ask yourself, don't look at us, don't look at others. Are you operating in love? Ask yourself that. Is the message you're bringing a message of love? Are you in the love vibe? What color? If we were, we just started out in its colors. What color are you in? The color of love, the frequency of love. This is something everyone should ask themselves, and we all ask ourselves that. But yeah, sorry. Continue. I didn't mean to.
I think somebody's got to be out there looking for revenge. It does take all sorts to make a world, and we do need a healthy batch. Look, like, one person's vengeance is another person's comedy. Yeah? If you look at it from that perspective. So, like, I think sometimes people are operating from a point of love, but they don't know that they're operating from a point of love. So they try to embody something that they think they have to embody because they're scared of the vulnerability that is produced because of the love, which is the essential part of their nature, which is what brings them to the space, why the harmonic resonance has attracted their electromagnetic frequencies, and their consciousness has been inducted into the space, because actually deep down, they're actually more in tune with what's going on, but can't really acknowledge, can't really own it. So feel the need to sort of put up false walls. What would you say, Indy? Denial of the shadow? Causes the shadow to
Oh, and Cosmic Prankster, forgive me if I interrupted you. I just wanted to finish that thought.
Oh no,
Forgive me if
you didn't interrupt anything.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, but
Well,
I think there's a lot of that. A lot of that is going on with the shadow. I feel like when people, I don't know, I had an epiphany a minute ago, but it kind of slipped me. But I feel like there's something there between the integration of the laughter that brings people together, and I don't know. I feel like I've heard some statements today that I've never heard before. I wanted to mention that I'm thankful for you guys for saying that you don't want to ever be around anybody that doesn't have a sense of humor. That's me. I've always been isolated. I've always isolated myself. And it's starting to make sense. I've never known that people were guarded against people without humor. I've never known that. But I don't.
Dude, you do have a sense of humor. You just don't know it.
I'm just not aware. I'm not aware of anxiety or humor. It happens, but it's nothing that I ever notice. So it doesn't bother me. This is nothing I have to think about. It's just natural. But it's nothing that I do intentionally. Like, it's not contrived.
Indy, you are hilarious. I would dare anyone to watch back any one of these roundtables where you have blessed us by being able to see your face and just being able to witness your reaction to what's being said by any and all of us here. And you will see a sense of humor. I guarantee you, you are hilarious. But see, this is the beauty. This is one of the many gold resonances, the ethereal gold we get from coming to this round table, right? Because we get to interact and truly see what it's like to see things from another perspective and be able to actually, sharpen each other, right? I think it's a beautiful thing. You're hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Make no doubt.
Feedback. I've heard that I'm funny before. I wish I could see it in myself and use it when I want to. You know what I mean? But it comes when it comes, probably at the right times. Divine intervention.
Always.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, why is it that as we get older, we get wiser? And why is it when we get wiser, we laugh less than what we used to when we were young? Is there something wrong with that? Is it supposed to be like that? Wisdom seems to move towards sorrow. I think maybe the sorrow is the recognition and the realization of the end. Jimmy Morrison and all that. This is my only friend, the end. And as we walk the life towards getting closer towards the grave, we start to, the humor's still there, but we start to appreciate the darkness in the world more. And by darkness, obviously I don't mean that the bad whims. I mean the things that aren't, things that are hidden, things that are challenging. The challenges of life become so much sweeter. So I've noticed in myself as well, a lot of things I would have laughed a lot more when I was younger, but as I get older, I'll see the humor, but I won't allow myself to go fully into it. I'll sort of sit on the edge. Does that make sense? Like sit between the two poles. And I think maybe that's what wisdom is. When you sit between the poles of humor and sorrow, able to partake from both almost simultaneously without moving too much one way or the other. I actually wrote a post about this in a philosophy group the other day, where my question was, can one be too balanced? And what is the effects of this? And so this brings us into an interesting point. Like we've discussed the chakras, the Sephirth, colors and numbers. Okay, we haven't looked at the colors specifically, and I think maybe it's time to look at the colors specifically. Colors are interesting. They tell us so much. Red is about being ready. Blue is about I blew. Yeah, I blew. So it's about the breath moving, and when you blow, you can expand something. It's an expansion. The air is expanding out into the universe. Orange, or is light, the range of light. Orange is about the spectrum. So orange is all about the range of light, it seems. And it's yellow and red. Yellow is about yelling, right? To yell, to express. So it's got to do with a lot of the lungs expressing sound. So when you yell from the heart, right? It's the heart vibrating. purple, violet. Violet is interesting. To violate. What does it mean to violate? I think we've been given very generic idea meanings of certain aspects of numbers, but I think when we look into the origin of numbers, it's interesting because to violate is to invade a space. Now, I remember reading books on psychology many years ago when I was a young boy and noticing that the color purple, women wearing purple and people wearing purple, has got something to do with sexuality. So violet and purple are actually related to sexuality. Not red, which is interesting. Red is related to desire. Desire is what can lead to sexuality, but desire is not necessarily for sexuality. It could be a desire for anything. And so violate is about merging the male and the female. The male and the female violating each other's space, right? So red and blue, red symbolizing desire and blue symbolizing the opposite, the expansion, because desire is a contract. Your desire becomes a contract that you contract with. And you use the contract of agreement. Agreement. So you need to have an agreement. So green is like the ringing of the bell. Green is I always see green as being the green man, nature, the abundance of nature. So green relates to time as well. Green is an interesting one because it's the yellow, the movement of energy, yellow, and the blue of the expansion. So the expansion of the mental field into the verbalization of the energy field becomes green. So green is interesting. You know, I've always thought of green as being, I don't see green in the way that other people see green, because I see green as being the way in which green is the true color of transmutation. You hear them saying that purple and violet is the color of transmutation. I think that Saturn is the true element of transmutation. And so green is more along the lines of transmutation. So when you look at Scorpio, right, and you're looking at the sign of transmutation, it's mostly green with a little bit of blue in it. No? So it's green with a touch of blue, turquoise. But it seems to be, to me, slightly heavier on the green side than on the blue side. Because it's only the light blue that's been added to the green, not the dark blue, if that makes sense. And then what else have we got? What have we missed? So
Yellow?
In
Can yell.
yell. To yell.
What about orange?
The range of light.
Okay.
Spectrum. Or is light, range. So now we're looking at orange as being the range of light. I think of Mercury when I think of orange from a very classical perspective, because the range of light is about transcending the astral and the etheric. And the only one that can travel through the astral and the etheric is Mercury, with the boots and the hat, right? And there's also a transcendence of the sexual in Mercury, because Mercury in old times was a man with breasts and sexual parts of a woman in the most classical glyphs. So there's quite a lot of intriguing ideas. Like, we've been given this idea that the base chakra is red and the crown chakra is violet, and that there's this neat spectrum that goes upwards in this way. But when we look at the glyph of mankind and we look at the astrological glyph of man, we see that Aries is in the head, red. We see that carnelian or vermilion is on the throat, Taurus. We see the Gemini, the orange, is the shoulders. We see that the breast is amber. We see that the heart and the spine is golden yellow. We see that the stomach area is lime green. We see that green is your sides above your hips, right? We're talking about the area where your kidneys would reside, that kind of range. Then we see turquoise as being the sexual generative region. Then we see blue as being the haunches, your hips, your thighs, Sagittarius. Then we see indigo as being the knees. And then we see magenta as being your feet. And they're the 12 signs of the zodiac is in the form of the body, which is quite interesting. It sort of goes against that whole idea that we've been given of the color scales of the chakras for a start. And those color scales of the violet from the crown and the red at the base is a very new idea. It's actually not even 100 years old. I don't know if you know that. It's less than 100 years old. If you go into India, yeah?
What's less than 100 years old?
The idea that the base chakra is red and the crown chakra is violet and the heart chakra is green. And green has been used, but it was more traditionally blue for Vedic systems of... Okay, so let's look at the symbolism of the chakra for a moment then. The Muladhara base chakra is the element of earth, Priviti. And that's a square because it's 4 directions of Brahma's face. And the color traditionally ascribed to the base root chakra is yellow in Vedic systems, but that's elemental. There's different ways of using the chakras. This is another point. There's different pieces. I'll give you an example. Lam is the root elemental name for stimulating the element of earth in the Muladhara chakra, the base chakra. But Na will liberate the powers of the root chakra. So Na and Lam, very different in terms of 2 syllables that could be used as these are bij. The Om, Na, Ma, Shi, Va, Hia. This is all 6 chakras. And each one of those syllables, when you meditate on that syllable in the chakra, will give you power and control over that chakra. And the power is latent within that chakra. So Om will give you control over the mental sphere. Na over the element of earth. Ma over the feminine sphere and the moon, the powers of water. Shi over the powers of fire and the digestive system, the triple burner. Va would give you powers over the heart, the circulatory system, and telepathy and all the things that relate to that. Iya would give you the psychic powers, throat chakra, the Visuddhi chakra. But when you're looking at the elemental attributions, Lam is the elemental attribution of the Muladhara chakra, which is color is yellow, and it's a square specifically. And when we look at the Svadhisthana chakra, traditionally the color is white. And although not just white, it could be silver. And here's an interesting point for us to consider as well, because when you look at the nature of the base chakra, there's 4 petals. And the 4 petals are the 4 directions. So it's a 4-petaled flower. And when you look at the Svadhisthana chakra, it's got 6 petals. So the 6 petals relate to the 6 directions. And this is cause and effect, the causality of the 6, sort of creating like the structure of a hexagram or the cube, essentially, of the etheric field. And so we're dealing with cause and effect. The color white or the color silver would have been used. Then the Manipura chakra, which is what I was talking about at length before. Now, this is really, really, really fundamentally important because the Manipura chakra is basically the key to the powers, the 12 powers. So there's 12 petals for the solar plexus chakra. Now, traditionally, the solar plexus chakra would have been red, and it would be an inverted triangle, a downward pointing triangle, red triangle, which relates to the diverging forces of fire that pull in towards matter, that produce the burning sphere, and the mani means the all-pervasive gem, the root of fire, if you want to consider it in such terms. So when you're looking at that, you would use Ram as a Bij mantra for the element of fire. So when they are chanting Ram mantras, Ram, 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 the Vaishnavats do this. They're stimulating their triple burner with fire. This is going to increase the rhythm, the rhythmic nature of the metabolic states within the fire, and the heart is going to be changed by that particular Bij mantra. Then you're looking at the Anahata chakra, and the Anahata chakra is the heart chakra. Now there's 16 petals to the heart chakra. This is quite interesting. Yeah. So it's like we're talking about two inverted, sorry, what am I saying? 12 petals to the Anahata chakra, 16 petals to the Visuddhi chakra. So the 12th chakra is the clock chakra, which is related to the zodiac, right? The turning of the wheel. And the Anahata chakra would traditionally have been blue, but green has been used from time to time because of its spiritual pull. Green brings us into a grounding aspect of the green man and nature. But traditionally, it would have been the color blue for the Anahata chakra. Obviously, the sun is the source of the solar power behind the heart. So this is the fundamental. It's the unstruck sound that is 16, that is the 2 octahedrons, which is where the psychic powers live, which is the indigo color, or even black. Traditionally, it would have been that dark color of the sky when night is approaching, when it's becoming indigo going into black. And then the Sastra chakra would be traditionally 1,000 petals, or in some systems 96 petals, but generally 1,000 petals, and that contains all the colors of the rainbow. In fact, no, sorry, all 1,000 colors. So the 7 colors that we can see, and then the other, 993 colors that we can't see beyond the visible spectrum of vision. So there's this, as you can see, like this is a traditional Vedic system for colorography. When you look at the Kabbalistic system for the Sephirth, you're looking at, there's 4 different scales of color, firstly. So you're looking at, normally what you'll be working with, you've got a Yetzirah scale, which you don't normally use. You've got an Isya scale of color that you don't normally use. So you've got 40 colors that relate to the 10 spheres, and you've got 128 colors that relate to the 32 paths. The 128 colors are broken into 4 bands for the 4 states of being. One's for the physicalizing guf, for the physical body, and then 3 scales, each for the 3 aspects of the shamanic, the divine, the astral, and the underworld. And so normally when you're working with scales of color, they work with what is called the Briac color scale, which is relating to the emotional plane, the astral plane, not the causal plane and not the etheric plane, but the astral plane, the middle plane. And so we would usually use that color scale, which would relate to yellow being the sphere of the heart, and the Tifarat, the scale of knowledge, and orange being the scale of Hut. Hut is mercurial. And we would have Netzach being an emerald color, which relates to usually to Venus. Though I question the way these colors have been used, color scales personally, because these gentlemen in these lodges, I wonder what their agendas have been. Why do they want to associate Venus with Saturn? Which I find rather interesting. And we look at the Jupiter sphere, which is blue, and we look at the Marshall sphere, which is red. So the red ray of Mars is a ray of discipline that can bring the control of the world, that can regulate the desires and the passion. Blue is the expansiveness of consciousness that can bring about the expansiveness of the memory and the realization through the memory of the identity of who I am, what they call Christ consciousness. The yellow sphere can bring about the self-expression, the yelling, the yell, self-expression, so that you can speak your truth, yell your truth out, jump on top of a rooftop and shout your truth at the world of who I am, which inspires the higher imagination and the functioning of the ability to think abstractly because of self-knowledge. Hence the book is the symbol of the heart. And then, of course, the sphere of the moon is violet purple in the Hebraic scale. So we're then looking at the nature of the moon's sublimative qualities, the ability to sublimate. So you can see that these 7 spheres beneath the triad represent the chakras as we know them in the physical body, but they're not the chakras, they're the Sephirth. So they relate to the nerve plexi centers rather than the hormonal centers, because the hormonal centers is where we get energy in our bodies and the energy of the astral color. And the nerve plexi centers is where the thought structuring patterns that give the structure of belief and ideology and firmness of reality, so that the energy becomes locked into that particular notion of dogmatism. Because reality is dogmatism, if you think about it. The whole nature of reality is a dogmatic reaction within the brain that tells me I'm in this reality. Otherwise, this reality isn't here. It's just bandwidths of energy and resonance and vibration and frequency. Yeah, so that gives us an idea of like the Kabbalistic system. And then, of course, the symbols related to these different aspects, right? So we look at the ruach, the intellect or the mental body of Mercury, and we think of the sword of discrimination, right? The sword of discrimination has quite a powerful place there. We also see the dagger of the will, the athame, in the hand of Mars, sacrifice, sack red, to make the sack red, which is where the blood rituals come from, using the athame from ancient rituals. Then you've got the book, which is the power of the heart to liberate the higher free-flowing imagination, creative impulses, the ability to find your story in life. Then you've got obviously the cube. Now Saturn is an interesting point. Saturn is sometimes seen as having moved around. In some of the older scales, the older pictures, we see Saturn in the sphere of the heart, playing the role of the black sun, which I find rather interesting. Some of the very old glyphs of Kabbalistic cosmological ideologies and reckonings. Though in less traditional, I mean like the last few hundred years, it seems like Binah has gotten the role of Saturn, which relates to the dark color, to the black color. And so Saturn relates to understanding and to transcendence of physicality, because time is the limit that gives us the impetus to transcend. So there's interesting ideas that are implied by the Sephirth, and they are correlated to the chakras. And so the chakras, the symbols, would be more abstract, as you can see, like we've got the 12 pointed star of the fundamental Anahata chakra. We've got the 16. And what is 16 is two what do you call that shape? It's getting late. My brain's starting to get tired. Two
Merkaba?
of the octahedrons.
Mm.
So two interlocked octahedrons. In the way that you got the Makaba for the 12 of the heart, the astral, you've got the interlocking octahedrons for the Visuddhi chakra. And then the principle of rhythm relating to the principle of one, because it's the fundamental structure that binds all 9 of the powers. So we see it as one, but 10. So you've got the 10 petals of the Manipura chakra, which is the solar fire of the triple burner. And so this is quite interesting. When we're looking at the number 10, 10 represents unity in its diversity being expressed. It's quite a perfect way of expressing unity through diversity. And it carries the power of the divine feminine in its wake, right? Because it's 1 and a 0. So, and then obviously when we look at when we go to look at the way in which the 6 petals of Svadhisthana chakra come into play, then we find ourselves contemplating notions like beyond the cube. We can also consider the 6 aspects of strength that revolve around the sun. So we have to look at all 6. If you look at the enneagram and you take away the triangle, right, which sits sort of at the center of the enneagram, you've got them left. So that's sort of what we're looking at when we're looking at the principles of cause and effect, of the causal reflection into the physical form through the Svadhisthana chakra. And the Muladhara chakra, even though it's the simplest, it represents knowledge. I think we've been taught to want to go up into the higher chakras and escape from the earth root chakra, when the earth root chakra is where all the knowledge is. So it's through this world and this earthly reality in this world that we can gain the knowledge of the divine. Otherwise, what's the point of being here? And then that brings back to the shadow, right? Everybody wants to deny the shadow. They want to run away from the shadow into the light. But it's by understanding the shadow, the earth deep, the dirt, the shadow, that we actually will gain an understanding and see the relevancy of the light. So that there's and this is just like a couple of systems that's being expunged here. And then I'll give you ideas like in typically ancient times, the Ajna chakra could have been a vermilion color. And at other times, the Ajna chakra could have been like an electric blue. Yeah, a blue that's electric and translucent. So the colors have changed roles over the ages and over the eons for which colors to use in the chakras. I think you can use any color in any chakra just about within certain sense of rules, depending on what reaction you want to get from that chakra. Personally, I'll tell you what I ascribe to. Okay, when I was first inducted into Aquarian Foundation, they have a different set of chakras, a different set of colors that they utilize, which is worth considering. They use the same as the old Vedic school for blue as the ray of the heart, peace and harmony. The violet is the ray for transformation in the Visuddhi throat center. They use yellow, self-expression, for the Sastra chakra, for the highest intellect, and orange for the Visuddhi chakra, for the Ajna chakra, which is the 2-petaled. Oh, I didn't mention that because it's so simple. There's 2 petals. There's 2 petals. Han Sa, Ham Sa. That's the in-breath and the out-breath of the universe. And so the understanding of the breath will bring the wisdom of the Ajna chakra, the third eye, You can master it through your breath, through understanding the sounds made by the breath, meditating on the sound of the breath, effectively. So the Aquarian Foundation would have used the orange color for the crown for the Ajna chakra, violet, blue, green for the solar plexus, because green is the most vibrational color, right? It's a high vibrational color for the solar plexus, and red for the root chakra, red ray, which they called Christ ray, which they would use for the root chakra, and I believe they might have used the black or the silver ray for the Svadhisthana chakra. So they've got a system which has sort of adapted some of the Vedic color systems for working with the elemental energies. Now, me personally, I look at the principle of generation as being the root. And generation to me is a mixture of red and blue. So I like the violet color through the root chakra. Svadhisthana chakra I see as being red because it's got to do with where your desires are most potent. So it charges your desires and makes it potent. So if you're using red in your Svadhisthana chakra, you've got to be careful because your desires will become intense. Green for the solar fire, because I see the solar plexus as being actually the black sun domain, which is the domain of the green man and the domain of Saturn in ancient form as the Reaper. And when people speak about Saturn as a Reaper, they think of the Grim Reaper from the skeleton card of transformation in the tarot, but I think of it as the Reaper of nature, of natural things, of plants, essentially, the way the ancients did. So I see green as being the sphere of rhythm. For green is a rhythmic color. It's very much in the center of everything. So it maintains the central point around which things can pivot, sort of the way rhythm does in a musical ensemble. Then the heart sphere I see as yellow because self-expression is what powers the heart. And so I wish to develop self-expression for the heart sphere. So yellow is the color that I enjoy for the heart sphere. And I like the color Venus. So Venus represents vibration and sound and music. And the essential primary stage of cognition I ascribe to Venus, which I relate to the Visuddhi chakra, which I think is a useful way to use the violet color. Indigo color. It's getting late. And the indigo color, as I relate to Venus, which is as the Sumerians did and the Babylonians, they ascribed the color of lapis lazuli, a lapis lazuli wand, lapis lazuli rosary, lapis lazuli everything for Venus. So these old stories, you can go and find Venus, lapis lazuli, very connected. When I first discovered lapis lazuli many, many years ago, I picked it up. I was like, wow, this is stimulating the sound and psychic abilities. And that's what Venus, the gateway to the mysteries, the day star and the star that's the brightest in the night, and the logos, the revelation of the logos, of the inner truth. So for me, lapis lazuli represents this, which is why the scarab beetles were normally made out of lapis very often in ancient Egypt or the land of Kim. Then I ascribe Mercury to the color that is used by the ascetics in India. The range of light, orange, which is the Ajna chakra, as that is a great range to be able to, it's base enough to be able to come down and fine enough to be able to go up. So it has a great range of mobility within the chakric system. Orange is probably one of the most diverse colors the greatest range of utilization, I think, in different chakras in different ways, depending on what effects you desire. By having orange in the Ajna chakra, it will increase the range and scope of one's mental ability and broaden one's mind, which I think is healthy. And Sastra chakra, well, I don't work with the Sastra chakra specifically, but the blue color, which is Jupiter in its form Sagittarius, shooting at the stars, makes the sense for the expansiveness of Jupiter and the first principle of Hermes. And obviously the principle of quantum entanglement is here, relating using the orange color to increase the range and the vibrational field, the indigo, and the yellow for the polarity, the expression of polarizing oneself, being true to oneself, and doing what one feels in contrast to the world. So there's another like sort of scale of colors that can be used, and then there's the colors that everybody else is talking about, which is the red in the base chakra, orange in the Svadhisthana, yellow in the Manipura, green in the Anahata, light blue, turquoise blue in the Visuddhi chakra, indigo in the Ajna chakra, and violet in the Sastra chakra. Though I don't recommend people work with the Sastra chakra personally. I don't think it's necessary. I do think it's detrimental. I think that the Ajna chakra is like as far as you should go until you're ready to move towards see, the full enlightenment and awareness and expansion of consciousness is happening here. So these three principles are operating through this chakra. Well, there's not actually one chakra, in fairness. There's actually 1, 2, 3 chakras. Then there's a Bindi chakra at the back in alignment with this central one. There's a line through the head, which is actually what travels right through the claustrum, where you got these 2 points working. The Bindi chakra is called by the Buddhists the Kala chakra. So there's actually 3 chakras here. And the one in the center here is about learning to focus, which is actually a good one to use as the focus. It's right there in that point where there's the join between the cartilage. It's right inside there, as opposed to the other 2. The higher one is the Guru chakra, and this is the Ajna chakra. So that's why you will see them drawing 3 lines over the forehead in Shiva worship, representing these 3 aspects that are bound by the Om. So, yeah, I mean, there's and actually there's a lot more to the chakras, because when you consider these 3 chakras, then you've got chakras here and chakras here. So you got these chakras, subtle chakras, and you've got 2 chakras within the throat as well. You've actually got a lot more chakras than 7. But typically we speak about certain focuses. And you'll find that even within certain pieces of text, they'll actually be speaking about different aspects of this, which is interesting. So, yeah, I think that the colors used for the chakras is a controversial story for me personally. Sorry if I'm going on and on and on about it. What do you guys think?
I think so as well. I've heard that use of the practice with the crown chakra can lead to just disappearing behind the veil. Like it's representative of the creator, and you integrate with the creator when you reach that stage, and then so you don't really exist anymore. It's like the Maya or the illusion would vanish, and so this whole realm would be gone. So I feel like it's not really the point of this situation. A lot of people see this to be a simulation and think about like they want to see what's outside the simulation. But rarely do people consider that the simulation is a necessary component and step to being able to reach beyond. And so I don't feel like it's something you just want to skip over that's useless. That's a trick. I feel like it's a purposeful illusion or simulation that we're in here. And so being able to master your time and place here will be able to allow you to be able to return back to being the creator and just feel like you did your part and played your role. And I feel like that's what we're here to do. That's my take on it. Now, I know you mentioned some colors associated with the chakras. Now, I saw one system that they actually used flowers, and luckily they had a picture of the flowers because some of the flowers did not delineate the color of the flower, but they associated the hibiscus with the root chakra, the calla lily with the sacral chakra, the sunflower with the solar plexus, the rose with the heart, a blue tulip for the throat. And interesting, like you mentioned earlier, they mentioned the marigold associated with the inner eye instead of the color indigo or black. They mentioned gold or marigold. And then purple lotus for crown. So do you have any insight as to why they use gold for the inner eye? Franklin?
Gold is etherical, and gold exists in the physical in the same way it does in the blood and in the spirit. So it's a wonderful conductor of, for lack of a better term, let's say intention.
I think as well as with alchemy, traditionally, if you wanted to bind mercury, you would use gold as the highest quality bonding agent for mercury to make mercury alchemically wearable. I mean, I had some mercury I used to wear in my dreads, which was made by certain alchemists in India, where they literally bond the mercury so that you can wear it. But because obviously mercury is the key, like in Vedic practice, that's why you wear the orange, the orange cloth. It's reminiscent of mercury. So, and mercury is about higher learning, opening the mind to broader possibilities, the divine. But which is interesting because it's mercury that can get the initiation of Venus, the gateway to the mysteries, the high priestess. She calls mercury to her. But the gold is also part of the philosophy. The gold is what becomes the philosopher's stone. When the gold has been processed by the alchemists, they're able to, if done correctly, turn it into a white stone, an edible white stone, which is like a kind of a white flower almost, which can have interesting effects on the genetic system because it's monatomic gold, which has particular magnetic effects that can cause the reverse of certain polarities of magnetism. So I've heard. I haven't seen this for myself. And so the helix of the DNA, from what I've heard, is able to then bind itself along these monatomic filaments of gold and become stabilized. Now, the telomeres, aging is related to the telomeres falling off, right? Getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And each loss of telomere is a loss, or a bit of loss of the telomere is loss of genetic material of your genetic code, which is what causes the breakdown in systems and tissues for aging, leading to death. So the idea is that the monatomic gold, if bonded with the DNA, will stop the evolution of the DNA, so it's frozen, which is actually really important because now we're looking at the eighth sphere. From somebody was mentioning Araman, Luciferian cosmology comes into this too. Steiner did actually even talk about this extensively. And so this monatomic gold can then become a base around which the double helix spirals of the DNA chemical strains can rotate and sort of traps them, preventing aging so that people can live for longer. And supposedly increases the resonant field of the DNA vibrational field because of the gold, and then increases the density of the psychic output, producing certain psychic abilities that are enhanced and empowered. Spiritual gifts. So I think gold is this is why gold was used for, the transmutation of turning lead to gold. The whole point of turning lead to gold was to be able to create this philosopher's stone, because the philosopher's stone could do all sorts of interesting things. And before you eat the philosopher's stone, you had to test it to make sure it was real. And the test for making sure you had done the philosopher's stone correctly was that it would turn lead to gold if you run through a certain process. And if the white stuff that you had turned lead into gold, literally, then you had created the philosopher's stone, and that was the mana that you could eat. But I believe that those that ate that mana trapped their DNA in an evolutional time capsule, and that the rest of time and space was evolving forwards, but the DNA was stuck, unable to evolve with time, being left behind. And this affected the ability to incarnate of the soul, causing it to fall further and further back until it loses its ability to incarnate and becomes trapped in the eighth sphere. So these are other cosmological ideas, but this relates to the bonding of the chakras, the bonding of these DNA fields, because the chakras and the Sephirth we can see as the bonding of these double helix serpents, right? These different currents running through our consciousness, becoming physicality. So yeah, sorry to get verbose again. I'm getting tired when I start rambling.
Hey, Franklin, have you ever heard about the mention of psychometry as a result of the use of Ormus? And I know psychometry is said to be the ability to see something's past by touching it throughout time. And I've heard stories that when the pharaohs or the mystics would take the Ormus in ancient Egypt, that they would be able to see through space and understand the origins of things. It just sounds very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been interested in taking it because I believe that it locks your DNA from evolving, and the evolution is like really important spiritually for spiritual progression, from my perspective, my opinion. But definitely, I think psychometry is one of the abilities that gets triggered. Other abilities would be the ability to project into the etheric and into the astral easily. But from what I've heard, the astral or etheric realm that one projects into isn't the same. And maybe this is a modern phenomenon, but I think there's certain technologies that can interact with this in one system, right? Because it wires into all one's DNA. Basically, one's DNA system becomes wired with this if one starts eating it. So, but yeah, a range of abilities, from being able to open time gates, being able to open stargates, being able to manipulate sound and gravity in such a fashion, and telepathy. I think psychometry is just one of the many effects expected, but I don't know if it affects everybody in the same way.
Have you heard of the experiments of David Hamilton that he's done out in China,
He had to go out to do it there because they violated treaties to do testing here, but he was able to find monatomic gold ormus in his backyard in Texas, already formed naturally. And
Wow.
he said that the people who took it would always lose their minds. But I feel like you have to be very spiritually ascended to be able to handle it, to be able to not lose it.
This is why the experiment to turn lead into gold was developed. Because when the ormus is correctly made, this philosopher's stone actually can change the gravity of things. It can move electrons around in a material, changing the very specific gravity and the alignment of the atoms just by its presence under the correct conditions. So this was what basically has been a big issue, I think, for a lot of people. I've heard of people finding it, buying it, trying to make it, but in the ancient times, nobody would take it until they saw the evidence that it was able to turn lead into gold. Once it's turned lead into gold, then they knew that it was the real thing. So people talk about how the alchemists were trying to turn lead into gold. They weren't trying to turn lead into gold. They were trying to make sure that they had safe ormus that wouldn't cause psychosis. Because if you don't do it right, it will mess you up. So I wonder whether the recipe's right.
Now, I've heard that ormus operates differently than other physical substances in the sense that if you heat it up, it can actually get lighter and float and then disappear from this realm, and then cool it down, it can come back, gather, and get heavier. So that's pretty interesting how that could affect your anatomy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And in the process of that changing, it can change other substances it's connected to. Your DNA, the lead into gold.
Absolutely. I'm interested in it. I know somebody that tries to make it by trying to break down their gold with electricity. I'm interested to see what his progress has been.
You know
what's
someone who's
funny,
trying to make that.
What's ironic is lead is actually pretty scarce nowadays. And it's powerful in its own right, has its own properties.
Yeah, they stopped using lead in circuitry in 2010. It's been gathering up in landfills. So let's use it in industry now.
How scarce is lead? Is that because of all the bullets? That's my pessimist humor.
Lead and bullets and also paint back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Yeah, it's a good thing that leaded gas.
So that's awesome, Khalil. Awesome property of lead, and one of the reasons why they probably said it's poisoning is because it shields your house. If you have if you have lead in your paint, you're creating basically a Faraday cage. Now, more expensive now, you could buy paint with silver in it, which has the same properties. Paint your walls like a primer. But it's hilarious that they stopped that, and they call it lead poisoning. And then this is pre-Wi-Fi stuff, after radio towers, and then now it's it's hard to find lead paint. So that's the old switcheroo. Kind of like I've talked about the prohibition, how they say it's for moral reasons, and no, that's so you can't fuel your own car and make your own fuel in the backyard with vegetables But yeah, that's fun. Thank you for bringing that up, Khalil. That's a sync for sure.
They know what they're doing. When certain things become abundant, certain things become scarce. It's really spirit communicating, because the more we're aware of these kinds of things, for example, we talk about Faraday, and we talk about this idea of crypto and hiding devices or putting certain things in bags so that they're protected from certain radiations, from certain frequencies. It's no different than parental controls on the TV.
Oh, bro. And then what else have they removed from the old schoolhouse? The copper pipes. And I know this group is very aware of the properties of water and the properties of when you combine that with metals like copper. Like I drank out of a copper water bottle, you know, because it adds to the water. So when you have old school ways of copper pipes, that was actually helping your water. You know, it has antibacterial properties. So does silver, and so does gold. Eating with a silver spoon, living in a place that has a lead paint like a Faraday cage, having copper pipes. The old school cats knew how to live in a symbiotic relationship with these materials. Wasn't by accident, but no, it's all scarce. It's all poison. It's all evil. It's, you know, this or that. Replace everything with plastic. Yeah, man. Yep. I just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah, colloidal silver was the first antibiotic used back in ancient Greece.
Yeah, I need to get some. It's always good to have some of that around the house.
It's great to have. I have some. It's wonderful. It's easy to get at the VA, but you can get it at health food stores.
If you have too much of it, it can make you turn blue.
Yeah.
Make your pee turn blue, apparently.
Oh, man.
I was suggesting to Ramar, because Ramar is very sensitive. And to those of you that can, if you've got smart meters anywhere near where you live, those smart meters cook you. It's like, you know, they cook you. And I'm sure 5G or whatever else will cook you. But those smart meters are cooking machines. And you can get thin sheets. You used to be able to. You should still be able to get them. Thin sheets of lead. Very, very thin. That you can put onto the back of a poster or a painting. Get big pieces of art that you hang on the wall and line the back of it with lead. Like on the walls that protect your bed, for example, if that makes sense, so that your bed where you sleep is not getting any radiation. And then, of course, you could get metal and make sure that the legs of your bed have got copper, or copper is good, winding down to actually touch the ground. Yeah, so that you've actually got copper grounding connecting you to the ground. Me personally, I've got a futon, so I'm nice and close to the ground. That's the way I like it. But and it's not all of that soft nonsense under my back. I like a firm, hard mattress. Japanese style works for me. I'm sure you're the same, Ronan. Huh? Do you like soft mattresses or hard?
I lean towards the firmament, the firm style.
So you need a futon, basically, a proper Ronan bed.
Kinda, yeah. The bacchiotomy.
Once you've got a futon, you don't ever want to look back.
Yeah, and if we want to continue down this road, you know, your sheets, cotton is another thing. Good cotton is another thing for your sheets and your clothes. All that helps with grounding. All this other stuff we wear is unfortunately, that's where a lot of these illnesses come from, this electricity. So it affects, and of course, all this stuff, dis-ease, it all affects our spiritual style as well. These metals and these materials from nature. I mean, cotton grows on a plant. I mean, talk about a gift, right? And these metals that when used properly is nothing but healing. Khalil mentioned a while ago about those healing centers, and even that was, you know, a lot of these spires get inspired, and a lot of these domes are right nowadays they're like painted gold, right, or they're painted certain colors, but that's because they removed everything. Traditionally, the metallurgy and the alchemy was mixes of metals, you know, gold and silver, along with the geopolymers that were straight healing centers, straight grounding places. So, and homes were also kind of like that. You know, imagine your home, like I mentioned, has all this stuff in the natural way with metals running through the walls and everywhere, and good materials. And then the healing centers ring their bells, and that all reverberates outside of town. Talk about one big vibrational healing area, living situation. Like how far How far have we gotten from that, you know, or have allowed ourselves or gotten tricked into with naivety and forgotten these ways, you know? Now we're like so like a revolutionary if you have like a ground, you know, your bed grounded and everything, and that's like, oh wow, you're like when back in the day, not that long back in the day, not that long ago. A lot of these changes have happened very recently. This was how things were. Now how things are completely disconnected from nature. And metals and crystals and these materials are nature, you know. But yeah. That's why, you know, Franklin, I wonder what you touched on earlier, because when you brought this up about being too balanced, you know, there is, and we were talking a lot about laughter. Yeah, and someone, you know, there's a lot of people that want to be so detached and think no duality at all. That means no anger or laughter, just all the way down the middle. And yet we have all these things happening around us that have, you know, removed material from us and changed the ways around us. How does someone, I'm just trying to think, is someone just so detached they just ignore all this, who can let it all crumble? Or I don't know, I'm kind of I'm not really crafting my question properly.
I think I get you.
Okay, good.
Maybe we can stop caring if we get too balanced. And this is just my opinion. I mean, I don't know if you can get too balanced. It's just an idea. But because I can't say I've ever known anyone that's too balanced. But I imagine that if all the polarities become resolved, what polarity is there to provide impetus? The impetus for action, the impetus for change, and the impetus for direction of function. So what cause would there ever be for activism, ever? Or to stand up for what's right? Or to protect someone that needs protecting? Or to take action where action needs to be taken?
And those who, so there's people that cannot defend themselves from quote unquote atrocities. Is it cosmically correct to get involved, or does one go, no, that's duality, I'm going to just go Zen mode over here, let everything burn around me, the people and everything, and not care about anything that happens here? I'm asking, I'm definitely not telling, you know, whether someone's in that place or not. There's a lot of people with that goal.
You cannot do anything or not do anything that is not already written.
Know your rights, know your writs. So it's already written. So, okay, gosh, I don't want to talk in circles because I feel like we've crossed this, where free will, and it's already written. So no matter what anyone does, it's almost like that Final Destination movie kind of concept. It's an interesting philosophical thing. I feel like what's funny, Frank, like I know we overlap a lot of topics over the weeks.
Think about what we talked about earlier, Rona. Think about this idea of light, right, being reflected. It takes time, right? So think about deja vu, right, and all the like Moonfeather talked about, all these different wheels within wheels, right? So we've already done all of this, right? We crafted our story before incarnation, every single detail, and we wiped our minds of the consciousness of doing it, right? This is a large part of synchronicity, because we're realizing that we exist outside of time as well. So all of this is a game and a story we've already laid out. We're just acting it out.
Yeah, when I play games, I still try to crush. And I know the games don't matter. The games within this game, insert sports, video games, whatever, I still try to do well.
As you should. When you aim for the sun with your bow and arrow, you will never hit it, but your aim will get better, right?
Shoot for the
Yeah,
stars.
I think the whole thing of the real eyesing. So it's your eyes on the reel. So the reel is turning and it's eyes on reel. As the reel turns and turns and turns and turns and accumulates a substance, then when you die, that unwinds and you watch it coming out until it's empty. And then the stuff that was wound onto it unwinds off of it and gets imprinted, uploaded through the astral field into the causal field, where the memory of it is integrated to change the structure of being, like for better or worse. And then that attracts a new reality that's in resonance with the frequency and harmonic vibrational field that is relative to that state of consciousness into one's reality. So there is sort of a mathematical perfection. The universe is a symphony of perfect mathematics, it seems. But the will is still free.
That's the game. That's the code of the game. That's the game code. That mathematics you're talking about. That's sacred geometry. That's the code, which is what a lot of decoders try to decode and learn, and then, try and use that code in one's favor and get in the code. So a lot of times we say, like, get in the code. Are you in code? You know, in that mathematical equation that you talk about on that's all around us, this realm, how this realm works. Yeah, man. If you're out of that code, you're gonna get ran over. You know, get in the flow. You know,
it's interesting that when you think about the code, it's normally related to honor, to the honing of those honorable skills. So you think of the code like the code of the warrior, the code of the, apparently thieves have got a code, you know, code of the gangster, the code of the, you know, of the woke. The woke code. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It's not. What is the woke code? What is going on with the woke code? You know, how does that bind us in such a way that it closes our astral body, disconnects us from our etheric awareness, and leaves us trapped in a very limited aspect of even the physical awareness? So what happens to the astral and etheric fields if we become so obsessed with wokeness over a long period of time?
Well, I would a good gauge on the material plane like this, anything like let's use woke for example. If your opinions agree and align with all the corporations of the realm, all the governments of the realm, all the media of the realm, all the culture creators and all the manipulators of the realm, if your opinions and mindset agree with that, just know you might be getting following a wrong path, you know, or one that's not for your best interest. It's in their interest. So if woke is sponsored by, you know, the Coca-Cola or something, just know that, or you know, or Pfizer, woke sponsored by Pfizer, you're you know, that's probably a good indicator that it's not natural.
Speaking of Pfizer, Pfizer is like a visor. Put the blinkers on. So they wanted us to put the blinkers on and live behind a screen, which is an interesting concept, you know. And they make it sound like a Tizer, you know, like an apple Tizer or a grape Tizer. Pfizer. It sounds so cool, doesn't it? Doesn't sound like hectic until you really think about it. So that's some serious marketing there. Yeah, it does try to break my heart when I think about all those poor people out there that said, yeah, you know what, I'll be your guinea pig. Because obviously I knew a lot more of the people, and some of the people I knew, they didn't make it because, well, partially because the wind was so strong, you know, the proverbial wind, the pressure to make everybody conform, to shape the wave of humanity into the shape of the wave that they wanted, so that they could wash their foam down people's throats. But we've got
And
to
if
be careful.
if that wind doesn't smell so good, I wouldn't trust that wind.
It's called the broken wind.
If you break wind, yeah, I don't want to get in that flow. I'll put my sails down.
No, but it's basically what it is, because it's metaphor of Pfizer.
I mean, don't forget the pie or the in Pfizer.
Exactly. They've created a social wind tunnel, if you want to put it in such terms. Yeah, wind tunnel is how you test. So you test things in wind tunnel to see how they work.
Yeah, and I mean, one of their moves. This is one of their actual. They create a vortex, vortex of illusion, where everything's spinning, and moving, and then it funnels into their receivers. You know, that's their literal the game being rigged, like Magic Lacroix mentioned. All this movement and energy put into things. They have literal diagrams. Their diagrams that demonstrate. And they use vortex as in like a cyclone as their diagram. So they take all this energy and funnel it to themselves, and they just keep that cycle going. So they have a cycle. They have a unnatural cycle within overlay of the real cycles. But again, they're it's an illusion, you know. But if you fall for the illusion, and you're you know, they didn't call them far seas for nothing. They see pretty far, and if you're short-sighted, you might not, you know, see this illusion, you know, and might not be able to identify the illusion.
I wonder as well, when we talk about these Pharisees, whether we're talking about iron, ferrous, you know, as in like the iron is a hard, disciplining metal. It's Mars, and it's using your desires to drive you, if that makes sense. So to iron things out is to get things the way you want them. Yeah, it's about control. So there's an interesting, this name is quite an interesting name when we look at it. It's got like obviously a lot of different applications. And Ashish, isn't that Pag, Ashish? So Pegasus, yeah. And far could be seen as par, yeah, because the P and the F are interchangeable in these old languages. So it could be parasis. And so it's quite interesting because it's meaning about finding that middle ground. And I do get
be careful getting pegged, and be careful getting pegged. You don't want to get pegged. No,
Well,
continue, Franklin.
no, I was zoning out anyway. You saved me. I can fall into a trance while I'm talking and start talking and just go off on one.
Oh, I messed up the trance. I'm sorry, dude. Because you were going.
No. Literally, I'm tired, so I can do that very easily. And then I won't know what I said.
Well, you're spitting fire. You're spitting fire, my friend. Like when you go on your trance rants, it's straight fire.
It's sleep talking, you know? Sleepwalking, sleep talking. I'm a sleep talker.
That's a new one.
Gotta record yourself at nighttime in bed. See what kind of wisdom you're putting out while you sleep, man.
Yeah, that's funny. I have to pinch myself to wake myself up sometimes when I'm in session with my clients. Because I fall into a trance and then I'm talking and I've got to pinch myself to come out of a trance. And I'm like, I'm not sure what I was saying. And they're like, no. Because I literally don't know what I was saying necessarily. Because it's not always me talking, which is a little bit weird. Like if you think about it, who's doing the talking? Who am I anyway? I think that's what was that, dear? Was that Soraya?
I think so.
Are you very far from your mic? Or maybe it was an accidental sound coming through or not? Soraya, I don't know if you can hear me.
From my wife, or at least I don't know.
Here she is.
That was sounding better.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was leaning against my mic.
Yeah, the Pharisees. Who were these people and why was... I don't like the word Jesus. Not that I have a problem with the word Jesus. But if I'm going to say yes, then I want to know that I'm saying Hail Zeus. I don't want to pretend that I'm talking about... You see, okay, so this is what blows my mind. There was never a time when Emmanuel was ever called Jesus when he was alive. Or Christ. And that's why he kept saying he was a Jew. So anybody that practices Christianity is going against the teachings of Emmanuel. Because he said to everybody, I'm a loyal Jew. You must be like this. I'm showing you the way. Be a loyal Jew. Right?
Yeah. He went by the
So if you're not a loyal Jew, then you've lost your way.
He chose the title of the Son of Man based off of the title of Enoch.
Well, let me drop this on you guys. That something I sometimes play on the show is Jesus, and that's old native tongue here in the Americas that has been around way long time. And you have Jesus, you have the Giza Strip, Gaza, and you have the Gaza Strip, all across from both sides of the pond, and also the two bulls, the Bible, might not be as old as one thinks. Okay, so just know that these root words are very telling, and these stories are yeah. So that's something to think about, and of course, the etymology in Zeus, and yeah, the East, that there's a place, there's hell, in Finland you have hell, and you have an island called it has that Isu in it as well.
Helsinki.
So yeah. And you have names like that all over the world, actually, that refer to is it Isus, I think, or Isu? Go ahead, Kalel. I can see Kalel's cooking.
Well, Jesus is an Algonquin word that means son. So we don't, again, with the power of labeling, we don't want to get into a label and get stuck in one dimension in a paradigm. We wanna go to the physical. We want to understand that Yeshua Pendir was a real man who was never crucified, who someone took his place on the cross according to Islam, right? But we know that Jesus never existed in the first place. No one named Emmanuel ever existed. It was Yeshua, right? Issa, and then supposedly this Jesus, which we know comes directly from Zeus, which is a replacement for Cleopatra, right? So we're talking about this idea of a woman, because the sun was originally a feminine deity long before it was masculine. So we have to take everything into context before we choose to get an opinion about it.
Yep.
Also remembering, there's a wonderful book by Kersey Graves, 16 Crucified Saviors. So we got to really remember that we're talking about an energy, we're talking about a frequency, we're talking about a sun deity that you can see reflected in Dionysus and Osiris and Heru and so many others, right? Abraxas even. I mean, it goes on and on and on. So we're talking about a very specific thing as opposed to one individual person who never existed.
Yeah, and I mean, sheesh, man. If you're stuck in dogma world, I mean, yeah, everything that Khalil you're saying is information that I find so invaluable. What you're talking about is some of my favorite topics. I'm not an expert, but this is where I really like to focus my my personal studies on, because it's so fascinating. All these names of all across the realm, you know what I mean? Way older than the prescribed stories of this particular one that took dominance over, the people that have conquered the lands all across and force everyone into their Gregorian calendars and all that. Like, all those Templars and all that, they're a military force saying, pushing their that's how they push this across by force, convert or die. And it's a hodgepodge of stories of other stuff with their flavor and with their coding in it. So anyone that's like, my way is the way, anyone that's their book is the book, it's like, okay, that's cool, but don't, you notice how a lot of people are very militant about their thing. No, mine's the thing. You're like, I don't know. They're like, well, I'm gonna harm you in some way, right? It's like, okay.
What I'm particularly curious about is, you see, I've got these memories that are old, and I'm not quite sure how old. And now I've assumed that they must be very, very, very old because the stars look different. But in those memories, I'm much bigger. Much bigger. And my mental capacity is like something I can't imagine. And so it makes me wonder about this mud flood, what happened. Could the stars and the orientation of the earth and everything have changed with huge catastrophes, heavens moving, everything moving, the earth moving, mud flood moving, people being washed off the face of the earth? And just exactly how is the story of Noah playing out? And what are we talking about with all of these babies in the incubators? Because I remember standing on a mountain and watching the universe, forming it in my mind, creating an entire copy of the universe, the mathematics of the universe in my mind, the sum of the whole universe, which is like, it's a crazy concept. Imagine being able to create an entire map of the galaxy in your mind out of triangles, intersecting triangles of different star points touching other star points, and creating like a grid and building a grid painstakingly in your mind, and then overlooking that grid to make sure that it's exactly perfect, the entire galaxy, knowing where every point in the galaxy goes. getting every point right, and then being able to create a second galaxy point of the same galaxy, but it's a different version, and then being able to push that version and merge the two galaxies till they become like the one that you want, so that you can jump through space to another place in the galaxy, maybe even through time. So, like, we had that kind of capacity. And I always assumed it was so long ago, but over the years I've been wondering, well, just how long ago was that? And why was I so tall? And why did I have such incredible mental ability that I don't have in this life? So it makes me wonder what happened in the floodlight, the mud flood, and what were these incubators? And are we all the product of these incubators?
Well, no, we're not all a product of the incubators. The incubators were a very, very specific clone or regeneration, and we can track that to a large degree. That's why family records are so important, because you'll see a lot of Eastern European, quote unquote, and immigration, especially after World War II, but long before in the 1800s. You'll see a lot of these grandparents, great grandparents had names that were adopted because they came from these different World's Fairs and different incubation centers. But long before that, there were records that existed that have long been trying to be destroyed or trying to be buried, especially in like Wichita, Kansas, right? When it comes to like the Moorish paradigm. So we can see the migration of a lot of these different names and family histories and totem poles. But what you're really talking about is an inverted pineal gland or an inverted pine cone, right? If you look at a pine cone, you'll notice that it has 72 sections. This is where we get the idea of 72 conspirators a set, or 72 goetia, 72 chakras on the pineal gland, right? Before 72 is 9, so we're talking about completion. The inverted version of this is what you see in the microwave or the cosmic microwave background. It's an inverted pineal cone. You can see the same thing in the cell of any amoeba or any organism. It's the sacred geometry we're talking about. So every pad or every box or every section is a dimension. We're walking and living through this in a state of frequency. The Egyptians or the Kemites called this in the waters of noon. So this is exactly what you're describing.
But what gets me, Kalal, is all those images of all these empty cities. And there's a lot of them. And there can't be just like there are a lot of images of all these empty cities all around the world. Where did the population go and where did they come? How did they get back there? We're talking about whole cities, huge cities.
We still have them today. You know, in China, they're called ghost cities. In Turkmenistan, they have them up under the ground, right? But we have to remember that we have ossuaries. We have cities like Paris, where you have 6 million people buried up under the ground in bone cathedrals. That is not the only one, right? So, you know, these people, and remember again the idea of the Salem witch trials, the Spanish Inquisition, and of course the insane asylums of the 1800s. People were locked up for reading. Remember the Indian slave trade, where it was the men, it was the chiefs who were selling the women into not only slavery, into not only the double trail of tears, but also into these insane asylums where people were disappeared, killed, tortured, and otherwise.
Don't forget, you mentioned Paris. Don't forget Mexico's name was called Paradiso. And then you also have Peru. So these names of cities are all across the realm. Paris, Paradiso, Peru. And imagine, you know how easy it is? I've given some things about like my mom growing up in London in World War II, and just an example, you know, war. You go, we're gonna send all the kids away, and dude, you don't know. Maybe that's the plan. Then they could wipe out in war. War is a great time to there. Well, I don't mean to add levity. I'm not adding levity to this. War is the perfect time to snatch up some kids, to kill the adults, and start a whole new narrative. And that has happened and is happening now.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, and that's just one way. That's just one way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've also mentioned how they've emptied out cities in 2020. Times Square, New York, one of the busiest places in the world, was a ghost town. DC, you know, all these places were ghost towns in our lifetime. So, yeah, man. I mean, they could turn, and then they try to destroy what they can't destroy. There's been tons of times of book burning and destroying stuff, and I think some of the stone structures were maybe a little too difficult to destroy, so they're still around in places like Spain. In all that architecture there, that's of, you know, has a kind of a
Ukraine.
Ukraine, UK. You know, that's the UK. And of course they went by different names back in the day. That's also Khazaria. So, yeah, go ahead.
Ukraine is where, like, it was an important part of the Tartaria.
Yeah, I mean, they're converts. So you have tons of people converting, and then claim you have imposters. You have what's called LARPers. You know what I mean? They're LARPing out here.
Apparently, they had some impressive architecture in Ukraine.
Thanks, Soraya, for laughing. You also, I mean, you have pyramids everywhere. You have this architecture everywhere. But yeah, the Ukraine was the Khazarians. They chose a particular. They chose Judaism as their thing. They're not, and that is they're converts. So then they go and take over. they do their takeovers. You know, they take over the Vatican. They take over all these other places. They send their they take out Finland, right? They destroy. You know, you want to talk genocide? I mean, I think there's genocides that are definitely not documented unless you're really or a deep researcher like some of us are and can connect a few dots. But yeah, and this stuff is not thousands of years ago. I mean, yeah, it happened. This has been a cycle for sure, but this is the 1800s were pretty recent and pretty interesting. The 1700s were pretty interesting. Some of the George, you know, like King George types might look a little different than you might have been seen in certain paintings, you know, Morocco and Moors and all that type of, and then you throw in Atlantis and Lemuria and Mu, lands that I guess are gone, you know, destroyed or not around necessarily, or not in the way they were before. Maybe some leftovers, but yeah, this is they don't teach this in history class.
What do you guys think of the possibility that they used mud liquefaction with sound weapons to liquefy the mud outside of those buildings?
Yeah.
And, like, if you're in the building, you can't leave.
I mean, Indy, think about the. Forgive me if I'm being rude, but think. I'll just get this out there. Think about the story of the walls of Jericho.
Yeah.
They walk around it 7 times, and they're with their trumpets and singing. And we know you can take like cannons, you know, the cannons that we are told, and they shoot cannons. They're first of all, they would explode if they shot cannon. Like that would just those are sound weapons. So you can shoot your directed sound weapon at a wall like Jericho or some other city, could be a stone wall, and liquefy that. The walls fall down. And there you go. They march in and say, all right, you're done. You know, there's literal legends, you know, about this. And they're not just legends. So, yeah, sound weapons, man. liquefying.
Technology that does that. If y'all are familiar with Bill Schneider and the story of the underground military bases, he said that they had weapons that could deflagrate rock with, and they've had them for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you can YouTube right now sound, you know, when it breaks a glass, right? But if you watch slow motion videos of the glass before it breaks, it's like expanding, and it's like woo, 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 like a solid object, a glass, a wine glass is pretty solid, right? You look at it, you go, this is a solid object. That thing warps and bends and warps and bends and warps and eventually explodes.
Whoa, that sounds like what was doing that?
Like that, you know, just like a sound machine on YouTube. Like now, this is like a thing that people do now. They turn on, you know, they have that machine that can hit frequencies.
Yeah, I've always known that glass is like a liquid steel form or something. I've never seen it move like that. Sounds cool. I've checked that out.
Yeah, and then some of those megaliths, they soften. You know, one technique is softening stone to get that in the shape, and then you fit it in the shape, and then it kind of hardens. That's another idea. But yeah, there's sound weapons. We mentioned earlier, sound is healing, and it could be used as a weapon too. Absolutely. And I mean, guys, then you get this is a whole thing, because then you get into airships, and you know how they had airship. They have myths of like Napoleon running around in an airship with thousands of troops in the airships.
Yeah, they've had them since the 1700s, but we didn't see airships in the United States until the 1800s, and they mystified us. Those were like the first UFOs. But it seems
we're getting into an interesting territory here, because now we're getting to the conclusion of this topic, which is how our chakras and Sephirth can be used to manipulate us and control us.
Mhm.
And we're talking about sound, acoustics, frequencies. I've always wondered about why the roads are made out of tar. Tar and rubber cause a reaction. There's an acoustic quality and a static line that's built with all these tires running over tar for a start. And then we've got 5G, broadband. We've got VHF for military. ELF isn't really allowed, but I bet you they use some on the edge of ELF for the VL, what? Very low frequency waves. Yeah. So the VLF is used for, that's what HARP is, right? When we talk about HARP and all the other installations, I mean, I don't know how many there are in the States. I followed that which was going on in the UK and did my research there. But these VLF installations of 200, 250 yard high antennas, where there's like 13 of them all in a geometric pattern or even more, putting out like ridiculous amounts of current, that's going to have quite an effect on our electromagnetic system. And so I think of as our electric system as our etheric system, and our magnetic system as our astral system. And our personal magnetism and our magnetic system is driven by the hormones, which is what generates the feeling, the emotional intelligence, EQ quality. And obviously the rationalization is the impulses of the nerves, which is like controlled by the pineal. So these two, I think this is what 5G is. This is why when everybody got really sick after the China was blamed for whatever had happened, that 5G was the first thing to go up. It was lockdown. No one was allowed. Social distancing. You can't work, but we got to put up 5G towers. No, it's okay. The 5G crews, they're immune to COVID. They're not going to spread COVID. We're going to have 5G crews all around the world putting up COVID, but we can't have people cleaning the roads. Do you know what I mean? You can't go surfing. You can't go surfing alone in the sea. No, you're going to get COVID-19. It's okay if you're part of a 5G crew putting up a tower. So there was definitely something going on there.
Well, radio towers, there were diseases that illnesses that did not exist until radio towers were put up in like the early 1900s all over the place. And then people started getting ill with radio towers. So yes, these new frequencies of 5G, etc., that they put up. One, I would burn them all down. I have a couple that I'm eyeballing that need to come down in my region, and I take care of my AO. I keep my AO clean as best I can. But shout out vigilantes. Vigilante justice is the only justice, in my opinion. But yes, these towers are to make people ill. And if you notice, the world magicians of germs made up germ theory, not terrain, but germs, by guys like a guy named Pastor. I think his name was Pastor or something like that. And on his tombstone said it's all about terrain theory, the guy that supposedly Rockefeller funded, etc. So these towers, radio towers, started with radio towers owned by the same people. Pharmaceutical germ theory started by the same people. Financial system started by the same people. All this stuff is all a part of the takeover, the cleanup crew of the conquerors. You mentioned honor, so now the honor system is gone. We used to have honor. I would speak to you, Franklin. We'd look at each other and you go, I want to buy that piece of property, that piece of land from you. And we agree on a transaction, and we look at each other and we shake hands. Maybe we, spit on our hands and we shake hands, and that's a done deal. That's honor. But they bring in the whole nother system along with that other stuff, contracts and treaties, etc. This is all connected. It's 5Gs and all these things. These are not like one part. No, that's a portion of the Hydra. If I could use it, that's a portion of the parasitic that wants to enslave and all of humanity. And if they can't enslave it, destroy it. And that's their move. So this always brings fun around. Are they humans? Are they the head honchos humans or not? That's a fun discussion. Are these psychopaths just totally, have no more empathy? It's been bred out of them. That's another part. It's all this. Nothing's off the table as far as I'm concerned. But what is factual is some of the stuff that we can easily mention, and they're agents, right? It's like a politician is not the person making the call, right? So some of these celebrities of history, somebody mentioned George Washington. He was an agent of King George. And that's just one example. The Rockefellers are agents of others, and the Rothschilds are agents, and they all work together. And that's just the field agents that we see in the field. So we can prove all of that stuff. You keep going up, then we can have, again, fun conversations. Is it interdimensional? Is it old beings of different creatures, kind of puppet masters in the background? Or is it just high level chess being played by a constant two warring factions of the Enlil and Enkis that's just been going back and forth, and we're all caught in the middle. All that's impossible for me. And Franklin, these are all whole shows. All these topics are all entire shows of their own, bro. And I don't want you. I can see you're struggling. These are all entire new conversations.
Well, they can go down long rabbit holes, but what I'm getting at and what I'm thinking about is, you're right about the technology. You see, these beings, my experience of them is they've got a lot of technology, and that's why we've got such a rapid raise in technology. I mean, even
emphasis on lodge. Emphasis on the word lodge of tech of knowledge. Sorry.
Technology, yeah. But even that was obtained with crystal balls to begin with. So even like Hitler had a crew of people scrying, speaking to extra dimensional beings in order to learn how to make bombs and rockets. And that technology is sort of pinnacle of our technology. And from that, a lot of other technology was extrapolated. So who knows what other technology was gained by these beings. And so it does sort of stand to reason that there's a non-human intelligence wanting to terraform the earth. And that we are being used to terraform the earth, to pollute the earth, to prepare the earth for terraformation.
Oh, 100%. That's a part of the. That's not out of the realm. That's a logical conclusion. You know.
And so all of our astral and etheric attacks on our systems, the metals in our foods, the Wi-Fi's, the 5G, the flicker rates of our screens and our phones, and obviously the microwave working from our phones to us as well. And if you add that to the particular types of music that's being flashed at us, and then the emotional tones and messages of the media, and there's a very powerful story forming when we look at each and every fact and put them into a pot to see how they correlate together. There is definitely, they're hijacking our astral bodies, hijacking our dream states, so that our dreams are affected not by us. Like, I'll give you an example. Moonfeather's being chased by zombies in her dreams, just as an example. Yeah. Those zombies are being projected into our dreams, if that makes sense. I mean, how many zombie movies is there? Like neuro-linguistic programming. You walk down a road, there's a poster on the wall, new zombie movies. You can't escape the advertising. You can't escape the iconography of zombie. Turn on Netflix. Is like a third of Netflix zombie movies. So, no wonder zombies are a part of our dreams, apparently,
Yeah, I mean, Khalil was talking about this all week and yesterday about even, some of the shows that are just things in the background that don't register in your front, kind of conscious, but they definitely register in your subconscious. So, yeah, you go to bed and maybe if you never watched a zombie movie, but now you're dreaming of zombies. Maybe there was a whole bunch of that, like you're saying, like you're saying, Franklin, as well. This thing's kind of get into your psyche because it's all, and then now you're dreaming about them. You're like, even if you're not a zombie watcher or fan, that's part of the point. That's also the point of what they do. That's why they do it too. The subliminal mind programming. That's the purpose. To condition, program you and condition you and show you, their stories and their versions. It's a war game. It's mind games. Talk about mind games. Sheesh.
Well, when you remember that they're only able to do anything that they do because of ignorance, then we can see the duality in quote unquote what they do. Because again, it brings us back to this idea of fighting something. The only thing that we're here to fight is ignorance, our own, and we can assume others. But the modalities that they convey are based on frequency. There's no greater ritual that you can get for the masses. The news doesn't do it, right? AIDS didn't do it. Tinfoil hats didn't do it. The only thing that works is movies, period. And people don't want to accept that because, it's art and everything. It's paradoxical like everything else is. Everything. But you will always respond to your mythology. You will always respond to your energy. You will always respond to your nodes, and you will always respond to your symbols, whether you're conscious of it or ignorant of it or not. This is why you have 100 movies that come out every single week. No one ever questions that. Oh my God, you see how many movies came out this week? You never hear that. If anything, you'll hear, I guess only a couple movies came out this week. Think about that. We're talking about massive atomic bombs aren't even real. Movies are. And those are atomic bombs for the mind.
I like that. Atomic bombs for the mind. That's really good.
And what are zombies after? Brains. They're attacking the mind.
Exactly. And you never notice, they never tell you how the zombies come about. Mind you, Cat Williams did a interview this week, the one that everybody's talking about, and he wore this chain that said woke folk. FOKEWOKE. Put it in your gematria calculators to see what it equals to. It equals to the Walking Dead. You think these people aren't mocking you? You think these people aren't controlled opposition? They wouldn't be in anyone's spotlight if that was not the case. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I don't find their satire very funny. But they do bring it across in satire, in mockery.
So here's like the way our astral is where our dreams are. So if they mess with our astral, they mess with our dreams. And our etheric is where our aspirations will be. They mess with our etheric, they'll mess with our plans and how we want to see the world. So it seems like they're getting us from both directions, consciously, subconsciously, physiologically, affecting our hormones directly, as well as our neurological systems. And so where does it leave us? I mean, do we have to leave this behind? Is there no other option? Or do we need to line our homes with lead?
You phrased that in a wonderfully interesting way. You remind me of a movie that recently came out, Leave the World Behind. There's a much, much deeper message there. There's a point where we're going to have to leave the world behind. We're going to have to leave life behind. We're going to have to leave the idea of reincarnation, getting off the Ferris wheel, getting off the video game, taking the game out, putting it in the cupboard permanently. Right? This is the whole idea of the samurai contemplating death, right? And not just the samurai. That's just a very obvious example. We have to leave these things behind at some point. If we don't prepare others for our encroaching demise, what have we done? If we don't prepare others to take up the steed and do better and do all of these things, ultimately they're all different versions of the same thing, being able to leave something behind. Now you can look at that as leaving it to somebody else or just moving on past the idea of self, but it's something that has to be done. Now, everyone's here to do what they're here to do, and people are at different levels. So at some point, Earth will be the greatest thing you could ever achieve. The greatest thing you could ever do is to live, and then at some point, dying will be the greatest thing you could ever do. Again, the magic is always in the middle.
And then, of course, there's turning us into a school of fish.
Fish bowl. School of fish in the fish bowl. Yeah, I think Franklin. Yeah, your tin foil hat. Get some tin if you can find it, and make that tin foil hat, and get that colloidal silver. Turn the skin blue, and maybe get those metals inside and out. Because gold is a thing that is an element that exists in the body as well. We're probably depleted of stuff like that. So, interesting. By the way, I want to circle back on the I want to mention the pineal
Well, this is a
gland.
round table, so if it's it fits the
So let
show.
me circle back in this fish bowl. I was sleeping with binaural beats on, and it was for the pineal gland, and I literally felt, and I was going to bed. It's like an 8-hour thing. I'm listening to it, and I literally felt my pineal gland vibrate, like shake, physically shake. I felt it physically shake, like vibrate, and I was like, well, that is so powerful. Imagine, shaking off any calcification or anything like that. It's like literally vibrating in my head. That was the first time I felt that, especially from just sound and frequency. That was a very incredible. So I just want to throw that out, and that's just an anecdote from earlier. But it's I take this as a blessing, Kalel, being here, like in this realm. I don't take this for granted. I try not to anyway. I'm sure I do at times, right? But I try to get grounded, ground again, and go massive gratitude, for me being here and experiencing all of this,
Well, most definitely, and as you should. There's levels, as with anything, to understanding, especially when it comes to incarnation. So, I would recommend the movie. We were talking about this. I think I mentioned it yesterday. There's a movie called Altered States from the early 80s. And it shows people kind of in the vein of flatliners playing with death. You have people playing with deprivation chambers, right? Trying to master the senses and understand the senses. And you see how some people revert to different circuits of the brain, right? Very, very telling. I would also actually recommend The Quest for Fire, another very early movie about Neanderthals, showing you certain possible evolutions in what we call civilization and hunter gathering and relations, right? To begin to get a scope of the range of human incarnation and to really understand how much there is to learn from, to really begin to understand that everything in existence is a reflection of yourself. That's a daunting task, because we have to face a lot of fear, we have to face a lot of shadow, we have to face a lot of uncertainty, and of course we have to delve right into the unknown. I remember what Franklin said earlier about finding certain places to meditate that were like the most terrifying you could ever imagine. And that's why his son looks at him with no fear. That's why he's actually scaring his father, because he's such a reminder of his own spirit. Because how could you not reflect that? How could you not take direct energetic advantage of your immediate surroundings? That is what we do. That's what we do even when we're ignorant of it. And that's why these conversations are so important, because this is how you begin to heighten these things. This is where you come to get the fire, to take the torch into the night, right? And not be afraid to face that fear. Because on the other side of fear is only power, and that power is yourself.
Prometheus rising.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting how we have lost our fire, like as a society, and I think all of these, like all of the entrainments. I think when we use words and we use the same words that everybody else uses, it limits our etheric expansion like a lot. I think we're supposed to play with words, I think we were supposed to play with the meaning of words. And it's, for me, I noticed when I was in school, I used to make up new words, and people say, that's not a word. And I say, yes, it is. These are the laws of grammar. You take a prefix, you take a suffix, and if you follow the rules, you can add them together and make words. That's the part. But people were like, no, it's got to be in the dictionary. And they forgot that before there wasn't a dictionary at all, there were people making words, right? in order to fill the dictionary with words, people had to go, okay, well, these are the rules of grammar. Let's make words. And they did make words. And so as we progressed, words became more made, but we don't make new words anymore. We induct words from other languages. Don't you find that interesting?
That is the power of language, or what we like to call it language, especially when it comes to English. English has been pushed all over the world more and more, and you see it becoming a dual language in many countries, because it is an amalgamation of so many different frequencies and dialects. It is not truly a language; it's a bastardization of frequency.
How do you say computer in Spanish or any language? It's computer. It's computer in every single language. And that was started here in the States. And everyone's, if you want to conduct commerce, you have to most likely learn English. And that's the power. The pen is mightier than the sword in that case.
Well, it used to be the case, but now that we've got the BRICS economy challenging the Western economy and actually in a state of supremacy, they're actually overtaking the Western economy. So the BRICS economy is the new economy.
That's part of the play. That's part of the transition. That's all been planned. That's not an organic thing. That's what they tell you on their stories. But that's
no, exactly. But what I mean is, are we going to have to speak Chinese?
Maybe your son needs to
think about it. Think about it. They're going to have us going, you know, and like this is our future.
After 2033, 2034, you're going to see much more of a push for that. Not so much before that. We've got about 10 years, maybe about 10 years before you'll really start to see, and you can see that already in Canada, and even parts of Mexico. The Chinese influence, especially when it comes to Jamaica, the Chinese own, they control all the ports, So this is one reason why international awareness is so important, because you can see the shifts. BRICS is the last thing people need to worry about. When it comes to finances, people couldn't care less. Like, we got to really, really be real. We wouldn't be in this current state of affairs if people cared a little bit more. They do not, and this is worldwide. This is part of the lackadaisicalness that comes about largely because of technology. And you're going to see that shift tremendously from now until 2025. Incredibly so in transfers this year. But by 2033, 2034, you'll see much, much more of a Chinese influence on the world.
So I think we should be wrapping this up. We've hit 7.5 hours. So I'd love for you guys to be satirical gender jokes too. The 7.5 hours, I think, is pretty much like a bell signal, because I think when you go for 8 hours, you've gone a little bit too long. So we're ethically bound here to not do it for 8 hours. So what would you guys like to leave as a final lasting thought that's worth hammering home as the fundamental that sort of ties it all together?
Well, I would say, first and foremost, thank you for the space, Franklin. This has been a wonderful, wonderful topic that we see the legs will never really run out of. There's so many directions and so much of a gamut to cover. If I could offer anything on the topic as a closing statement, I would say pay attention to where your mind is drawn. Pay attention to what your favorite color is. Pay attention to what days you wear certain colors, because you have your own code. There's a universal code that we essentially operate by, but there are multiples. There are myriads of wheels that you can choose weapons from when it comes to your own consciousness, when it comes to learning about the inside and the outside. So pay attention to color. It is a very, very simple way to determine frequency, but it will come across in a myriad of ways.
Beautiful. I love that. What
Yeah.
about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please do.
Yeah, I was just gonna say my final piece, and I want to yes, Franklin, thank you for this space and inviting me here and joining and learning from such amazing people. It's so wonderful to be here. I'm honored to be among and rub digital elbows with you guys, and all the people in the chat have been wonderful. It's such a smart, high-minded, loving environment. You know, I appreciate each and every one of you. You know, check out, you know, the Ronin experience. We have Kalel Moonfeather, and last night each episode gets better and better, and it's only going to continue. The tsunamis are just going to continue because we do our best to be aligned with spirit and come from love only, and that is amplifying nowadays, and will continue to, and it's beautiful. So we're here. We have a really fun show, and Indy was there last night. That was a heck of a lot of fun. I'd love to have Franklin if you want to come back, but I almost feel bad asking because I know you'll say yes, but then I'm like, I don't know if you're gonna struggle the next day because it's late. You know what I mean? But massive love and peace and harmony to everyone. I again appreciate you, and have a wonderful January, or wherever you are. It's the sound of my voice. I learn a lot from you guys, and I'm forever a student, and I try to teach what I can, but I'm mostly am constantly learning. And yes, thank you, gratitude. You guys are so much love, and thank you guys. Thank you, Franklin. Massive blessings to you, my friend. You're a powerful force, and you just create such an awesome vibe. No matter where you are or what you're doing, you just are always creating an amazing vibe. So I appreciate you, man. You're a highly valued being. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both. Thank you, Kalal. Thank you, Indy. Thank you. Oh, who's down here? Soraya, you are here. I'm sorry, I'm teasing you. Come on, Soraya.
I'm
Hello,
still
Soraya.
here. Hi,
Are
I'm still
you?
here.
Well, what do you want to say? Well, what thoughts would you want to leave us with, my dear?
To just enjoy life as much as you can.
There's something in that. Children know that. My son keeps reminding me of that. Don't take
Yeah,
yourself
kids are
seriously.
very
And
good
enjoy
at
life.
that.
Well, thank you, Soraya. Thank you, Kalal. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, Indy. And I'd love for Indy to also leave his last pearls of wisdom. Thank you, guys. It's an honor to have you all here. It's an honor to enjoy, and I'd love to be on your show with you, Ronan. I'll actually wake up early. That's how it's actually easier now that you're in winter for me, because it means I think I only have to wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, which is good.
Oh, that's it. Great. Easy.
That's all. But I normally wake up at 5 anyway. So, you know what I mean?
You let me know. You let us know, and it's it's La Familia over there. You're part of the familia, and yeah, man. You let us know when you want to wake up at 4 a.m. You will be there, and I know you'll come in and just crush with us. And yeah, man.
I've actually been trying to school myself to get more disciplined because I don't feel disciplined enough. I should be waking up at 3 in the morning, 3:30. Like I'm so slack. Most of my life I woke up at 3:30 in the morning, and so I mustn't let my slackness and my laziness in my old age get to me, because I've always been really focused. Like the morning's the most spectacular part of the day. Ideally, you want to crank out your meditation for hours before the dawn, and then meditate through the dawn and the sunrise. And really, it's like those hours that you spend before the dawn build up momentum so that the dawn can like become a slingshot and the sunrise can become like a rocket boost onto the slingshot, to propel you into outer space, if that's what it is. Inner space. Is it inner space or outer space? That's a question that we'll have to leave for the table.
Yes. The answer is yes. Who wakes up earlier, you or the penguins? Do you beat the Do you wake the penguins up, or do they wake you up?
I want to wake them up.
What time do they wake up?
I want to be the guy out there with a pot and a spoon, calling the penguins. Come on, guys, get up! I had a cool little video.
Come on, you're slack. Get in line. Let's go.
If you go and take a look on my channel, I put a cool video on this morning with a little penguin who waited by the gate so patiently, looked at me. I opened the gate for him. He cruised in, a little penguin walk, like checking me out. Because they're normally a little bit wary, especially now since their numbers. You see, when there's a lot of penguins and there's safety in numbers, they're a lot more chilled. But since there's such a small number of penguins because of overfishing, fishing licenses, too many being given out. So basically the fishing waters, fishing has been a problem. And obviously I think it's also got to do with the climate changes and the changes of migration. But I think it's more to do with fishing, because I know there have been a lot of trawlers. Even, for example, the fact that 100 to 150 tons of octopus get taken out of this local beach, this area here where I am, every year. And that's what the seals feed on. So the seals go away, and with them the sharks, and the whole ecosystem is just really breaking down. It's quite sad to watch. This is one of the most... I grew up here and just took for granted that this was the best place in the whole world to study marine biology, in a cosmopolitan city where you've got everything going on, where you've got such incredible wildlife. I mean, yeah, we still get the whales and the killer whales. We've had killer whales here a little while ago, and the dolphins and everything else. The seals are not so plentiful, but there used to be so many seals. So many seals, so many sharks, but the sharks were so happy hunting the seals that they didn't hassle us. So many octopus. I remember when I was young, in fact, not even that, 15 years ago, you could walk down here, and if you walked along the beach, you'd see octopuses in the little rock pools. That's how many there were. So, I've watched octopuses hunting crabs in front of me. Like just checking them, like there's a crab and the octopus comes and grabs him and eats him. Like, whoa. So yeah, it saddens me a little, but because of my boy. How old is your daughter, Rona?
She's 12.
Okay. Yeah. We had it lucky, didn't we? Like there was a lot of nature was still quite wild. I don't know. Here in Cape Town, we had it lucky. It seems like they are encroaching on all aspects of our nature. So like we really got our back up against the ropes.
The Black Mirror is a powerful draw, attention draw, especially in 12-year-old American girls. No matter, it's a difficult. I think I don't need to explain. You guys all get it. It's difficult to battle. Would you want to go? Hey, let's go outside, or be staring at the Black Mirror. They've invaded the home.
My 7-year-old and the Xbox is bad enough, brother.
Yeah.
Like, I really limit his time in front of the Xbox, but now he's discovered these gun games. And I'm like, I don't know if it's a bad idea. You know?
It's hard to judge, man. I played video games growing up. It's very hard for me to sit back and judge.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to need martial arts. Maybe he's going to need to be able to handle a gun when he's older. Do you know what I mean? Who am I to say what is and isn't right? Because we are approaching some fairly challenging times. So, there will be. I don't believe in guns, but I've got my my safety precautions here. I got my katana and my other weapons. I'm more into melee. So, I think we're at this point in time where, thank God, South African people have guns. Can you imagine being in the UK? The only ones that have guns are the military and the police.
Oh yeah, look, Indy's got to go. He's getting dressed up. Indy's going to the club, man.
Which is his firearms list.
We were gonna do a double whammy and go to the club first, but we just decided to do the show last night with you guys at the club. But we're getting some lobster. It's gonna be fun. I want to thank all you guys for a fabulous show once again. We're always finding these epiphanies. We make such a good team. I just love you guys. Franklin, you're a wealth of information. You keep things fun. Khalil, you're like the god of the numbers. I love it. You just bring so much more information than is at my fingertips. And I'm like, I need to get more into that stuff. I love it. It's an inspiration. Plus all the books that you know about. Incredible. I got to scroll through all those books and get into some reading. Love it. Soraya, I want to hear more from you next time, but I love having you here. Your presence is enough. You're amazing. Mystic
Thank
Ronan, you're incredible. Thank you. And Mystic Ronan, thank you so much for everything, my dude. You keep things fun. And thanks for helping me break through some barriers today with these blockages on my humor. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's there. I'm just in denial. I don't see it. Maybe I'm blind to it. Maybe I'm looking the other way. I don't know, but I'm starting to wake up and I'm growing with you guys, and it's great. I just love it. So thanks to all of our audience in the comments. I want to do a special thanks to Mexico, Quinty, Polymathing, Petra. We have such a great little community here, even just in the comments. So I'll be looking forward to next week's show, and it's always fun. Thank you so much, everybody. Anybody I failed to mention, thank you.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody. Thank
Have a
you,
lovely
everybody.
day,
In the,
Taylor.
Om Shanti.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Thank you.
See,
Thank you
Indy's
all in
doing
the
it right,
comments
guys.
as well.
He's out. Indy's going out. He's doing stuff. You know what I mean? He's doing it right, dude. And Indy, I love what you touched on. I like to think of this. Imagine where you are going to be, and imagine where we're all going to be like a year from now, in our growth, like all together. We're going to be completely different, and it's great. And I love it. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. And I love your presence, bro. Like like Kalel said, I think you make me laugh too, or you make me feel good. You know what I mean? I love the smile. I love the vibe. You're awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's really happy to be on these shows, man. So it really shows when I'm on here at that smile beaming. And I really appreciate all you guys for bringing me onto your shows. Hopefully someday I'll have my own show and I'll bring you guys on. Someday soon.
Yes, absolutely.
By all
We'll
means.
hold you to that, brother.
All right.
Get your YouTube channel going.
Yeah.
You've got some cool
Got it
stuff on
going.
there.
A couple
Start
videos.
adding more.
I got to edit some more and put them together. It's work to do.
Well, thank you all, people in the audience. You guys have been totally amazing. Thank you all for your time and your energy and your wonderful conversation. I'll have to go back and read a lot of the chats. I missed some of it. And sending you all so much blessings, peace, love. And all of you guys, the round table, you are amazing as well. You guys just inspire me, keep me focused. Why else would I be here and wanting to be awake until like 2 a.m? Isn't it incredible? Speaking of which, I've got my mom coming tomorrow and Mexico. So it's going to be a cool day. And I'm probably going to go up the mountain before. Probably going to wake up, do the sunrise, do the mountain. You know, the usual tilt. Like my little boy's going to let me off the hook. It's 5 a.m. It's like, Dad, it's 5 a.m. Get out of bed. So I'm going to go and enjoy my 3 hours of sleep. And then try and crank up a power nap before the people get you. And totally love this. Totally love talking to you guys. Totally love it. It's a very alchemical process that happens in all of us. Causes us to question all of our ideas, our beliefs, and challenge ourselves and expand our perceptions, which is, I think, the whole principle of what the round table represents. Expansion of roundness. Get all the angles and corners out of the way. Thank you all. Om Shanti. Om Namo Shivaya. Shankar Bhagwan Namaha. Hare Hare Mahadevaya. Shanti Dham. Have an absolutely gorgeous day, all of you. Don't forget to smile because life is just so short. Literally. It's over before it begins. Take it easy and blessings.